his hand. "We heard you cry out," said the man. "We heard you cry out, and Mercy said—" "That's Mercy over there. Mercy said, let's see if he needs any help." "I said that," the woman with the spiky hair confirmed, nodding her spiky head. "I was worried, because I care." "She does care," said the leader. "She wanted to know if you'd hurt yourself." "Have you hurt yourself?" "She wanted to know if you'd hurt yourself, and Obloquy said—" Obloquy's the big lad. "Obloquy said, how was he going to hurt himself in a library? Is he going to paper-cut himself to death?" The leader laughed, and Mercy laughed, and the big one grinned. "I'm funny," he said. "How did you hurt yourself?" the leader asked, coming down off the laugh with a friendly chuckle. "I didn't hurt myself," said Ryan. "I'm fine." "But we heard you cry out," said the man, suddenly frowning. "We heard you. Didn't we hear him?" "I heard him," said Mercy. "I heard him too, Foe," said Obloquy. The middle-aged man, the accountant, didn't say anything. The leader, Foe, examined Ryan curiously. "You don't have to be scared of Oz. Is that what's wrong? You're scared of us. You don't have to be. We're not bad people." Obloquy laughed, and Mercy jammed an elbow into his ribs to shut him up. "I know you're not supposed to talk to strangers," Foe continued, "but aren't you a bit old for that? Isn't that the rule more for kids? You're not a kid anymore, are you? What are you, 15 or so?" He reached out, dipping a finger into the silver dust on the bookshelf, then bringing it to the tip of his tongue. He tasted it and smiled at Ryan. "And if you don't talk to strangers, how are you going to make friends? Friends are important. We want to be friends." "We really do," said Mercy. "And we were standing over there," said Foe, "talking about books, because that's what we like to do. We like to talk about books. And we heard you cry out, and we came over because we were worried. And we care. And now we're here, having a conversation, having a friendly conversation with our new friend." "I didn't hurt myself," Ryan said, really wishing he were somewhere else right now. "Friends don't lie to each other," Foe said. I'm not lying." "You're lying a little bit," Foe said, smiling. "What's your name?" "Ryan. Good to meet you, Ryan." Foe stuck out his hand. Ryan hesitated, then went to shake it. Instead, Foe grabbed his wrist and turned his palm to face upwards. The gang looked at the symbol imprinted onto his skin, and Foe released Ryan's wrist and put his hand on Ryan's shoulder. "Ryan, my friend, you're going to have to come with us now." Ryan shook his head. "I should be going home. My dad will be here in a minute to pick me up." "Ryan," said Foe, "if you don't come with us right this second, we're going to kill everyone in this building, and then we're going to drag you out through the blood and the gore and what remains of their dead bodies." Another smile, this time with narrowed eyes. "So really, buddy, it's up to you." Ryan wanted to scream for help and run away, but his legs wouldn't work and his chest was too tight. He looked at them. Foe, with his smile and his eyes, Mercy, an eager look on her face, like she was really hoping she'd get to kill someone today. Obloquy, standing there looking dumb and dangerous, and the accountant, whose gaze had never faltered, who was as still as a statue, completely detached from what was going on. The accountant was the scariest of them all. And then, whistling. Chapter 2. Through the gaps in the books, Ryan could see someone in the next aisle over moving slowly. Someone in black, someone whistling. Ryan recognized the tune. It was the theme music to Harry Potter. A pretty girl appeared at the corner of the bookcase. Tall, with long, dark hair, maybe a year or two older than Ryan. Wearing a jacket that was zipped up, tight trousers and boots, and a ring on her finger, all in black, all made from materials Ryan couldn't identify. And still whistling. As she whistled, her dark eyes wandered from Ryan to Foe, to Mercy and Obloquy, and then to the accountant. When she got to the accountant, she stopped whistling and looked back at Ryan. "Hi," she said. "My name's Valkyrie. Are these people bothering you?" Ryan wanted to tell her to run, but he knew the gang would be on her in an instant. The girl looked at Foe. "I'm part of library security," she said. "We've had some reports of overdue books in this area, and I'm going to need to ask you all some questions. We can do this here or downtown, where we'd actually have more space and access to a coffee machine." Something was wrong. Foe didn't threaten her, and Mercy didn't say anything at all. In fact, Mercy and Obloquy were glancing around, like they expected someone else to show up. Even the accountant looked wary. "You really want this to happen?" Foe asked, his voice low. "Here? In a public place, where all these innocent people might get caught in the crossfire?" The pretty girl, Valkyrie, gave him a shrug. "I'm just looking for a way to spoil your day, Vincent. The choice is yours. Stick around and get beaten up and thrown in a cell, or leave now. Immediately." "Sure," said Foe. "We'll just take Ryan here with us." Valerie shook her head. "Ryan stays, I'm afraid." "Ah, well. See, now we have a problem." "That's too bad." "That's just what I was thinking." Valkyrie moved, snapping her palm against the air, and the air shimmered, and Foe shot back off his feet, colliding with Mercy. Before Ryan could even wonder what had just happened, she grabbed him, and then they were running through the aisles. A stream of red energy sizzled by his ear, and Ryan shrieked, tried to throw himself to the ground, but Valkyrie wouldn't let him. "Keep moving," she snapped. He stumbled after her. There was a roar, and the crash of a bookcase being toppled. Ryan glanced back, saw Obloquy go hurtling through the air, and a man stepped into view. A tall man, thin, wearing a dark blue suit and hat, like one of those old-fashioned private eyes. Another stream of red energy burst through the bookshelf to his left, and Ryan forgot all about the thin man and focused all his attention on not dying. Mercy smashed into him, and he went sprawling across the floor, the wind knocked out of him. Then Valkyrie was there, running straight for Mercy, who turned to her, opened her mouth wide, and let loose another stream of energy. From her mouth! From her mouth! Ryan blinked. Valkyrie dived, rolled, came up, and threw herself into Mercy. Mercy grunted, the stream cut off, and they went down. They grappled, throwing elbows and pulling hair. Mercy grabbed a handful of Valkyrie's hair and yanked, and Valkyrie slammed her forehead into Mercy's face. Mercy screamed with pain and rage, and Valkyrie was on top now, Mercy trying to push her off. Valkyrie trapped one of Mercy's arms and moved up, too fast for Ryan to work out what was happening, but somehow she swung her leg over Mercy and was now leaning back sharply. She snapped Mercy's elbow, and Mercy howled. And then Valkyrie was scrambling towards Ryan, pulling him to his feet. Ryan wished he could have said something intelligent to her at that moment, but all he could manage was, It was not very impressive. Around them, the good people of the library cowered behind cover or ran for the exits. Ryan would have given anything to be allowed to cower. His entire body ached to find a dark corner and collapse into it like some kind of jelly. But the pretty girl who was gripping his hand kept pulling him on through the stacks, and Ryan was suddenly determined not to embarrass himself in front of her. So he forced his legs to stay strong, and when Valkyrie hesitated, he overtook her. "This way," he said. And now he was pulling her through the stacks. And she was probably thinking what a great guy he was, and look how take-charge he is, and even though he's a year or two younger than I am, he'd probably make a great boyfriend, and when all this is over, I'd probably want to kiss him or something. Ryan nodded to himself. Yeah, she was probably thinking all that as he led her through the aisles and the stacks. And then they came to a wall with a nice picture on it. "Moron," Valkyrie snapped, turning and yanking him after her. "Sorry," he said. "I thought you knew where you were going. I thought there was a door here." She stopped suddenly, and he ran into the back of her. He was halfway through apologizing when he saw the accountant standing ahead of them. Elsewhere in the library, the thin man was still battling the others. There were a lot of crashes and yells and screams and grunts. But here, with Ryan and Valkyrie and the accountant, it somehow seemed really, really quiet. The accountant took a step forward. Valkyrie took a step back. She stepped on Ryan's foot and he said, "Ow!" and then apologized. She didn't hear him. She snapped her hand against the air. The space rippled and a bookcase was blasted back, but the accountant was already moving. Then Valkyrie clicked her fingers and Ryan yelped when fire suddenly flared in her palm. He tore off his jacket and flung it over her forearm, batting out the flames. "What the hell are you doing?" she raged, trying to push him back. "You're on fire!" he squealed manfully. She pulled away from him, her hand still ablaze, and then she flung the fire, but the accountant twisted impossibly fast, and the fireball missed him, exploded against the side of another bookcase. The accountant darted out of sight. "Oh," Ryan said. Valkyrie backed up against him. "If you see an exit," she whispered, "you run to it. Understand?" He nodded. Something moved above them, and the accountant dropped down onto Valkyrie. She cried out, and Ryan stumbled back, watched as the accountant grabbed her and threw her like she was nothing. Valkyrie disappeared among the stacks. Ryan spun and ran. He didn't know where he was going, but anywhere was better than where he'd just been. The accountant was following. But he had leaped back up so he was off the ground, gliding from bookcase to bookcase, like a hawk chasing a terrified field mouse. Then Ryan saw it. A green exit sign over a fire door. He changed direction, almost tripped over a cowering man who was hiding in the reference section, and ran on. He was almost at the door when he glanced back over his shoulder, saw the accountant leaping for him again. Valkyrie emerged from the stacks, and something was happening to her right hand. It was covered in writhing, moving shadows. She whipped her hand, and a trail of darkness reached for the accountant, wrapped around his leg. Valkyrie pulled back hard, and the accountant crunched to the ground. He snarled, sprang up, and turned, and Valkyrie sent a wave of shadows crashing into him. He hit the far wall, and that's all Ryan saw, because Valkyrie was pushing him through the fire door. The alarm wailed as they emerged into the narrow alley behind the library. With Valkyrie's hand pressing into his back, Ryan sprinted towards the road. A gleaming black car was parked illegally, like it was waiting for them. It looked old, but a brand-new kind of old. Valkyrie opened the door, bundled him in the back. She got behind the wheel, leaving the door open. She started the car and the engine roared, and she slipped into the passenger seat and buckled her belt. "Seat belt," she ordered. Ryan buckled his seat belt. He looked at the empty driver's seat. "Does it drive itself?" he asked. "Don't be thick," she replied, looking back at the library. "He just hates it when I drive the Bentley, that's all." The thin man came sprinting out of the library, clutching his hat in one gloved hand. Ryan blinked. The way the sun caught his bald head made it seem almost white, almost like... Ryan swallowed. It wasn't the sun. The thin man wasn't bald. The thin man was a skeleton. Ryan screamed as the skeleton jumped in behind the wheel. "Shut him up, please," the skeleton said as the car shot forward. "Shut up, Ryan," said Valkyrie. Foe came charging out of the library, but the car, the Bentley, was already slicing through traffic. And still Ryan screamed. "Ryan!" Valkyrie said. "Stop that!" "He's a skeleton!" Ryan yelled. "Look at him! They killed your friend!" "No, they didn't," said the skeleton. "But they punched me. A lot. And one of them hit me with a desk. Have you ever been hit with a desk, Ryan? It's sore." "I was hit with a desk once," Valkyrie said. "Oh, that's right," said the skeleton. "It really hurts, doesn't it?" "It does." Ryan sat in the back seat, petrified. Valkyrie turned to him, sighed, and then gave him the kind of smile usually reserved for idiots or toddlers, or idiot toddlers. "Hi," she said. "I'm Valkyrie Kane. My partner here is Skulduggery Pleasant. We just saved your life. The least you can do is not throw up in our car." Chapter 3. The skeleton's jaw moved when he talked, but he had no tongue. He had no lungs, no vocal cords. There was nothing at all to give him a voice, and yet Skulduggery still talked. Good God, did he talk? "The short version," he said as they drove, "is that magic exists, monsters exist, sorcerers, like myself and Valkyrie, fight to stop other sorcerers, like Foe and his friends, from doing bad things. We're the heroes, if you really must give us a title. They're the villains. We try to stay out of the public eye as much as possible. It's really quite straightforward if you don't think about it too hard." "But I don't understand," Ryan whispered. "That's the spirit," Skulduggery said. "We don't have an awful lot of time, so there are some things you're just going to have to accept." "You're a skeleton." "Like that." "But how can you move?" Valkyrie undid her seatbelt and climbed into the back. "Ryan," she said when she was settled, "the world is an amazing place. It's full of wonderful things and fascinating people and deep mysteries just waiting to be uncovered. In order not to annoy me, though, you've really got to pull all of that to one side and concentrate on what we tell you. He's a walking skeleton. I wear tight trousers. Do you have any questions so far?" No." "Excellent. You can feel safe with us," Skulduggery said. "We've saved the world a few times, and we've become quite good at it. Really, if I were you, there's no one else I'd rather be with at a time like this." "Skulduggery," Valkyrie said. "Your facade." "Oh, yes," he said, and his gloved fingers tapped his collarbones. A face flowed up, covering his skull with skin and hair and features. He smiled at a lady in a car they passed, and she frowned at him. "He can only wear a face for half an hour every day," Valkyrie whispered to Ryan, "so he tends to overdo it on the sociable front." "But all that went on in a library," Ryan said, finally confident enough to form a complete sentence without gibbering. "It's going to be all over the news." "Actually," Valkyrie responded, "it's not. We have people for that sort of thing. Sometime within the next hour, a very nice man called Jeffrey is going to convince everyone who witnessed that fight that they didn't see what they thought they saw. He's kind of a public relations officer, in a way, making sure the civilian world doesn't notice the rest of us as we go about our business." Skulduggery glanced at Ryan over his shoulder. The face he wore was dark-haired and sallow-skinned. "Some people, like Jeffrey, find they are suited to non-combative roles. He's what we call a sensitive, someone with psychic abilities. Some sensitives read minds, some see the future. Jeffrey just makes you believe whatever he tells you. Another sensitive was a man called Deacon Maybury, which is where you come in." "I've never heard of him," Ryan said. "Of course not," said Valkyrie. "I hadn't either, up until a few days ago. I'd heard of his brother, Daffet, who died. There were sextuplets, apparently, 6 identical Mayburys. Only 4 now, though. This Deacon Maybury, is he dead too?" Skulduggery turned the Bentley off the busy road, down a quieter street. "Deacon was a sensitive who worked for the sanctuary, where we work. Sometimes we arrest criminals for whom there is no redemption. If they're susceptible, it's possible to enter their mind and insert a new personality. It's always been a controversial procedure, and it only works if the criminal's will is weak. But the old personality would be subdued. The new one would have a life and a history and memories, and the criminal would get a chance at a normal life. Inserting new personalities was Deacon's job." "But he got bored," Valkyrie said. "We spoke to people who knew him. He wanted adventure and excitement. He wanted money and power. So we fell in with the wrong crowd. Foe and his gang." Skulduggery nodded. "A very bad lot. Vincent Foe was a mercenary during the war. I won't tell you what war. I don't want to complicate things. Mercy Chariot is, for all intents and purposes, a serial killer. Obloquy, I doubt you'll disagree, is something of a moron, but a savage moron. And then there's Samuel. Valkyrie made a face. Bloody vampires. Ryan sat forward. That was a vampire? The guy who looked like an accountant? We don't talk about vampires, Skulduggery warned. But it was daytime. How could he have been out during the... We don't talk about vampires, Valkyrie said sharply. Ryan shrank back. Sorry, he said. Don't worry about it, Skulduggery told him. Valkyrie used to date a vampire, that's all. We didn't date, Valkyrie said immediately. Skulduggery held up a hand. I'm not judging. Valkyrie scowled and looked back at Ryan. Anyway, Deacon Mabry fell in with Foe's gang, and Foe's gang are nuts. Some people want to take over the world. Some people want to change the world. Foe and his mates want to destroy the world. She shook her head. They're idiots. Nihilists, Skulduggery corrected. Idiots, Valkyrie repeated. There's something called a doomsday machine, Ryan. Yes, I know how that sounds. And yes, it is as stupid as it appears. Some genius went ahead and built a bomb that could blow up the planet. He said he built it so that if the faceless ones ever returned, we could kill ourselves and kill them at the same time so that they could never travel to and infect other realities. Ryan frowned. Faceless ones? Don't complicate things, Skulduggery said. Yeah, sorry, Ryan, said Valkyrie. Anyway, that's why it exists. So it was sitting there, existing, not harming anyone, and then a few years ago, it was stolen. Foe and his gang stole it and hid it, which wouldn't be an easy thing to do because the machine is bigger than a house. Why did they hide it? Ryan asked. Why not just set it off? Because they didn't have the key, Skulduggery said. They spent the next few years searching for it. That's when Deacon joined them. They finally found it, 9 days ago. But Deacon had no intention of activating the machine. He hid the key, shaped like a clasp, to sell to the highest bidder. But Foe's gang caught up with him before the auction could take place, Valkyrie said. They chased him, and he accidentally fell into a wood chipper. Ryan winced. Yeah, said Valkyrie. So now Foe is hunting for the key, Skulduggery said. Their hunt led them to the library, and our hunt led us to them. And both hunts have led to you, Ryan. Ryan looked at his hand. But the key's gone. It crumbled when I held it. It's just dust now. The key wasn't what you held, Skulduggery said. It's the imprint it left on your skin. I've got good news and bad news for you, Ryan. The bad news is that you're the only one in the world who can activate the Doomsday Machine, and Foe and his gang are never going to stop coming after you. The good news is that with myself and Valkyrie protecting you, you stand a very good chance of emerging from this relatively unscathed. Valkyrie looked at the back of Skulduggery's head. You said they'd probably try to cut his hand off. I said relatively, Skulduggery reminded her. Chapter 4. Deacon Mabry's apartment was trashed. Skulduggery and Valkyrie went first to check if it was safe, and Ryan crept in after them. Papers littered the bad carpet. The ugly couch had been slashed open, and its stuffing had been pulled out like fluffy intestines. Chairs were overturned, picture frames smashed, and every drawer taken from its slot, the contents dumped and scattered. What exactly are we looking for in this mess? Valkyrie asked. Foe secured the Doomsday Machine somewhere, Skulduggery said, picking through the debris. We need to find out where. Maybe we'll get lucky and discover that Deacon was an avid journal keeper. But if we can't find a solid lead to take us to the machine, there might be something else here. A clue or a name. Something that will take us a step further. Valkyrie sighed. I hate looking for clues. Ryan smiled at the cuteness of Valkyrie's sulk. Looking for clues is an integral part of detective work, Skulduggery told her. I prefer the part where we hit people. That's just because you have a violent nature. You should endeavour to be more peace-loving, like Ryan. Ryan stopped admiring Valkyrie and frowned. Why am I peace-loving? Skulduggery said, looking up. Oh, I meant nothing by it. I just assumed you were peace-loving because you seem to be terrible at violence. Plus, you scream a lot. Just because I don't go around getting into fights every day doesn't mean I can't fight, Ryan said, his voice growing warm. Not being good at violence is nothing to be ashamed of, Skulduggery said, standing a filing cabinet upright and sifting through it. If there were more people like you in the world, there'd be less need for people like us. I don't have a violent nature, Valkyrie growled. And I'm not peace-loving, Ryan insisted. But you do scream a lot, Skulduggery said. How can you know that? Ryan asked. You've known me for, 2 hours? And in those 2 hours you have spent most of your time screaming, Skulduggery shrugged. I really can't see how my logic can be faulted. I don't have a violent nature, Valkyrie repeated. Of course you don't, Skulduggery said as he continued to sift the files in the cabinet. Entirely my mistake. Valkyrie scowled and started sorting through the papers on the floor. She hadn't been too interested in Ryan's defence of his manliness. He couldn't say he blamed her. She was a sorcerer who battled evil villains every other day. He was a chubby loser who needed girls to fight his battles for him. The only way he was going to change how she thought of him was to do something so brave and noble that she couldn't fail to be impressed. He turned and screamed at a middle-aged woman who stood in the doorway. The middle-aged woman was startled by the scream, but not half as startled as Ryan himself. It had been a surprisingly high-pitched scream this time, and, to make matters worse, it resulted in Valkyrie leaping in front of him protectively. "Oh!" said the middle-aged woman. She wore a floral dress and a cardigan. As middle-aged women went, she wasn't particularly frightening. Skulduggery walked forward, a new false face smiling broadly. "Hello there," he said. "How are you on this fine day? Come in, come in. And you are—" "Francine," the woman said, a little flustered. "I live down the hall. What are you doing in Deacon Mabry's apartment?" "You know Deacon?" Skulduggery asked. Valkyrie walked behind her, checked the corridor for anyone else, then stepped back in and closed the door. "Well, yes," said Francine, frowning at Valkyrie and then looking at Skulduggery. "He's my neighbour, and a good man. If you're robbing him, I must warn you, we don't take kindly to that sort of thing here." "We're not robbing him," Skulduggery said. "But I'm afraid I have some bad news." "Is it Deacon?" Francine asked, her eyes wide. "It is." "Is he sick?" "It's a little worse than that," she gasped. "He's dying?" "He was briefly dying," said Skulduggery. "Now he's dead." Francine's mouth dropped open. "What? Deacon? Deacon is dead?" "I'm afraid so." "Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no." She sagged, and Valkyrie caught her before she collapsed. "My Deacon! My poor Deacon!" Valkyrie staggered over to the only upright chair and dumped Francine into it. "He was so strong," Francine sobbed, "so proud, so much dignity. How did he die?" "Wood chipper," said Valkyrie. Francine wailed again, pounding the table with her little fists. "Why?" she cried. "Why did you take him, Lord?" Valkyrie looked at Skulduggery, and Skulduggery shrugged. Valkyrie said, "I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sure he was I'm sure—" She faltered and gave a shrug of her own. Ryan looked at Skulduggery, but he showed no signs of offering any real comfort to the poor woman. "You obviously loved him very much," Ryan said, surprising himself by stepping forward. "I did," Francine sobbed. "I'm sure he loved you back." Francine looked up, her eyes red and puffy and pleading. "Did he ever mention me?" Ryan hesitated, and Valkyrie smirked at him from behind Francine. "All the time," he said. "Yes, God, every time I spoke to him he was all Francine this and Francine that, and oh, how I love Francine." "He said that?" Something along those lines, definitely." Francine clasped her hands to her chest. "I knew it," she said. "I knew he loved me. All those long silences, all those awkward moments. I should have told him I felt the same way. Then we could have... She broke off into a fit of sobbing. Behind her, Valkyrie gave Ryan the thumbs up. He had a feeling she meant it sarcastically. "Did you talk to Deacon much?" Skulduggery asked, leaning down to gently pat her hand. "Did you tell each other about your days? Did you confide in each other?" "With a love like ours," Francine warbled, "we didn't need words." "How inconvenient," Skulduggery muttered, straightening up immediately and walking away. "Francine," Ryan said, "we're looking for something that Deacon was keeping for us. Do you know where it is? It'll be big now, as big as a house." Francine blinked away tears. "What could he have had that was as big as a house?" Ryan frowned. He really had no answer to that. "A house?" Valkyrie said quickly. "He had a house. He was keeping it for us. One of those mobile houses. You know the kind." "A mobile home?" Francine asked. "Something like that. A little bigger. Do you remember if he ever mentioned a warehouse or some kind of big storage facility that he visited?" Francine frowned. "Well, I heard him on the phone once. I remember him saying something about having the paperwork for a warehouse that was cluttering up his files." "It has to be here somewhere," Skulduggery said, going back to the filing cabinet. Valkyrie went into the bedroom and started pulling the place apart. "Did I say something wrong?" Francine asked. "No," Ryan said. "Actually, you've been a big help. Would you like something? A cup of tea, or—" "I should get back to my apartment," Francine said, standing slowly. "I need to lie down. This is all a big shock to me." "I'm really sorry," Ryan said. She smiled weakly, took a step, and swayed. Ryan jumped for her, wrapping one of her arms round his neck. "I'll help you," he said. "Thank you," she replied. A tear rolled down her cheek. "You're very nice." While Skulduggery and Valkyrie searched, Ryan hobbled along with Francine out of the apartment and down the corridor. She was light, but awkward. "Your friends are a little odd," Francine said. "I know. The girl's pretty, though. Is she your girlfriend?" Ryan gave a laugh, realized he was blushing. "No, she's not. We've just met, actually." "My apartment's round the corner," Francine said, gesturing ahead of them and sniffing. "Do you want my advice? Don't make the same mistake I made with Deacon. Tell her how you feel." "I really just met her. But you like her, don't you?" Yeah, I suppose." He helped her round the corner. "Seize the moment," Francine said. "You never know when you might get another chance at happiness." "I'll think about it," he promised, hoping that she'd change the subject before anyone overheard them. "My apartment's just up ahead," Francine said, standing a little straighter. "You really are very nice. Such good manners, helping me all the way to my door." "It's no trouble." "Unfortunately," Francine said, "it will be." "Sorry? It will be what?" "Trouble," Francine said. "It will be a lot of trouble." Vincent Foe walked out of the apartment ahead of them. Chapter 5. Ryan spun, grabbed Francine, tried to drag her with him, but she laughed. She got an arm round his throat before he could call for help and hauled him backwards. He kicked and struggled, but she was much too strong. And then he was in the apartment, and Foe was closing the door behind them. Francine released him, and Ryan jumped away, almost colliding with Obloquy. Samuel watched him from the corner of the room. "If you shout or scream," Foe said, "I'll kill you." "And then we'll kill Valkyrie," said Francine. She looked at Foe and grinned. "He's got a little crush on her." Foe raised an eyebrow. "Is that right? Well, can't say I blame you, Ryan. She's a fine-looking girl. If I were a few 100 years younger, I'd be in there like a shot, believe you me. I'm not altogether sure what she'd ever see in you, though. You don't seem quite up to her standard. No offence, but you're kind of unexceptional. Maybe he's hoping she'll like him for his sense of humour, Obloquy chuckled. Young love, Foe said, almost wistfully. If you're lucky, you might have a chance to confess to her your eternal devotion, so long as you do exactly what I tell you. Ryan's mouth was so dry his voice was a croak. I'm not going to help you destroy the world. Yes, you are. It doesn't make any sense. If you want to die, why don't you just kill yourselves and leave everyone else out of it? Where's the drama in that? Asked Francine. Foe glanced at her. That's getting really disconcerting, you know. That's something, she murmured. And Ryan watched as Francine flickered, and he glimpsed someone underneath, someone slimmer wearing black with a bandaged arm. And then Francine was gone, and Mercy stood there. That better? Much, Foe said, turning his attention back to Ryan. We're going to destroy the world because there's absolutely no point to its continued existence. There were 100 things Ryan wanted to say. That's it? That's the reason? You want to kill everyone because you can't see the point? What kind of stupid, pathetic, selfish reason is that? But he didn't say any of it, because he was too scared. Because he wasn't the hero. Because he was the one who was waiting for someone to rescue him. There was a knock on the door. Francine! It was Valkyrie's voice. Mercy stepped up to Ryan, pressing a blade against his belly. Francine! Valkyrie called. Is Ryan in there with you? Foe looked at Ryan and held his finger to his lips as Obloquy went to the door. The knife dug into Ryan's skin painfully. He had to warn her. He had to. He just couldn't stand here and keep quiet. I know what you're thinking, Mercy whispered. I can see it all over your face. Just know that if you make a sound, I'll kill you and cut off your hand. Valkyrie knocked again, and Mercy looked towards the door, and a sudden pressure built up inside Ryan until he shoved her away from him. And then Samuel was there, a hand closing round his throat, and Ryan was moving with his feet off the ground, slamming back into the wall. Samuel's fingers were like steel, and Ryan's vision clouded, dimmed, and a distant part of him knew he was about to pass out. The window exploded. Ryan dropped. He sucked in air, and his head pounded. There was movement all around him. Foe flew backwards over the couch. Skulduggery was there, flipping Mercy over his hip. The door came down, on top of Obloquy, Valkyrie clambering over it, shouting at Ryan to run. Ryan's legs, like concrete. Around him shouts and curses and the sound of breaking things. Samuel hitting Valkyrie so hard she folded in mid-air. Foe diving at Skulduggery. The floor moved, and Ryan realized he was stumbling. He didn't even remember ordering his legs to do it. He climbed over the door, slid down it, rolled out into the corridor, got to his hands and knees, trying to get his brain back in gear. "Oh, God! Oh, God!" he muttered, and stood, walked and ran down to the corner, through the corridor, running for the stairs, leaving Skulduggery and Valkyrie to fight behind him. He got to the stairs and stopped. He couldn't leave them. They'd saved his life. He had this stupid key imprinted onto his hand, and they were fighting to protect him. He couldn't abandon them. He had to help. There was nothing he could do, but he had to help. He had to try. He had to do something. They would want him to run, he knew that. They would want him to run to safety, to leave the fighting to the professionals. They didn't expect him to turn back and help. But he had no choice. Ryan turned, ran back the way he had come. An old man was in the corridor, blinking. "I've phoned the police," he said. "Get back inside," Ryan told him. "Lock the door!" The old man nodded, shuffled out of the corridor, and then Valkyrie came crashing through the wall of his apartment in a shower of broken plaster and chipboard. The old man howled in shock, ran past Ryan, sprinting round the corner with surprising agility. Valkyrie was on the floor in a cloud of dust, groaning and trying to get up. Obloquy climbed through the broken wall after her and saw Ryan. "Run!" Valkyrie shouted. Ryan ran. He got to the corner before he heard Obloquy's voice in his head. "Pain. Feel pain. Too much pain to move." And Ryan staggered, doubled up, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He looked back, saw Obloquy, and now he dropped to his knees, trying not to cry out. The pain was building, intensifying, the closer Obloquy got to him. And then Valkyrie was there, covered in dust and swinging both arms, and the pain went away as Obloquy hurtled into a wall. Mercy stepped out behind her, and Ryan shouted a warning. But even as Valkyrie spun, Mercy was opening her mouth, and that red stream of energy slammed straight into Valkyrie's chest, throwing her back. Skulduggery leaped from nowhere, barging into Mercy, and Ryan scrambled over to Valkyrie, his eyes wide, expecting to see a gaping, bloody hole. But when she came to a groaning stop, there was no injury, just trails of steam that rose from her jacket. He grabbed her, pulled her up. There were gunshots. With every deafening bang, Ryan yelped and flinched, but he managed to drag Valkyrie round the corner before either of them was horribly killed. She straightened up, taking a deep breath and rubbing her chest. He had to ask, "Why aren't you dead?" "Protective clothing," she said, eyes scanning the corridor. "You don't think I wear this outfit just because it's tight, do you?" She ran to the window at the end of the corridor, flattened both hands against the air. The glass exploded outwards, and the frame splintered. "Come on," she said, climbing onto the narrow sill. "Oh," Ryan said. She looked back at him. "Move!" He swallowed and did what she ordered. As he searched for the securest position possible, fingers curling round the edge of the wall, he tried not to look at the concrete courtyard below them. We're not going to jump, are we?" She took hold of his arm and said gently, "Not if you don't want to." He relaxed, his grip on the edge of the wall loosening slightly, and that's when she stepped off the sill and yanked him after her. Ryan screamed as they plummeted to the ground, the wind rushing into his mouth and up his nose and through his hair, and suddenly it was buffeting them both, slowing their descent. He saw Valkyrie's hand move, like she was orchestrating the air. They landed heavily, but at least they didn't go splat. Ryan staggered away from her. "Oh, my God! Oh, my God!" Skulduggery dropped down in front of him, and Ryan screamed again. "Well said," Skulduggery muttered, reloading his revolver. "We'd better hurry now. Come along." They ran through the tunnel connecting the courtyard to the street on the other side of the apartment buildings. Skulduggery put his gun away and let his facade flow over his skull. They got in the Bentley, and the car roared and shot forward. "Everyone okay?" Skulduggery asked. "I'm in pain," Valkyrie groaned. "Ryan?" Ryan nodded quickly. "I'm fine. I'm okay. I'm not hurt." "Are you shaking yet?" Ryan looked at his hand. "No." "It'll start any minute now." Ryan's hand began to tremble violently. "Oh, well, yeah. I'm definitely shaking now." He laughed. It was a weird sound. "Geoffrey's going to have his hands full explaining this one," Valkyrie said as she brushed the dust off her jacket. It rose from her in small clouds. "Please don't do that in the car," Skulduggery said. "You didn't say Mercy could do that," Ryan said. "She changed shape. She's a shape-changer." "Actually," Skulduggery said, "she's not. Francine was a psychic image, basically an illusion. Physically, there was no disguise. That was Mercy sitting at the table, talking to us in her normal form, but our minds reinterpreted Mercy as Francine. We heard Francine's voice." "I smelled her perfume," Ryan said. "She's an illusion. The only person in Dublin In all of Ireland, really, capable of disguising her like that, is a man called Robert Crassus. In wartime, his skills were invaluable. We might have 20 people ready to storm an enemy position, but thanks to Crassus, it would look like we had 1,000.
So he's a good guy? Valkyrie asked. Then why did he help Foe?
I don't know, Skulduggery said. I suppose we'll have to ask him. Chapter 6. On the way to see Crassus, they stopped off so Ryan and Valkyrie could get something to eat. They each bought a Coke and a sandwich, but Skulduggery made them eat with their heads sticking out of the window to avoid crumbs being dropped. Ryan didn't dare open his Coke in case it fizzed out over the seats, and by the time the Bentley pulled over, his throat was parched. Skulduggery led the way to an old workshop in a quiet part of town. He knocked on the door and waited. When Robert Crassus opened the door, he looked at Skulduggery and Valkyrie, but barely glanced at Ryan. He was a man in his 60s. He was tall, broad-shouldered. His hair was grey, his jaw coated in stubble. "Can I help you?" "Hello, Robert," said Skulduggery. "Mind if we come in?" "Skulduggery," Crassus frowned, peering at it. "Since when do you have a face?" "It's a relatively new addition. We'd like a word if that's okay." Crassus hesitated, then stepped back to allow them through the door. They walked into a carpenter's workshop, to the smell of wood shavings and varnish. It was a big space, no windows, lit in spots that allowed the darkness to soak in around the edges. Skulduggery let his face melt away, and he took off his hat and looked around. "This reminds me of your place in Venice." "Before it was burned down," Crassus responded. "Skulduggery, I don't mean to be rude, but I was really hoping never to see you again." "You know why we're here?" Crassus shook his head. The muscles in his jaw tightened. "All I want is to be left alone. I'm out of the game, but people keep pulling me back. After years of not being involved in any craziness, suddenly there's one after another, and all I want to do is be a carpenter and grow old."
"You want to get old?" Valkyrie asked, sounding surprised.
"Staying young isn't all it's cracked up to be," Crassus said. "I've been young and strong and healthy for 200 years. I've had to leave my home countless times to stop my mortal friends from wondering why I never seemed to age. Then I met Sarah, and she became my wife. And suddenly, I had someone I wanted to grow old with. So I stopped doing magic. Up until 2 weeks ago, I hadn't done magic in nearly 15 years. I went grey. Last month I noticed a bald spot. It was working. I was aging again. But now it'll take years for me to age a day." "This last job you did," Skulduggery said, "it was for Mercy Chariot, wasn't it?" Crassus nodded. "They came in the back, the whole lot of them. Deacon Maybury, the idiot, had mentioned what I used to do for the sanctuary, and they remembered. Of course they remembered. So they came in, threatened me, threatened my wife, my kids. What could I do?" "We're not blaming you," Skulduggery said. "So I did it. I made her into a frumpy little woman. It wasn't my best work, but it would do for a few hours, which is all they wanted it for. Sorry if any of you were hurt, but I have a family to protect."
"We weren't hurt," Valkyrie said. "But Deacon Maybury, he was killed a few days ago."
Crassus looked at her for a moment, saying nothing. He swallowed and nodded. "That's a shame," he said, his eyes drifting down. "He was... I'd like to say he was a good man, but he was... Deacon. I owed him, though. He was the one who actually introduced me to Sarah. He'd asked her out on the previous week, and she'd laughed so hard she fell over. It was love at first sight for Sarah and me. So I owed him.
I did. It's a real pity I'll never get to repay him.
Ryan tried opening his Coke quietly. It fizzed and they all looked at him. He blushed. "Maybe you can repay him," Skulduggery said, looking back at Crassus. "When you were working on Mercy, did any of them say anything? They have the Doomsday Machine hidden away somewhere, and we need to find it." "Foe has the Doomsday Machine," Crassus said, his eyes widening. "And Deacon was working with those guys."
"He planned to sell the key to whoever paid him enough," Valkyrie said.
Crassus stared at her, stared at Skulduggery, stared at Ryan, then stared at his hands.
"It's a good thing he's dead," he said, "because if I had the chance, I'd kill him myself. I did hear something, actually. I heard Obloquy complain that there were always people around whenever they'd check on it. They never said what it was, but obviously it was the machine. Mercy was supposed to stay still and quiet while I worked, but she kept moving and joining in with the conversation. She was joking that if their car broke down, they'd all have to get the Lewis. She said they'd be riding the tram to the end of the world. I told her to shut up or I'd have to start again. I should have let her keep talking."
"You wouldn't happen to have a street map of Dublin, would you?" Skulduggery asked.
Yeah," Crassus said. "I think I have one somewhere around here."
He went off to search, and Skulduggery picked up a thick felt pen off a desk that was littered with paperwork.
"They've hidden the machine in a public place," he said, "and it's somewhere on or near a tram line."
Crassus came back with a tattered map and laid it out on a large, freshly carved table. Skulduggery started drawing lines down streets, drawing in the routes the Lewis tram went down. Crassus and Valkyrie pored over the map, and Ryan, not wanting to feel left out, did the same. He put his Coke on the table and did his best to appear as smart as the other people in the room. When Skulduggery had marked all the routes, they examined the map anew.
"Lot of public places," Valkyrie murmured.
"A very large amount," Ryan said, nodding like he was contributing.
"Ryan," Skulduggery said, and for a moment Ryan thought that he'd accidentally solved the mystery.
"Yes?"
he said eagerly. "Could you take your Coke off the map, please?"
"Oh," Ryan said. "Sorry." He lifted his bottle. There was now a wet circle around Dundrum. To hide his blush, he took a long swig from his drink.
"The heaviest population centres would be here, here, and here," Skulduggery said, marking the map with X's. "If the machine is hidden outdoors, we should be looking for areas that have had extensive construction work in the last few years. If it's indoors, then we're looking for new public buildings or shopping areas."
The Coke went down the wrong way, and Ryan choked, gagged, and spat a mouthful all over the map. Skulduggery, Crassus, and Valkyrie looked at him.
"Sorry," he wheezed, before doubling over into a coughing fit. "Maybe you should get some air," Skulduggery suggested.
Ryan nodded, coughing too much to respond, and staggered out of the door. His eyes were streaming, and he knew his face was glowing an attractive shade of red. He went to the Bentley and leaned against it, finally getting the coughing under control. Not his finest moment.
"How are you doing, Ryan?"
He looked around as Valkyrie walked up.
"I'm okay," he said.
"Just choking a bit. Sorry about that. I hope I didn't spit any on you."
"Don't worry about it."
He became aware of her looking at him, and he looked away.
"Why do you do that?"
"Why do I do what?"
"Why do you look away whenever I look at you?"
Ryan said. "I don't know. I think once I realise that I'm looking someone in the eye, I forget how long I'm supposed to do it. So I don't know. I suppose I look away before it gets weird." She smiled.
"You're an oddball."
"Yeah," he said, sagging. Valkyrie didn't notice the sag. She was looking up the street, watching the people pass.
"But that's okay. We're all oddballs here."
Now that she wasn't paying attention, he could look at her. He liked her face. She was very pretty. She had a cute nose and a single dimple when she smiled. He'd always wanted a girlfriend like her, someone impressive, someone confident. He'd like to go back to school once the summer was over and have her beside him. Then everyone would stop and stare, and they'd think to themselves that there must be more to this Ryan guy after all. But he'd never get a girlfriend like her. He knew that. Girls like Valkyrie saw him as a friend only. They went off with the good-looking guys or the cool guys, or the guys who didn't make fools of themselves at regular intervals. A girl like Valkyrie would never be impressed with someone like Ryan. He looked away before she looked back. He didn't want her to catch him watching. "You're coping pretty well, you know," she said, facing him again. "When I first saw Skulduggery and all this stuff, I freaked. I actually blacked out." "You fainted?" "No," she said, her good humour fading. "I blacked out. There's a difference." He grinned. "You fainted." "Shut up. You're handling this well, that's all I'm saying. You haven't once asked to go home." His grin went away. "Why would I? You're not that much older than me, you know." She frowned. "What's that got to do with anything?" "I'm 15. You're, 17? So? That's only 2 years difference," Ryan said hotly. "We're practically the same age, and you're treating me like I'm a child. Fine, okay? You have no interest in me. I'm used to that. But don't stand there and talk down to me like you're so much better than I am." Valkyrie looked at him and didn't say anything. He started to feel stupid. Then she folded her arms and tilted her hips, and it only got worse. "First of all," she said, "I'm not talking down to you or treating you like a child. But you expect me to want to go home." "Of course I do. You were attacked. You're in danger. You're hanging around with people who can do magic. You've had what we call in the business a shock. Usually when people get a shock, they want to retreat to a safe place so that they can process what they've seen. Most people would want to go home right now, but not you. You haven't mentioned home, haven't mentioned your family, haven't tried to run off or call the cops. You were coping well, Ryan. That's all I said. That's all I meant. I have no idea what our ages have to do with anything or what you're talking about when you say, 'I have no interest.'" "Oh," he said. "And the only time you've actually acted like a child," she said, "is right now." "I don't like petulance, Ryan. I don't respond well to it." "Right. When it comes to this kind of stuff, I'm the only one who is allowed to sulk. Skulduggery understands that. Do you?" "Yes," he said, nodding quickly. "I'm sorry." "You better be. I really am. I gave you a compliment and you jumped down my throat." She narrowed her eyes at him. "And what was all that about having no interest? Having no interest in what?" "Oh, nothing." "Don't make me hit you, Ryan." He winced. "I don't know, I thought you saw me as, as a kid, and I was just saying that while obviously you'd never, go out with someone like me, there's still no reason to talk down to me, which you weren't doing, and I apologise again for thinking you were." "But what does me going out or not going out with someone like you have to do with anything?" Ryan tried to smile. "I really don't know anymore. It made sense when I said it." She shook her head, looked about to say something else, then stopped. "Oh," she said. She was looking at him now like Andrea from school had looked at him when he'd asked her to the movies. She was looking at him with a kind of gentle pity. "That's okay," he said. "You don't have to worry about it." "Ryan, we only just met." He nodded. "Absolutely." "It's not that I never would," Valkyrie said, "but I generally go for guys older than me, you know." Ryan tried to laugh. "Like vampires?" Her tone turned sharp. "We don't joke about vampires, Ryan." "Right, sorry." "I think you're nice," Valkyrie said, softening again. "But let's concentrate on being friends for the time being. All right?" "Sure. Yeah. Don't worry." The workshop door opened and Skulduggery emerged.
"Ryan," he said, "stop leaning against my car."
"Sorry," Ryan mumbled, straightening up. Skulduggery stopped in front of them. He was wearing a different face,
and he put his hat on. "I have solved the mystery," he announced. "Before I take you to where the Doomsday Machine is located, I would like you both to acknowledge how brilliant I am."
"Oh," said Ryan. "You're brilliant?" "You're okay," said Valkyrie.
"That's good enough for me," Skulduggery nodded. "Get in the car. We've got a world to save." Chapter 7. They drove into Dundrum town centre and parked in the multi-storey. Along the way, Skulduggery had pulled over 3 times to allow Ryan to pee. If Ryan had wanted Valkyrie to start thinking of him as older and more mature than he was, he knew he was not going about it the right way. Once the Bentley found a place to park, they got out.
"How did you know it was here?" Valkyrie asked.
Skulduggery checked his facade in the wing mirror, then straightened up. "Simple detective work," he said. "We're going to need some more quiet to wait until everyone's gone. We'll search for the machine tonight, dismantle it, and then it'll all be over."
They started walking. "Shouldn't we call in the Cleavers?" Valkyrie asked. "We'll find it faster with 100 people looking for it."
"I'd prefer to approach this with a little more delicacy," Skulduggery said. "The 3 of us should be fine." He looked at Ryan. "Nervous?"
"A little,"
Ryan admitted.
"Why Foe and the others are waiting for us?"
"They might pay a visit to the machine," Skulduggery conceded. "But they're not going to be lying in wait. They have no idea that we know it's here." They passed from the car park into the mall. Valkyrie appeared to trust Skulduggery without hesitation, but Ryan was more cautious. Every time someone walked too close, he'd hop away, waiting for their image to flicker and drop, revealing Mercy or Obloquy or Foe. But the people in the mall seemed to be actual people, focused on their conversations or their shopping, and the only time they glanced at Ryan was when he stumbled awkwardly away from them. Valkyrie raised an eyebrow at him.
"You're not very good at acting casual."
"I forget how," Ryan confessed, skipping away from a suspicious-looking 2-year-old holding a balloon. Skulduggery and Valkyrie walked up the travelator, and Ryan followed, flinching away from an old woman with a wrinkled prune face. They approached a stocky security guard. "Excuse me, good sir," Skulduggery began. The security guard turned to them.
"I'm a woman," she said.
"And a fetching one you are, too," Skulduggery continued, smiling. "Which way to the security control room?"
The security guard frowned.
"Why? What business do you have there? Who are you?"
"All good questions," Skulduggery said, nodding. "And all questions I would love to answer. Unfortunately, we only have time for one answer, and since my question was the first, and let's be honest, the most important question, I feel that it is the question that deserves an answer. So, your security control room?"
The security guard folded her arms.
"Do you have the authority to be there?"
Skulduggery's false face fixed her with a glare. "Do I have the authority?" he repeated. "Do I have the authority? Tell me, my dear, do I not look like I have the authority? Do I not look like the type of person who goes wherever he sees fit to go? Or do I look like the kind of person who needs permission to do the things that need to be done?"
Said the security guard, her arms no longer folded. Skulduggery loomed over her.
"There are things in this world that would turn your hair white. Threats and dangers to your very way of life that would send you shrieking into the corner to tremble and sob. Someone needs to protect the world from these dangers and threats. Is that someone going to be you? Is it? Because if it is, my companions and I will leave right now and entrust to you our continued survival. But if you have doubts, if you think you might falter right when you are needed to make the ultimate sacrifice, then tell us now and step back, for saving the world is what we do, and we're really very good at it."
The security guard's lip trembled, and she pointed to a door.
"That way," she said. "Turn left."
Skulduggery clamped a hand onto her shoulder. "You are doing fine work," he told her, and led the way to the door. When they were through, he walked past the left turn,
to a room at the end of the concrete corridor. Inside was a table and 2 chairs. Ryan reckoned this must be where they kept the shoplifters while they waited for the cops to arrive. "We shouldn't be bothered in here," Skulduggery said, closing the door behind them. His false face melted away as he looked at his pocket watch. 3 hours until closing. Make yourselves comfortable. He sat at the table and took off his hat. Ryan and Valkyrie remained standing. "I still don't understand why they want to destroy the world," said Ryan. "Foe said he couldn't see the point of life, but, I mean, that's a really silly reason." "They're bad guys," Valkyrie told him. "Villains. Some villains have proper plans. Others don't. They've just been around for a few hundred years. Given enough time, a stray thought can become an obsession, and then a purpose. They're nuts, Ryan. They're actually insane people who all agree with one another."
"Insanity fuels insanity," Skulduggery said, nodding. "Just as stupidity fuels stupidity."
"Speaking of stupidity," Valkyrie said, "I'm just going to ask this one more time, and you better give me an answer because I haven't a clue how you worked it out. How do we know the machine is here?"
A moment passed before Skulduggery spoke again.
"Ryan told me," he said.
Ryan looked at him. "I told you what?"
Skulduggery raised his head, and he looked at Ryan with those hollow eye sockets. "You told me the machine was hidden in Dundrum. Completely unconsciously, of course. You tried to hide Dundrum on the map with your bottle of Coke. Then you tried to distract us with a coughing fit."
Ryan said. "What?"
"The drive over confirmed it, stopping 3 times to relieve yourself. You were only delaying the inevitable."
"No, I wasn't," Ryan said. "What are you talking about? How would I know where the machine was hidden?" "And why would Ryan be trying to stop us from finding it?" Valkyrie asked.
Skulduggery hesitated.
"Ryan, why haven't you asked to go home?"
Ryan frowned, genuinely and completely puzzled.
"What?"
"You haven't asked to go home," Skulduggery said. "You haven't tried to call home, to tell them you're okay, even though they must be worried about you by now."
Ryan glowered, angry at having to admit this in front of Valkyrie. I'm running away." Valkyrie's eyes widened.
"What? Why?"
"It's a long story."
"No, it isn't," said Skulduggery.
Valkyrie swatted the skeleton's arm.
"Skulduggery, shut up. Ryan, what's wrong?" My dad died. My mum remarried. He's an okay guy, but I don't like being in that house. It reminds me..."
"No, it doesn't," Skulduggery said.
"Stop interrupting," Ryan shouted. "You don't know what it's like. You don't know."
"You don't know either," Skulduggery said. "I'm really sorry to have to tell you this, Ryan. But the reason you don't want to go home is because there is no home to go to. Ryan, you're not real. You don't exist."
Ryan stared at him.
"What?"
"You're Deacon Maybury," Skulduggery said. "You're a hiding place who thinks it's a boy."
Chapter 8. Ryan backed away.
"You're crazy."
"I am," Skulduggery said. "But I'm also right. Deacon planned this whole thing, as much as he could anyway. He hid the key, faked his own death, and then went to Crassus, called in that old favour. He told Crassus to make him look inconspicuous. Someone Foe would never suspect of having anything to do with any of this."
"Skulduggery," Valkyrie said softly. "Are you sure?"
Crassus only looked at Ryan twice in the whole time we were there. He wanted to tell us, but I expect he'd made a promise to stay quiet. Once his new image was in place, Deacon went to work on his own mind. He couldn't take the chance that Obloquy would be able to read his thoughts. He had to disappear completely. He subdued his personality and replaced it with Ryan, a good boy, a decent person.
"You're wrong," Ryan said. "I don't know what you're talking about, but you're wrong."
I wish I was, Skulduggery said, but I rarely am. Deacon planned to hide away until Foe lost his trail. Ryan, can you remember what you did this morning?
I got up, Ryan said. Had breakfast with my mum.
Again, I'm sorry to tell you, but that's a false memory. The person you think is your mother doesn't exist.
Ryan had an ache somewhere in his chest. No, she's my mum. She's my mum and I love her.
I know you do, Skulduggery said. Deacon is very thorough, and there's only so much a sensitive can do to suppress a personality, especially when he works on himself. Cracks start to show much earlier. That's why you were at the library today. Somewhere in your subconscious, you knew it was important. You knew exactly where to find that key.
Ryan realized he was crying. He wiped away tears.
When we were looking at the map, you knew we wanted to dismantle the machine. Your subconscious didn't want that, so it tried to block our way here.
You're wrong, Ryan said.
I'm right. You know I'm right.
No, you're not. I know who I am.
Which is why you're crying.
No, Ryan said. Shut up. Stop it. I know who I am. I'm me. What you're saying is stupid. It's ridiculous. I'd know if I wasn't me. I'd know it.
No, you wouldn't. And I'm very sorry.
They hadn't spoken to him in 3 hours. They sat over there at the table. Occasionally he'd hear them talking softly. They were giving him space. From somewhere outside he could hear the announcements, alerting shoppers that the mall was closing. He imagined all the friends and families hurrying out, chatting and laughing, and mothers dragging kids, and kids wailing and crying. Ryan remembered being a kid. He remembered his mum and his dad. He remembered how much he loved his mum and how much he missed his dad. He didn't want to run away any more. He wanted to go home. But the more he thought about going home, the less real it became. It was dark in the room when Valkyrie came over. She sat on the ground beside him, her back against the wall. "Hey, Ryan," she said, her voice quiet. "That's not my name," he told her. His own voice shook like it always did when he was emotional. At least, that's what he remembered. "I'm going to call you Ryan until I can't call you Ryan anymore," Valkyrie said. "I don't care about Deacon. I've never met him. I don't know him. I know you, Ryan, and I like you." He nodded, didn't answer. "We're going to go looking for the machine now," she said. "We have a few hours before the cleaning crews get here. Skulduggery thinks dismantling the bomb won't be a problem. Do you still want to do it?" Ryan tried to see her pretty face in the gloom. "What would you do if I didn't? Would you cut off my hand and dismantle it yourself? How do you know you can trust me? I'm Deacon, after all. You're still you. There is no me." Her hand found his. Despite himself, Ryan's heartbeat quickened. "We all have a side to ourselves that we don't like," she said. "Skulduggery has one. I have one. Now you have one. But you don't have to be ruled by it. You can make your own choices, Ryan. Deacon wants to sell the machine, to make some money and then leave the mess for someone else to deal with. You want to take it apart so that nobody else can ever use it. You can choose to help us. You can choose to help me." "And me," Skulduggery said from the other side of the room. "Shut up," Valkyrie said, not turning away from Ryan. "Right," said Skulduggery. The ghost of a smile found its way onto Ryan's lips. "If I do help you," he said, "that would really annoy Deacon, wouldn't it?" "Oh," said Valkyrie, "it would." Ryan liked that idea. It was the only way he could think of to have his revenge on a man who had snatched away a family and a life that were never real in the first place. But Ryan's hurt was real.
His pain was real. And for the next few hours, at least, Ryan himself was determined that he himself would be real. "I have one condition," Ryan said. He saw the outline of Valkyrie's head tilting to one side. "Okay," she said cautiously. "If I do this, and I dismantle the bomb, can I kiss you?" He felt her slow smile. "We'll have to see about that," she said, and got up. She pulled him to his feet. Skulduggery led the way out into the mall. The shops themselves were dark and shuttered, but the main strip of the mall was still lit. It was odd, being in a space designed for crowds and seeing it empty. It didn't fit. It wasn't right. It was, all of a sudden, incredibly lonely. They walked down the deactivated travelator, no one talking. They reached the ground floor and Ryan wandered around, his hand held open in front of him. Skulduggery had insisted that once he got close to the machine, he'd start to feel something. A buzzing, maybe. A tingle. Ryan had asked if it would be sore. Skulduggery couldn't promise anything. Valkyrie walked behind him. She pitied him. He knew she did. Of course she did. Who wouldn't? He was a pitiful person who wasn't even a person. He didn't even know what he looked like. Not really. He knew he wasn't 15. He knew he was older. He wondered what colour hair he had. He wondered what his face was like, how his voice sounded. He wondered what his thoughts were like. The only thing he knew was that he wasn't a very nice person, not really, not truly. A nice person wouldn't do something like this. His hand tingled. Slight pins and needles. "I think we're close," he said. His words sounded weird in this place.
"It's below us," said Skulduggery, "built into the foundations. There's an activation panel somewhere around here. Follow the buzzing."
Ryan did as he was told, and led them to a section of the wall. Skulduggery tapped it with his knuckle. It sounded normal to Ryan, but Skulduggery obviously heard something that he didn't. It must have been great to be Skulduggery, to always know what to do, to always know what needed to be done. Even in the false life Deacon Mabry had given him, Ryan had never known that kind of certainty. "Why didn't he make me better?" he asked as Skulduggery continued to tap. Valkyrie looked at him. "What do you mean?" Ryan's laugh came out of nowhere and didn't last long. "I mean, look at me. Why didn't he make me cooler or smarter or better looking? He was creating a whole new person, right? So why did he make him as rubbish as me?" You're not rubbish, Ryan." "Yes, I am. I'm fat and ugly and useless." "Skulduggery," Valkyrie said. "Tell him." Skulduggery stopped tapping the wall and looked at Ryan.
Deacon made someone who would blend in with the background. Someone too unexceptional to notice.
Valkyrie shook her head. "You're meant to make him feel better."
"I'm about to," Skulduggery said. "He made you unexceptional, Ryan. He made you normal as he could. And in doing so, he has single-handedly proven how exceptional normal people can be. When we were at Deacon's apartment, you could have run and left Valkyrie and myself to fight them off ourselves. But you turned back. You turned back to help. You stood up to terrifying people who want to kill the world, who would snap you in two and tear you apart and not lose one wink of sleep over it. And you did so without training or magic. You did so because you were a good person, and you have true courage. You have the kind of courage Deacon Mabry himself never had. He made you the most normal boy he could, and inadvertently he made you so much better than he could ever hope to be."
"Oh," Valkyrie said. "Well, okay. That's better than I thought it was going to be. How are you feeling, Ryan?"
Ryan looked at her.
"I'm feeling pretty special, actually," he said. And she laughed. Skulduggery pressed his thumbs into the wall, and a large section slid to one side. Instead of the mass of wires that Ryan expected, however,
There was a carving of the key in the centre of what looked like a complicated metal maze.
"Oh, good," Skulduggery said.
Valkyrie peered closer. "Is it going to be easy to dismantle?"
"Not in the slightest."
"Do you think you can manage it?" Skulduggery tapped his chin.
"Only with an inordinate amount of luck."
"So we should probably wait for an expert."
"Good God, no," Skulduggery said, jerking his head around. "Where's the fun in that?"
But if you get it wrong, we might all die."
"Yes, that is true. But I probably won't get it wrong."
Valkyrie's eyes flickered to Ryan, then back to Skulduggery. "You probably won't?"
"The odds are in my favour."
"Really?"
"Almost."
"I vote we wait for an expert."
"But that might take 20 minutes or longer, Valkyrie."
"So? It's not like it's counting down or anything. We have all the time in the world."
"And there's no time like the present. Ryan, I'm going to need you to press your hand against the carving. I'll guide you every step of the way from then on."
Valkyrie's tone was firm. "Skulduggery, we are calling this in, and then we're waiting for a bomb disposal expert."
"What will he know that I don't?"
"About the disposal of bombs? Lots."
Skulduggery waved a hand dismissively. "Bombs are simple things. They're designed to go off. What we have to do in order to thwart the bomb is to stop it from going off. What could be more straightforward?"
Valkyrie's fingers closed round Ryan's waist, and she pulled him away. "We are waiting for an expert."
"I think we should let him try,"
said a voice from behind them. They spun, saw Foe and his gang walking up. Foe was grinning.
"It might save us the bother of destroying the world ourselves."
Chapter 9. Valkyrie stepped in front of Ryan, and Skulduggery straightened his tie.
"Excellent," he said. "You've fallen right into our trap."
Foe looked around at the otherwise empty mall, eyebrow raised.
"This is a trap, is it? So this is the bit where all the cleavers appear. This is the part where we surrender due to being completely outnumbered and you cart us off to ourselves?"
"Roughly, yes."
Foe's grin grew wider.
"Has the trap been sprung yet?" "I'm simply not going to dignify that with an answer," said Skulduggery.
Standing behind Obloquy, Samuel was sweating badly. Ryan could see the lines of tension on his face. He looked to be in pain. "Your pet doesn't look too good," Valkyrie said. Foe glanced back, then shrugged.
"When the sun goes down, all a vampire wants to do is rip off his skin and kill everything in sight. Right now, the only thing keeping all of us safe is the last drop of a serum he took. Your boyfriend took something similar, didn't he? What was his name? Kalen."
Valkyrie's shoulders stiffened and her voice grew louder. "He was not my boyfriend."
"Bad breakup, was it? Actually, don't answer that. I heard it was. Bad for him, more than you, though, wasn't it?"
"We don't talk about vampires," Ryan muttered.
Foe smiled and Mercy laughed.
"See," she said. "Told you he fancies her."
"So what if he does?" Valkyrie snapped back. "He's a nice guy. After we smacked you lot around, we may as well give it a go. What's the matter, Mercy? Jealous that two people can like each other when nobody in their right mind would ever like you?" Mercy glared.
"Plenty have liked me."
"Yeah?" Valkyrie said. "I've heard." The glare turned to a scowl.
"Not like that."
"You don't have to justify yourself to me."
"Says the girl who dated a vampire."
"Says the psycho who dated everyone."
"Detective Pleasant," Foe said, interrupting the conversation just when it was getting interesting. "You've gone suspiciously quiet. It's not like you to miss an argument."
"Carry on," Skulduggery said, his head down. "Don't mind me."
Foe frowned.
"What are you doing?"
Skulduggery waited a moment, then looked up and showed them his phone.
"Just sending a message. Reinforcements should be here soon."
Obloquy sagged.
"I told you we should have just attacked them,"
he rumbled.
"But no, you wanted to talk and trade witty banter."
"Shut up, Obloquy," Foe said. "Fine, detective. You want to skip straight to business? Fine with me. Kill them.
Valkyrie pushed Ryan back slightly as Obloquy headed for her and Mercy zeroed in on Skulduggery. "Oh, sure," Valkyrie said. "I'll take the big one, no problem." Foe stayed where he was, his eyes on Ryan. Behind him, Samuel sweated. Mercy opened her mouth, and Skulduggery ducked the stream of energy that carved a furrow across the wall behind him. He dodged behind a pillar, but the stream intensified, melting right through the pillar and taking Skulduggery's hat off his head. Obloquy pressed his hands to his temples and he squeezed, like he wanted to pop his own head open. Valkyrie staggered. She fell to one knee, bringing up her own hands like she was trying to shield herself. Ryan wanted to run and help, but now Foe was walking towards him.
"This doesn't have to hurt," Foe said.
Ryan turned, ran up the still travelator, swung around to the top, and ran up the next one. He was halfway up when he started to seriously regret his choice. His legs were already screaming at him and his lungs were burning. He'd never been able to run for any length of time, not even in the school that he remembered but had never actually attended. He glanced down, saw Skulduggery waving a hand and Mercy flying backwards. Valkyrie was on both knees now, with Obloquy standing directly over her. Darkness pulsed from the ring on her finger, and Obloquy jerked back in shock. His psychic attack must have faltered, because Valkyrie immediately wrapped an arm around each leg. She pressed her shoulder against his belly, and as she lifted, she launched herself forward. Obloquy yelled as he hit the ground, Valkyrie on top, and Ryan saw her first headbutt go in before he reached the top floor and lost her to sight. Staggering slightly, Ryan ran on. No idea where he was going or what he would do when he got there. The mall was terrifying at night. The few lights that were on cast the deepest shadows. Anyone could be hiding in those shadows. Foe stepped out ahead of him, and Ryan yelled and changed course and ran into a potted plant, tripped over it and sprawled onto the floor.
"I'd ask you to activate the machine," Foe said, walking up. "But I don't have the time for an argument. So I'm going to be rude. I hope you don't mind me being rude. It's nothing personal. I'm not going to kill you. Don't think I'm going to kill you. I'm just going to cut off your hand a little bit. You might die from blood loss or trauma or shock. Let's not kid ourselves. But you will not die from me cutting off your hand. When you think about it like that, you have nothing to fear from me or my giant knife." Foe took a machete from his jacket. Ryan crawled away on his hands and knees, panting too hard to get up. "I know some people say they like the thrill of the chase," Foe said, stepping on Ryan's ankle and pinning it there. "But I'm not one of those people. The only thing I care about is ending this world." Ryan collapsed and rolled over onto his back. "Why?" he gasped. "Why do you want to kill everyone?" Foe looked down at him and shrugged. "Because it's Wednesday?" The machete swung down and Ryan screamed and Skulduggery crashed into Foe from behind. They both went stumbling off. Ryan sat up, looking at his hand, making sure it was still there. He realized he was still screaming, so he stopped that and looked around. Skulduggery kicked at Foe's knee, grabbed his head when he bent forward, and cracked it against a narrow pillow. Foe staggered and swung a fist, but Skulduggery stepped inside the swing, latched on and started hitting him with elbows. It was all very violent. Ryan's mother, if she'd existed, would never have approved. "Skulduggery!" Valkyrie shouted from below them. "Ryan!" Skulduggery muttered, as Foe grabbed him around the waist and slammed him against the wall. "Could you take a look and see what she's shouting about now?" Ryan got up, hurried to the railing, looked over. Mercy and Obloquy were down and not moving, but Valkyrie was backing away from Samuel, who was lurching towards her, bent over like he had stomach cramps. Ryan looked back. Foe had his arm wrapped around Skulduggery's neck from behind, and he was dragging him like he wanted to pull Skulduggery's head from his spinal column.
Skulduggery twisted, but Foe adapted, turning his hold into a headlock. Skulduggery reached up, his gloved fingers digging into Foe's eyes. Foe jerked away and lost his grip, and Skulduggery pushed against him, tripping him with a sneaky sweep to the ankle. Foe went down, and Skulduggery landed on top of him.
"Well?"
Skulduggery asked, as he pounded Foe with punches. I don't know," said Ryan. "Samuel looks like he's about to throw up." Surprisingly, Skulduggery and Foe stopped fighting, and they both looked over.
"He's doubled over?"
Foe asked, panting for breath.
"Yeah,"
said Ryan. Foe looked at Skulduggery, and they both stood up.
"You're on your own,"
Foe said, and ran. Ryan frowned, looked down at Samuel again. Samuel's moan of pain drifted up, and then suddenly it turned to a growl. Samuel straightened, digging his fingers into his shirt and ripping it open. No, not just his shirt. His skin, too. Samuel ripped his flesh and his clothes from his body, from the bone-white body that lay beneath. His hands, and even from where he stood, Ryan could see the claws on those hands. Tore Samuel's face off and threw it to one side, revealing the smooth head and big black eyes and jagged teeth. Valkyrie turned and ran, and the vampire bounded after her. Something blurred out of the corner of Ryan's eye, and suddenly Skulduggery was vaulting over the railing and dropping to the ground far below. Ryan ran for the travelator, heading down to help Valkyrie. He heard her cry out and nearly tripped, nearly went head first. There was a crash of breaking glass, and Ryan glimpsed Skulduggery disappearing through a shop window. He was almost at the ground floor when he saw her. Saw Valkyrie hurling fireballs and whipping shadows at the vampire that came at her like a wild animal. It twisted in mid-air, avoiding the slash of darkness Valkyrie sent its way. It landed on her, took her down, its claws raking across her body. She gasped, and it raked again, and again, trying to get through her protective clothing, trying to rend flesh and puncture skin, trying to draw blood. "Hey!" Ryan screamed, running into full view of the monster. "Hey, you! Hey! Come and get me! Come on!" The vampire snapped its head up, snarling. "I've got what you want!" Ryan shouted, holding up his imprinted palm. If Samuel the man was still in there somewhere, maybe he'd remember why all this was going on in the first place. Maybe he'd remember that Ryan was the real target. Or maybe the vampire would just see an easy kill and... The vampire leaped off Valkyrie. Ryan howled in terror and started running again. He glanced back in time to see its claws and its teeth and feel the rush of air as it swooped up and over him. Ryan's feet got mixed up and he tripped over himself. He sat on the ground looking up. The vampire hung in the air looking down. It writhed and snarled, slashed at him with its claws. Skulduggery walked over, hands open, fingers flexing slightly as he held the creature in place. His suit was torn and his tie was crooked. Valkyrie limped over, holding his hat. She showed it to him, and he groaned. There was a large hole burned through the top. The vampire snarled at them all. Skulduggery raised his arms, and the vampire rose in the air. Higher and higher it went, up past every floor. Valkyrie took Ryan's arm, escorted him to the benches. When the vampire couldn't rise any higher, Skulduggery dropped his hands quickly, and the vampire plunged downwards. "This won't kill it," Valkyrie told Ryan as the vampire fell, "but it'll break enough bones to stop it from bothering us." The vampire hit the ground with a satisfying thwack and didn't get up. Skulduggery examined his poor hat and laid it to one side. "Ryan," he said, "I know you've been through a lot, but there is the small matter of dismantling a bomb to get through, and then I'll let you rest. I promise." Chapter 10. With Skulduggery's guidance, Ryan dismantled the doomsday machine. He rendered each and every part of it inert. When it was done, when the last piece was made useless, his hand started to burn. He hissed, looked at his palm, and the imprint faded to nothing.
"Well done, Ryan," Skulduggery said. "You saved the world."
"You knew exactly what to do," Ryan said. "You did know how to dismantle it after all."
"I'm glad you got that impression," Skulduggery said kindly. "But really, I could have just as easily killed us all. Still, it's better than waiting around for the experts, isn't it?"
He took a set of handcuffs from his belt and went to shackle the unconscious prisoners, leaving Ryan and Valkyrie alone. "How long do I have?" Ryan asked. Valkyrie hesitated. "Skulduggery said... He said that as soon as this was over, one way or the other, Deacon's personality would start to reassert itself. So I don't have long," Ryan said quietly. I'm afraid not."
Ryan nodded. He didn't say anything. He didn't trust his voice not to break.
"You probably saved my life back there," Valkyrie said. "That was a very brave thing you did." Ryan managed to smile. "Maybe it's something you'll remember me for." "I definitely think so." "I don't feel very brave right now. To be honest, I kind of feel like crying." Valkyrie's hand rested on his shoulder. "I really don't want to die," Ryan said. He was crying now. He didn't care. The only thing he cared about was that in a few moments he wouldn't be here anymore. He wouldn't exist. They'd stopped Foe and the others from destroying the world, but Ryan's world was ending just the same. "It's not fair. How come Deacon gets to live and I don't?" "I don't know," Valkyrie said softly. "Isn't there anything you can do? Maybe Skulduggery can do something. Maybe he knows someone who can block Deacon from coming back, or—" "I'm sorry, Ryan," Valkyrie said. She was crying too. This pretty girl with the single dimple when she smiled. She was crying for him. This pretty girl who would never go out with a guy like Ryan, not in a million years, was sitting here with her arm round him, and they were crying together. He fought to control his sobs. When he could speak, he spoke quietly. "Could I have that kiss now?" She looked at him. "Definitely," she said, and leaned in. He turned his head slightly, didn't know if he should close his eyes or keep them open, but when their lips met, his eyes closed. His first kiss in 15 years of false memories. His only kiss in 15 hours of real life. They parted. His head was clouded. His thoughts were fuzzy. "I really like you, Valkyrie," he managed to mumble. "I really like you, Ryan," she said back to him. Ryan smiled and tried to kiss her again. This pretty girl with the dimple. What was her name again? Valkyrie, that was it. 17 years old and cute as a button. The kind of girl who would never even notice Deacon when he was that age. He grinned and leaned in and felt her hand against his chest, keeping him back. And then her eyes were narrowing. "Ryan, I'll be whoever you want me to be," Deacon said. And she hit him so hard the whole world spun. She stood over him. "Get rid of that face," she said. "Stop using Ryan's face right now, or I swear to God I'll batter you." "Okay," he cried. "Just don't hit me again." Deacon got to his feet, his jaw aching. "Ain't that something?" he muttered, and at those words the image around him flickered and withdrew, and suddenly he was back to his old self again. Valkyrie's eyes sparkled with tears. She was looking at him like she was going to hit him again anyway. "I just want to thank you," he said before she did. "I was in a serious bind, and you came in and you really helped me. I was in over my head. I don't mind admitting it. If it makes any difference, I never intended for the machine to end up in enemy hands. The moment I sold the key, I was going to alert the sanctuary and get an army of cleavers in here to... You risked the life of everyone on the planet, Valkyrie said, her voice tight. I did, he said, nodding sadly, and I truly regret that. It was stupid. It was short-sighted and selfish. If I knew then what I know now, I would never have tried it. But we all make mistakes, isn't that right? And I made a mistake, a terrible, terrible mistake that could have had untold consequences for... He didn't even see the punch. He saw her shoulder shift, and then he was toppling backwards. He hit the ground, and his face felt 3 sizes too big. Good God, she could hit hard. You better get up, she said, standing over him. The cleavers are coming. And if you're here when they arrive, you'll get arrested too. He blinked. You're letting me go?
We're letting Ryan go,
Skulduggery Pleasant said, walking up behind her.
Ryan was a friend of ours. He deserved better than to be you, Deacon.
I know he did, Deacon said, rising slowly to his feet for the second time in the last 60 seconds. I only hope I can make it up to him somehow. Maybe by being a better person. By treating people with the same kind of... If you want me to hit you again, you'll keep talking like that, Valkyrie said. Deacon shut up.
If looks could kill, he'd be skewered.
I know I did wrong, he said, hanging his head. I know I did, and I've already paid for it. My brother, my poor brother Daffyd. Foe thought Daffyd was me. He chased him and Daffyd. Daffyd fell into that wood chipper. He was always the clumsy one, was Daffyd. So clumsy. Valkyrie shoved him to get his attention, and when he looked up, she leaned in. If we ever hear of you doing something like that again, creating an innocent person just so you can hide behind them... Deacon held up his hands. I won't, I swear. I've learned my lesson. I was greedy and selfish, but now I see that it was wrong to...
We don't care, Skulduggery said. Run away before I shoot you.
Deacon nodded and started walking. He said run, Valkyrie snarled. And Deacon did just that. Trick or treat. Tanith wiped the blood off the carving knife and, ignoring the body of the man she had just stabbed to death, went back to carving her jack-o'-lantern. Her skill with a blade always came in useful this time of year. While other people would be satisfied with triangular eyes and jagged teeth, Tanith transformed her Halloween pumpkins into works of slowly rotting art. Tonight, she was carving a portrait of her dear friend and object of worship, Valkyrie Kane. By all accounts, poor Valkyrie still refused to embrace her destiny as destroyer of the world, but Tanith could forgive her this little moment of self-doubt. After all, if Tanith herself hadn't been corrupted by a remnant, then she would have been helping Val run from the inevitable. It was the remnant inside her, the thing of cruelty and nastiness, that had shared with Tanith this vision of the future, when Valkyrie would become Darkess and burn all life to a cinder. It had been a glorious revelation, one that had spurred Tanith on to schemes and plans she had never before thought herself capable of. But the fact was, there were no more remnants out there. Her kith and kin were all trapped and locked away and hidden from her. So Tanith was on her own, more or less. She had a Texan psychopath who was besotted with her, and there were times when he certainly did come in useful, but she didn't love him. Her love was reserved for Darkess, and Darkess alone. She put down the carving knife and picked up a candle, placed it carefully inside the jack-o'-lantern. She lit it and stepped back. It was a good likeness. No, it was a great likeness. Valkyrie was such a pretty girl, and Tanith had to resist the urge to take a picture and send it to her. But she knew that Valkyrie would only tell Skulduggery, and Skulduggery would trace the picture back here to this small town in Ohio.
and suddenly there'd be cleavers everywhere. It was all so unfair. All Tanith wanted to do was protect Darkus from the people who were planning on harming her, after all. She was on Valkyrie's side, in a way. Why couldn't Val see that? Headlights looped in around the room, and Tanith went to the window, looked out. A battered old car lurched to a stop outside the house next door, and a shabby middle-aged man climbed out. As she watched him hitch his trousers higher round his waist, Tanith made sure to keep her mind calm and free of violent thoughts. There were sensitives who could pick up feelings of hostility, and, while she didn't know if Jerry O'Dane was one of them, she couldn't take the chance. There was too much riding on tonight to risk a stray thought at the wrong time. The fact that he came home at all meant that he hadn't foreseen tonight's events, and that was a promising start. Of course, it was entirely possible that Jerry knew full well she was there, and he had a trap waiting for her the moment she made a move. That was the trouble with sensitives. It was very hard to sneak up on them. She took her sword from the table and left through the back door. She sprang lightly over the fence, landed without a sound in Jerry's yard as lights flicked on in the house. She crept to the window. No sign of an ambush. She saw Jerry ambling into the kitchenette. If he sensed her watching him, he gave no sign. Taking a breath, Tanith moved to the door and rested her hand against the lock. It clicked open, and she moved in silently. Jerry was a bachelor and lived like it. The house smelled of dust and old socks. She slid her sword from its scabbard and walked up the wall. Those floorboards were old, and she didn't trust them not to creak. She crept upside down along the ceiling, careful not to disturb the bulb as she passed it, or cast her shadow onto her target. Jerry had his back to her, and was making himself a massive sandwich. She reached the far wall and walked down until she was standing normally again. He still didn't turn round. She took out her phone, sent a text. A few moments later, Billy Ray Sanguine rose up from the floor beside her. They waited for Jerry to sense the hostility that only a psychopath of Sanguine's stature could radiate, the kind of hostility that he could never conceal, no matter how hard he tried. Instead, Jerry continued making his sandwich. Tanith was impressed at how cool and collected he was. It was almost as if he wasn't even aware of their presence. Jerry started humming to himself, and Sanguine looked at her. She frowned back. Now it really seemed like he wasn't aware of their presence. Once he had piled every conceivable type of meat onto his sandwich, Jerry cut off the crusts and then sliced it down the middle. He picked up one half, raised it slowly to his mouth, and bit into it as he turned. He saw them and shrieked, spitting it all out again as he stumbled back against the fridge. A bit of lettuce hung wetly off his chin. "Hi," said Tanith. "Just checking. You are Jerry O'Dane, right?" The man stood there, eyes bulging. "What?" he said. "Jerry O'Dane. You are Jerry the Psychic, aren't you?" He shook his head. The piece of lettuce fell away. "No, not me. No, wrong person." "Then who are you?" Sanguine asked. The man gaped at him. "Me?" It was Jerry. It was obviously Jerry, from the look on his face as his fear-frozen mind tried coming up with a false name. I'm... Sanguine added an edge to his voice. "What's your damn name?" "Jerry," Jerry blurted. "But not the Jerry you're looking for? I'm a different Jerry." Jerry had to be the worst liar Tanith had ever met. "I'll get him, though," Jerry said, stepping sideways. "If you stay right here, I'll get him. Just stay there. I'll be right back with Jerry, the Jerry you're looking for." Sanguine strolled over to intercept him, and Jerry reversed direction, started heading for the window. "Make yourselves at home," he was saying. "Want a sandwich? I just made a sandwich. You can have a sandwich. I won't be long. 30 seconds, tops." "Jerry," Tanith said, "we've come a long way to talk to you." He shook his head. "You've come a long way to talk to the other Jerry." Tanith showed him her sword. Jerry stared,
and then he bolted for the window. In his haste, however, he completely forgot about the coffee table, and when his shin smacked into it, he barely had time to howl before his face hit the floor. Tanith watched him contort in pain, one hand over his shin, the other covering his mouth. He'd bitten his tongue. She winced. She hated that. Tears in his eyes, Jerry launched himself up and ran into the wall. He rebounded impressively, gave a little whirl, and staggered to the window. Clumsy hands fumbled at the latch. He finally raised it, glanced behind him to make sure he still had time, and in that moment the window closed. Jerry turned back and dived into the glass, cracking it and careering backwards. He collapsed onto the rug and curled up into a sobbing, moaning ball.
"Please," he lisped, "stop hurting me."
Tanith sighed. "We haven't touched you, Jerry."
"I've seen a lot of things in my time," Sanguine said, "but I ain't never seen a man beat himself up before. That was highly entertaining."
Tanith walked over to Jerry as he continued to sob.
"Please, don't kill me."
"Don't worry," Tanith said, her voice soothing. "We weren't planning on it." Sanguine looked at her, surprised.
"We weren't? Why not? He's clearly an idiot."
She glared. "We're not here to hurt anyone. We're here to ask some questions and leave."
"But we'll be killing him before we go, won't we?"
Jerry squealed softly. "No, we won't," Tanith insisted. "Violence is not always the answer, Billy Ray. This time, Jerry here gets to live out the rest of his life in peace. Understand?"
"Barely."
She hunkered down and patted Jerry on the shoulder. "Don't mind him, Jerry. He's cranky. He's used to being the only American in my life. But now there's you. Jealousy is a terrible thing in a grown man, isn't it?"
"I ain't jealous."
"Of course not, dear. Jerry, what do you say you answer our questions and then we leave you alone? Does that sound good to you?" Jerry nodded. "Good man. How's your tongue?"
"I bit it.
"I can see that."
It's bleeding."
"I can see that too." He stuck his tongue out at her.
"Is it bad?"
His tongue was bloody and horrible. She took a small leaf from her coat and placed it delicately into his mouth. "Don't say anything for a few seconds. Let that heal." Jerry blinked at her. His eyes were wet. He wasn't an impressive human being. "Show me," she said, and he stuck his tongue out again. She nodded. "It's healing." It was only a small bite. "Now you can answer our questions, can't you?" He nodded, and she stood. "You're involved with a group of people, aren't you? A group of sorcerers from different sanctuaries around the world."
How did you know that?"
"I've spent the last few months asking a lot of people a lot of questions. See, I figured there'd be someone out there who would be trying to do something about Darkus before she even turned up. That's when I heard your name for the first time. You're a psychic, aren't you, Jerry?"
I prefer the term clairvoyant." Tanith did her best not to roll her eyes.
"Clairvoyant, of course. And, as a clairvoyant, you would have seen visions of Darkus."
"Of course,"
Jerry said, nodding. He was still on the floor, but he was sitting a little straighter now. His chest puffed out slightly.
"Even low-level sensitives picked up something. For a clairvoyant of my ability, it was a veritable tsunami of images and sensations and emotions, very powerful."
"What did you see?"
"I saw death."
Sanguine gave a barely suppressed sigh. "What do you mean?" Tanith asked, smiling at Jerry.
"I saw a city destroyed. Streets cracked and broken, buildings burning. And I saw her. I saw Darkus."
"Did you see her face?"
"Alas, no, I did not," said Jerry,
and Tanith resisted smacking him for using the word alas in an irony-free context.
"But there is no doubt in my mind that it was her. 10 foot tall she was. A terrible sight to behold." 10 foot tall?" Sanguine asked.
Jerry nodded.
"Oh, yes, easily. And the way she moved, like a cat."
Sanguine frowned behind his sunglasses.
What, on all fours?
Pardon me? Sanguine continued.
I heard from another clairvoyant, that Dorcas had long black fingernails that she used to cut off people's heads. Did you see that?
Jerry nodded.
It was awful. And she shot laser beams out of her eyes.
Well, Jerry said with a shrug,
I don't know if they were laser beams, but yes, devastating blasts they were. This clairvoyant friend of ours, Sanguine continued, he also caught a glimpse of red hair beneath her hood. Did you see that? Don't worry if you didn't. Our friend is probably the most powerful, sensitive in the world. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't see as much as him.
Red hair? Jerry said. Yes. Yes, I saw that too, now that you mention it. Long, tousled red hair.
He said it was straight.
Long, straight red hair, yes.
He said it was short.
Short, straight red hair, that's what I meant to say. Sanguine looked at Tanith, who glowered and poked Jerry. He screamed. She had poked him with her sword. You're lying to us, she said. He screamed again. We don't have a psychic friend. Billy Ray made all that stuff up. You didn't see a vision, did you? She twisted the sword, and his screams reached a new pitch. No! No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Please stop stabbing me. She withdrew the sword and wiped the tip of the blade on his shirt. Are you even as sensitive, Jerry? I am, he whimpered, cradling his wound. But I'm not a very good one. Sometimes I can predict the weather if it's a nice day.
Is it going to rain tomorrow? Sanguine asked.
I don't know, Jerry confessed. I can only predict a few minutes into the future. Most of the time I have to watch the forecast like everyone else.
You, Sanguine said, are the worst psychic I've ever met.
Does anyone else know that you're a fraud? Asked Tanith.
No,
Jerry said, sobbing.
I've managed to keep them fooled. It hasn't been easy, but whenever they ask me to look into the future, I always try to be as vague as possible. I talk about shadows and death and ominous feelings, and they generally infer their own meanings into that and then leave me alone.
So when this group of sorcerers asked you to find out more about Darkus, Tanith said, you basically just copied what every other sensitive was saying.
Essentially, yes, Jerry said. Can I have a bandage? I'm bleeding quite badly here.
First, you tell us what they're planning, and then we'll see about bandages.
I'm losing a lot of blood.
Tanith let the veins rise beneath her skin, and her black lips curled into a smile. Tell us what they're planning. Jerry paled, his face going slack.
Yes, of course. They're going after weapons. 4 god-killer weapons that they think could hurt Darkus.
Where are these weapons?
Scattered, Jerry said. All over the world. They're going to go after them. And you know where they're going? Sanguine asked.
I have a list of the possible locations. Jerry took out his wallet, rifled through it, came out with a crumpled piece of paper. Tanith took it from him, examined it and nodded. Looks like we won't be needing you any more. He brightened.
So that's it? I can go?
She pulled him to his feet. You can go, she smiled, and her sword flashed, and she took off his head.
You, Sanguine said, are delicious when you're vicious.
She gave him a smirk, and led the way to the front door. She opened it and froze. 6 little children in Halloween outfits looked up at her. "Trick or treat," said the little witch. Surrounding the witch was a pirate, a zombie, a vampire, a mad hatter, and a rabbit. They rattled their buckets. Said Tanith. Sanguine appeared at her elbow and grinned at the kids.
"Look," he said. "There's a little zombie. Smells a darn sight better than the real thing, doesn't he? And a vampire. Doesn't she look cute? And a rabbit," he faltered. "A rabbit. That
That ain't exactly scary, though, is it? The rabbit looked up at him. It is if you're scared of rabbits. Tanith nodded. You've got to admit he makes a good point. You talk funny, said the witch. Where are you from? Tanith smiled. I'm from London. The pirate frowned. Is that in France? The Mad Hatter scowled. It's in England, dummy. He looked at Tanith. You're English. Why do you have a sword? Because I'm an English ninja, Tanith replied. We're just like regular ninjas, except we wear leather and flirt more. The kids nodded, satisfied with the definition, and then rattled their buckets again. Trick or treat, they chorused. This isn't actually our house, Tanith told them, but whatever you find in there is yours to keep. The pirate perked up. Even the TV? Especially the TV. The kids glanced at each other, then stormed the house. Tanith waited a moment, watching them approach Jerry's headless corpse warily. The rabbit hesitated, then nudged Jerry's head with his fluffy foot. The head rolled in its own blood, and the rabbit shrugged. That's so fake, he said, and turned to help the pirate with the TV.
Get thee behind me, Bubba Moon. Chapter 1. Every town has a haunted house, I guess, and Bredon, small as it was no different. My older brother and his friends used to go up there, dare each other to knock on the door. He told me once that when his time came, he accepted the dare like there was nothing else he'd rather be doing. He'd mocked others for being scared, and he wasn't about to turn around and show anything like that kind of fear in his own eyes. He said one Wednesday night at the height of summer, they sneaked out and cycled over by the light of the full moon. Full moons were important for this kind of thing, he said. We were kids, and we knew this stuff. They reached the house a little before midnight and waited until Ryan Sanderson's brand-new digital watch beeped 11:59. My brother now had 1 minute to open that gate, walk up that weed-cracked path, and knock on that door. Midnight was important for this kind of thing. That was something else we knew. So my brother pushed open the iron gate that creaked with rust and age, and he laughed at how creepy it was. Behind him, his friends laughed too. He pretended the path was one big hopscotch game, and he jumped and hopped the whole way up to the sound of laughter and cheers. But my brother wasn't laughing any more. He told me he'd nailed that grin to his face when he felt it starting to slide off. He told me the closer he got to that door, the more real it all became. All the stories, all the rumors, all the scary, scary dreams. He reached the 3 steps that led up to the front door. This close, he could see how old the wood was. He could see the broken doorbell with the wires hanging out. This part of town was all dark, no streetlights. Behind the house were the woods, and the trees there never seemed to grow any leaves. They stood against the dark sky and didn't move, like they were waiting for something bad to happen. All these thoughts, my brother said, flickered through his mind, them and more. The biggest and darkest thought, and the heaviest, the one that pressed down on all the others, was the feeling that he was being watched by someone with no goodness in them. He felt eyes on him that were mean and greedy and so full of hate, and he felt like the house would swallow him up if he got too close. He stood on the first step, leaned in as far as he could get, and knocked 3 times on the door. 3 loud knocks, so loud they could have woken the dead, and, even though he was the one who made it, the noise broke something within him, and he turned tail and bolted, back to the hooting and hollering of his friends, and they grabbed their bikes and cycled away from there like the devil himself was on their tails. All this he told me one Saturday night years later, right before he went out with his college buddies. This was his version of a pep talk, because, tonight, it was my turn to knock on that door, and my brother knew it, and he went away laughing at how white my face had gotten. I told my parents I was going to bed early, and my dad grunted like he'd barely heard me and didn't lift his head from the book he was reading. My mom didn't drag her gaze away from the TV. She was watching some game show. Her favorite was Wheel of Fortune. Dad said he hated game shows, but I caught him enough times glued to Jeopardy that we ended up watching it in secret, just us. That's one of my fondest memories of my dad, even now. I went to my room and turned out the light and got into bed fully dressed. I don't know why I did that. My parents never checked on me anyway. At 11:20, I got up. I could still hear the sounds of the TV from the living room. I put my flashlight in my pocket and climbed out the window, scuttled across the garage roof, and dropped down to where my bicycle lay. I cycled over to Pete Green's house, and together we cycled over to the school. Pete had been my friend since we were little kids. We liked the same things. We liked skateboards and comic books and Star Wars movies and arcade games. Haven't had a friend like him since, and I doubt I'll find one now. When we got to the school, Benny and Tyler were already there, waiting for us, and so was Chrissy. I hadn't expected Chrissy to be there, and neither had Pete. She was something else we both liked. Pete braked and brought the rear wheel of his bike around in an impressive skid. If I tried that, I'd have ended up in my face, so I slowed and stopped normally. I looked at the guys, pretending not to notice Chrissy, or else I'd start blushing. "Ready for this?" Benny asked, his grin in place. I gave him a shrug, doing my best to act cool. "He's peeing his pants," Pete said, laughing, and I laughed along with him just to show what a joke it was. As much as we were friends, I'd found it best to laugh along with Pete. He had a sharp tongue that'd turn on you if you weren't careful. We rode up along Mulgarvey Street, got to the edge of town where the streets started becoming roads, and ended up on King Road. We turned off that before the junkyard, cycled on for another few minutes, and we came to the house at the very top of King Hill. It stood on its own, like a bad idea. It was dark and ramshackle, with some boarded-up windows and a boarded-up door. No graffiti, though. I didn't know of any kid brave enough to tag the yellowing sides of this house. We left our bikes on their kickstands, and I went to the gate. Going to the gate was the easy part. Looking brave doing it wasn't much of an effort either. It was the passing through the gate that was the problem. The house had a feeling about it. The closer you got, the more you felt it. It was a sick feeling. It made you queasy and light-headed while your arms rippled with gooseflesh. It was a bad house. Everyone knew it. But I guess I had a secret weapon. I had Chrissy Brennan watching me, and I knew there was just no way that I was going to chicken out in front of her. My hand went to the gate, pushed it open. It creaked like in a horror movie. I didn't look back. They'd see how white I was, how scared. I took my first step onto the garden path. Though there'd never been much of a garden, and there wasn't much left of a path. A few paving stones, islands in a sea of long grass. I stepped from island to island, focusing on that, letting my mind slip a word from the house that suddenly seemed to loom over me. Island to island, step to step. I was dimly aware of how much time I was taking, and when I looked up I was dismayed to find out I was only halfway there. Something in me faltered. "You okay, buddy?" Pete called. I nodded and looked back. Chrissy stood surrounded by the others, clasping her hands at her throat. "He's too scared," Benny cried. "No, he isn't," said Pete. And to my horror he kicked the gate open and strode up the path after me, waving his hands in the air. "Oh, Bubba Moon! We're so scared of you! We're so scared of you, Bubba Moon!" And then he was striding past me, and I stood there like the paving stones had latched onto my feet, and there was nothing I could do as he bounded up those steps and slammed his fist against the door. "Yoo-hoo!" he called. "Anybody home?" The cold feeling in my chest was gone, and in its place was a dreadful hollowness. He'd robbed me of my moment. I didn't have the words back then, and I didn't have the frame of reference, but walking up that path and knocking on that door was a rite of passage for kids like me, and my friend Pete had denied me that one small foothold into adulthood and, I suppose, manliness. And he hadn't done it for me. He hadn't done it as a show of solidarity. He'd done it simply to show off to Chrissy, who hadn't come along the first time he'd knocked on that door 3 months earlier. "Come on, buddy," he said, grabbing my sleeve and pulling me forward. "Show Bubba Moon we're not scared of him." I didn't want to. There was no point in it. But I knocked anyway. It was a feeble effort. I couldn't believe Pete had done that to me. He wrapped my arm around my shoulders and turned me to face the others. "See?" he said. "He did it. Happy now?" "Yeah, big deal," said Benny. "Bet you wouldn't break in, though." I was a good kid. I never shoplifted. I never spoke back to teachers. I never even carved my name into my desk at school. I obeyed the rules, and I never got the feeling I was missing out on too much by doing so. Obeying the rules meant a smoother life, all things considered. But when I saw the look on Pete's face, when I saw how truly scared that idea made him, I saw a chance to prove myself. "Sure I would," I said, and I started round the house, testing the windows, seeing if any would open. When I got round the corner, I lost the confident smile and started praying that I wouldn't be able to find a way in. It was dark round here, so I took out my flashlight, which glared back at me from the grimy window panes as I looked in. Pete and the others came after me, and I ignored them, adopting an air of casual indifference. They weren't speaking, not even Pete. Chrissy was wide-eyed. 3 windows in a row were boarded up, so I could skip them, but I made a big show of trying to force open the ones on either side. Sadly, my burglary skills were not up to the task, and I stood back and exhaled in exasperation. "Hey, look," said Tyler. "You can get in here." He stood by the wall, lightly nudging open the narrow window at his foot. The basement window. Everyone knew the story of Bubba Moon. When he died, they found all kinds of black magic stuff in his house. There were books and scrolls and all sorts of daggers and things, and there were jars of preserved human remains. That's what my brother said, anyway. He said Bubba Moon used these human remains in his satanic rituals. I didn't know how much of that was true, but what I did know for sure, what everyone knew for sure, was that when Bubba Moon's dead body was found, it was found in the basement. "Don't," said Chrissy. "He said he'd do it," said Benny. "Let him do it." "Will I be able to fit?" I asked, struggling to keep the tremor from my voice as I wandered over. It was pretty obvious I'd fit, but all I needed was for one of them to say something like I was too fat or I'd get stuck, and that'd give me reason enough to back out. "You'll fit no problem," said Pete. It had to be Pete. I crouched, lifted the window, and shone my light in. There was a load of junk piled up, just like in any other basement. "If there are rats in there, I'm not going," I said. "I hate rats. No way am I going in there if there are rats." The others crouched down beside me. More flashlights flicked on. "Can't see any rats," said Benny. "They'd hardly come out to see what the fuss was about," Tyler said. "They're probably scampering off into corners or something. You'll be fine." "This is stupid," Chrissy said. "You might cut yourself on a rusty nail and need a tetanus shot. And we don't know if there's anybody in there. There might be homeless people living here." "Or the ghost of Bubba Moon," Pete said in a scary voice. "Shut up," Chrissy said sharply, and Pete laughed, but I could tell the laugh was forced. He wanted her to like him as much as I wanted her to like me. "Hold it open," I said, and I lay down on my belly. Tyler did the honors, and I slithered forward, my flashlight in my lead hand. There were a load of cobwebs that I had to brush aside, and I forced myself not to cry out when I saw the huge spider scurrying away from the destruction of its home and dinner plate. I got my head through, shone the light on the floor below, making sure it was clear. All I saw were small piles of dead, dried leaves. No one waiting to grab me. I brought my legs up and turned, lifting my hips slightly to avoid the latch, and let my feet go first. I was looking back at my friends as I lowered myself down. There could be anyone sneaking towards me now, any number of gnarled hands reaching for my ankles. When my legs were down as far as they could go, and I was halfway in, I glanced up and for the first time looked Chrissy right in the eyes. She had beautiful blue eyes. Her dark hair fell in slight waves to the middle of her back. She was as tall as me and so pretty. She was the prettiest girl in school. But she refused to act like it, and here she was out with a bunch of guys at a haunted house at a little past midnight on the weekend, and she was looking at me like she was scared she was going to lose me. I'd never felt braver. I let myself go and dropped into the basement. I turned quickly, adding my beam to the shaking lights held by my friends. I wish they wouldn't shake like that. It threw moving shadows across the far wall. I took 3 small steps, making sure there was nothing waiting for me in my immediate vicinity, and then broadened the sweep of my flashlight. My fleeting moment of bravery was gone, replaced by a flesh-rippling fear that was creeping up behind me no matter which direction I faced. "See anything?" Tyler asked. "Junk," I managed to say. My voice sounded weird, strangled. "Any black magic stuff?" I shook my head. My shadow, which was the biggest and starkest of them all, replicated the movement right in front of me. It occurred to me that someone could literally be hiding in my shadow and I'd never see him. "Just old lamps and furniture," I said. "A table, sofa." It was a big basement. My light couldn't even reach the side walls. "If you see a Ouija board, grab it," said Benny. "Don't you dare," said Chrissy. "My aunt did the Ouija board once, and she doesn't believe in any of that stuff, but she said that Ouija boards are actually dangerous." "Can't see any," I said, taking a single step to my left. 20 more seconds, and then I was done. 20 more seconds. "Can you see the circle?" Pete asked. I knew what circle he meant. We all did. Bubba Moon had been found lying on a blanket in a circle he'd painted on the floor. "Can't see it," I said. "Go in further." I took another step, sighed, and shifted my weight. Did my best to look energized. "Nope," I said. "Just junk. It was years ago anyway. It's probably faded away to—" One of the lights jiggled fiercely, and before I even looked back I knew it was happening. Pete was crawling through the window. He was taking my moment away from me again, and I was too weak to stop him. He dropped down. "Right," he said, walking past me like he didn't have a care in the world. "Where is it?" The others came after him. I don't know how. Didn't they feel the same cold, sickly dread that I did? Didn't they feel that something in this house, something down here in this basement with us, was just fundamentally wrong and out of step with how the world was supposed to be? I could feel the unnatural malevolence that hung heavy in the air. But I'd forced myself to come down here because I needed to do it. I needed to do it to prove to myself and to Chrissy that I could, that I wasn't about to let my fear beat me. Pete was probably the same. But Benny and Tyler and Chrissy herself, why they came down I will never know. They regretted it, though, later. They regretted it. We spread out. The basement wasn't that big. Not really. But there were moments when it looked big. There were moments, glimpses out of the corner of my eye when the walls disappeared and the basement went on forever. "Found it," said Chrissy. Nobody rushed to her side. We all walked like condemned men, each step like wading through treacle. We joined our light to hers. On the floor before us was a circle that had maybe once been red. Time and dust and air and whatever had turned it dark, almost black. It was a wide circle, big enough for a man to lie down and die in. There were symbols on the outside. Black magic stuff. Satanic stuff. Not that any of us knew what satanic stuff looked like. Not back then.
"I didn't think that part was true," said Benny.
He sounded quiet. He sounded young. We stood there and looked at this circle. Later, I asked the others if they felt what I felt. That electric tingle of panic beginning to crackle at the back of the neck. They all had. None of us let on, though. It was just an empty circle, after all. There was nothing in there that could hurt us.
"Big bad Bubba Moon,"
Pete said in a soft voice.
"Don't tease him,"
said Chrissy. The softness left Pete's voice, and he laughed. "Tease him? He's dead, Chrissy. He's not around anymore."
"I didn't mean it like that,"
Chrissy said, defensive, her face flushing in the light.
"Don't tease him!"
Pete cried, laughing again.
"Don't make fun of the poor dead guy. We'll hurt his little dead feelings."
"Pete," I said,
"Stop." "Don't tease him," she says.
Pete continued, howling with laughter. I knew what he was doing. I'd gone into the basement first. I'd gotten her attention. So this was his clumsy way of pulling her pigtails, of getting her to notice him again. That probably made him do what he did next. He was just showing off. He didn't deserve what happened. He was just showing off.
"Don't tease the big bad Bubba Moon," he called,
and jumped into the circle.
"Pete!"
Tyler cried. Benny tried to snatch him back, almost toppled, almost stepped over the painted line himself. But Chrissy grabbed him, pulled him to her side. She said later she didn't know why she did that. She'd had no way of knowing how important that had been. But her hands had moved, and they'd probably saved Benny's life. He's still alive today because of her. Pete spun and danced in the circle, and he laughed and howled Bubba Moon's name like a wolf. We stared, horrified. It took me a few seconds to realize how cold it had gotten. At first I thought it was just me, but in the light I could see little puffs of vapor leaving Chrissy's mouth.
"We should go,"
Tyler said.
"Run away!"
Pete shouted.
"Run away all you like! You'll never get away from Big Bad Bubba Moon!"
He stopped singing and dancing, and suddenly dropped to the ground, crossed his hands over his chest, and said,
"Hey, guys, who am I?"
He laid his head back and closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. And then all our flashlights went out. Chrissy cursed, and Tyler cried out, and Benny stumbled back, and someone stumbled into me, and Chrissy was beside me, and I grabbed her, and she grabbed me, and we hit a pile of junk behind us, and it all came crashing down, and then we were running for the window. Tyler was first, trying to haul himself out of there. I shoved a chair into him, and he got a foot up on that and boosted himself up. I wanted Chrissy to go out next, but Benny was shrieking too loud to reason with, so when he was halfway out, I pushed Chrissy forward, and she didn't object. Tyler took hold of her left arm and helped her out, and her long legs vanished like spaghetti being sucked into a hungry mouth. I got one foot on the chair, reached up, looked over my shoulder into the darkness, and called Pete's name. And there was a sudden silence. The world beyond the window was dull. I could hear the others scrambling, their faint voices. There was light now, their flashlights active once again, flooding my little patch of basement. I existed in a cocoon of yellow and white that kept the darkness back. "Pete," I said again. Pete was silent. I couldn't go without him. I'd never be able to face him if I ran out on him. The panic was fading. I was starting to think rationally again. In the shaking light of my cocoon, I saw the tips of Pete's shoes. Chrissy saw them too and shifted her flashlight. I could see Pete's legs now. He stood on the very edge of the darkness, his hands by his sides, his upper body in shadow, not moving, not speaking. Every last bit of moisture left my mouth. I tried to say his name, but my heart was thudding so loudly that I couldn't even hear how it sounded. Pete's arms rose, and he stood like that for a moment. And then he ran at me, teeth bared, face frozen in a mask of hatred. I screamed, and Chrissy screamed, and Benny and Tyler probably screamed as well, and Pete had almost reached me when he fell sideways, laughing so hard I thought he was crying. "Your face!" he gasped. "Oh, my God, your face!" And he collapsed again with laughter. "You're such a tool," I said, turning my back on him and climbing out. Chrissy helped me to my feet, but I shook off her hands and walked away, my whole body trembling. Tyler helped Pete out of the basement, which wasn't an easy task due to how much Pete was laughing. "Your face!" was all he could say. I left him there, left all of them, and I got on my bike and cycled home. Chapter 2. I didn't see any of them the next day. But the day after that, school started again, and we were back together, all of us, except Chrissy, who I passed a few times in the hall, but didn't say anything to. What happened at Bubba Moon's house was quickly forgotten about amid the hustle of a new school year. Pete didn't come in the next day, though, or the day after that, and on the third day in a row when he didn't come in, Chrissy Brennan tracked me down at my locker. "Have you heard from Pete?" she asked, without even saying hello first. Her hair, a rich brown that always shone so healthily, was tied back off her face. I may have only been a kid, but I knew enough to know that she probably wasn't as beautiful as I thought she was. My brother had once talked about a girl he'd liked, the prettiest girl he'd ever known, and then I met her, and she was okay, but nothing special. She had a nice smile, but her eyes were too close together. My brother couldn't see it, though. He was blinded by his own infatuation, and I reckoned I was, too. What I saw when I looked at Chrissy Brennan was pretty blue eyes and an amazing smile and a face I could gaze at for hours. She was lean and athletic, and she wore ripped jeans and T-shirts. And even though her friends thought we were dorks, she still hung out with us whenever she felt like it. I knew she liked moonlighting and Knight Rider, and I thought she was beautiful, but I was fully aware that I probably couldn't trust my own judgment. It was only years later, when I was looking back through old photographs, that I realized that, yeah, Chrissy Brennan really was as beautiful as I'd always thought, and that realization made me smile a little. "He hasn't been in for a few days," I said, but of course she already knew that. That's why she was asking. "I was going to call by his place after school," she said, "to see if he's okay. Do you want to come?" She probably didn't want to go there alone, that was all, and yet there was a small flicker of hope that lit inside me that maybe, perhaps, she wanted to spend some time with me without the other guys getting in the way. "Sure," I said. "Straight after?" "Yeah. Were you doing anything?" I shook my head and kept my mouth shut so I wouldn't ask any more questions. Pressing for insignificant details was something I did when I was excited, and it was a dead giveaway. We arranged to meet at the school gates, and then Chrissy walked off, her books under her arm, and I went to double history and served my time until the bell rang. I grabbed my bag, hurried to the gates, waited there for Chrissy. She walked up, and we went off together in full view of everyone on the bus. It was a good moment for me. "What do you know about Bubba Moon?" she asked, breaking the silence that followed immediately after. I suddenly suspected that this time together was going to be all business. "When he was alive? He was a Satanist. He had a black magic cult that met at his house. My brother says you used to be able to hear chanting if you passed late at night, and the wind was coming from the right direction, and sometimes screams, he says." "Did you know the police were investigating him?" I didn't know that. "What for?" Chrissy looked at me. "Murder. Kids were going missing, and they thought Bubba Moon and his cult were doing it. I didn't hear anything about any kids going missing. Not here, not in this town, not even in this state. But in areas where his cult members lived, a kid would go missing before each one of his meetings. It started years ago, way back in the 60s. Why do you think they dug up his yard after he died?" I didn't know they had. "Well, they did," said Chrissy. "Dug it all up, looking for the bodies, and they never found any." "Jeez," I I said. "Where did you hear all this?" "My housekeeper. She says everyone knows, but they don't like to talk about it." "That's creepy," I said. "Someone like that living in our town? Any one of us could have disappeared." "My housekeeper says Baba Moon was an evil man. Like real, actual evil. Not just bad, you know?" I nodded. "Did you feel it?" she asked. "You did, right? In the basement? You felt how evil he was, didn't you?" That feeling, that dreadful feeling of malevolence that had made the hairs on my neck stand up. "I guess." Chrissy's eyes flashed. "You guess? That's it? You guess you felt something?" "No," I said quickly. "I mean, I did. I felt it." Satisfied by my answer, Chrissy nodded. "I think he was so evil he infected his house. That's what I think. That's why the place felt like that. The basement especially. It's probably strongest in the basement because that's where he died. And that circle, the circle Pete lay down in?" She was scared. She was actually scared as we walked along on that beautiful warm afternoon. "You think that's why he hasn't been in?" I asked, not sure I wanted an answer. Chrissy blushed and didn't look at me. "I don't know. Maybe. If Baba Moon's evil can infect a house, why not a person?" "Because he was living in that house for years?" I said, as if it was a scientific principle. "It's like a bad smell that's been around for ages. It doesn't just go when you take the rotten thing out of the room. It takes a while. You have to open windows and stuff. If it's been there for long enough, the smell lingers. Pete was only in that circle for a few seconds. He was lying down for less than that." "Did you see how sick he looked on the first day back, though? He was all pale and he had bags under his eyes." I hadn't noticed that. But I did notice that Chrissy had led the way to Pete's neighborhood without once having to ask me for directions. Pete's house stood on a quiet street, and like all the other houses, it had a sectioned-off front lawn and a backyard closed off by a wooden fence. We passed a man waiting for a bus and crossed to the other side of the road where a woman stood leaning against a lamppost reading a paper. There were a few other people standing around, everyone doing their best to mind their own business. Chrissy glanced at me, frowning slightly. We walked up the path, and I knocked on Pete's front door. "They're looking at us," Chrissy whispered. I kept my eyes forward. Seeing a whole bunch of random people on the street, all with their heads turned, staring at me and Chrissy, would have been more than I could have handled. It would have been like something out of Invasion of the Body Snatchers, a film I'd caught on TV the previous year that had given me nightmares. I shivered. My mouth was dry. No one was coming to the door. I tugged Chrissy's sleeve, and she followed me round the side of the house. We paused at the living room window. Pete's mom and dad sat sleeping on the couch. The TV was on, and so were all the lights, even though there was still hours to go before the sun dipped. We moved on without saying anything, all the way round the house to the back, to Pete's window. We peered in. Pete sat in the middle of the floor, legs splayed in front of him, and shoulders hunched. His head was down, eyes closed. There was something above him, something that flickered, like heat rising off asphalt. It made my head hurt to look at it. Every few seconds it became almost solid, and that solid form was a man, leaning down with his hands grasping Pete's head. Chrissy made a sound, halfway between a gasp and a whimper, and the next time the form flickered into view the man was looking straight at us. We both cried out, stumbled back from the window, and bolted for the street. We had just reached the path when Pete's front door opened and his mum stepped out. "Well, hello there," she said brightly. We faltered in our escape, came to an awkward, stilted stop. "Pete's in his room," Pete's mom said, standing aside. "Come on in. I'll tell him you're here." We should have run. I knew we should have run. Every instinct in my body was telling me to run, to get out of there. But instead we bowed our heads, the both of us, and walked dutifully into the house, the door shut behind us. "Pete," Pete's mom called, "your friends are here." She smiled at us. "You're so good to come by," she said. "He hasn't been feeling well lately." Then she turned, went to the couch, and sat down beside her husband. Instantly, her chin dropped to her chest, and she was back asleep. "Hey, guys," Pete said as he passed us on his way to the kitchen. Chrissy and I looked at each other, then we followed him in. He stood with his back to us, looking at the fridge. "Come to see how I'm doing, eh?" he asked. "You haven't been in school," said Chrissy. Her voice sounded weirdly thick. "No, I haven't," said Pete. After another moment, he opened the fridge door. "I've been feeling under the weather. I'm getting better now, though. Would either of you like a juice box?" "No, thank you," said Chrissy. "No, thanks," I said. "I'm going to have one," said Pete, and he took out a juice box, closed the fridge, and turned. "Have you been getting much homework?" Chrissy didn't answer. She probably figured it was my turn. "Not really," I said. "What's been wrong with you?" "I've been under the weather." "The flu?" "Just under the weather." "Pete," said Chrissy, "does it have anything to do with what happened at Bubba Moon's house?" Pete looked at her, looked at us both, and then down at his juice box. A moment passed. His right hand trembled. I was reminded of my grandpa, who'd had Parkinson's, which made his hands shake constantly. It got so bad he couldn't even take his own pills without spilling them all over the floor. Then Pete's tremble passed, and he opened the juice box with ease and took a long, slow drink. When he was done, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, burped, and grinned like a little kid. "Sorry, Chrissy. What did you say?" "Nothing," I said before Chrissy could repeat her question. "We just called by to make sure you're okay. So you're okay. You're doing fine. And that's good. We have to go now." Pete's face fell, almost comically. "Already? But you just got here." "We have to go," I said again. "Yeah," said Chrissy. "My mum's waiting in the car outside." Pete frowned. "But you worked here." Chrissy was moving back, but I froze. "How did you know?" I asked, and he looked at me. When he locked eyes with me, I could see that haze again, just over his head, and the flickering image of the man looming over his shoulder. My thoughts slowed, and a weight pressed down on my mind like a thick, heavy blanket, smothering the sharp edges, deadening the sharp voices, darkening everything and bringing it all to a slow and lethargic crawl. My eyelids lowered, my strength drained. My energy sank from my body to my feet and out across the floor. A yearning for rest filled me like too much food at Thanksgiving, and I yawned, such a big yawn, and my head nodded forward with such a slow and gentle. Chrissy yanked on my arm, pulling me out from under that blanket, and strength and fright surged through me, and before I knew it I was following her out of the house up the path. The people on the street swung their heads towards us. I pushed Chrissy and we ran. There was a shout, and I glanced back, and they were chasing. All those people running after us. They were bigger and stronger and faster. They were full-grown adults, and in a flat-out race they were going to catch us. I grabbed Chrissy's hand, pulled her off the street again, trampling the flowers in some nice old lady's front lawn. We ran into her backyard, jumped and scrambled over the fence, landed in a garden, and sprinted for the street beyond the house. There was a loud crack, and we both looked back to see the wooden fence explode, a man running through the gap. Still gripping Chrissy's hand, I took a shortcut through the narrow alley that led to the rear of the parking lot of the Greenfields Mall. We hopped over the low wall, dropped the 2 meters to the ground on the other side, and ran on across the sparse lot. This time of day, most people would be parking out front. We needed to get to a populated area. They wouldn't do anything in a populated area, I hoped. Chrissy looked back, gave a cry. I didn't need to look. I knew they were behind us. I knew they were gaining. I also knew we only needed a few more moments, and then we'd be safe. We ran up to the rear doors of the mall, which slid open much too slowly for my liking.
I squeezed through the gap, dragging Chrissy after me, ran up the steps, and we burst through an invisible barrier into a bubble of safety. Suddenly, we were surrounded by people. Mothers and kids and teenagers and fathers and businessmen and working women and shops and stalls and music and people handing out pamphlets and people collecting for charities, and we slowed to a fast walk and got into the middle of them all. Only then did I turn. Only then did I look back at the ones chasing us. They stood at the edge of this imagined bubble of mine, their eyes on me and Chrissy, cheated out of their prey. Slowly, they drifted back until we lost them in the crowd. I was still trying to get my breathing under control, but Chrissy was fitter than me and already looking around for help. She spotted a mall cop and squeezed my arm. We hurried over. He stood on the periphery of the food court, thumbs hooked into his belt. He looked bored and unimpressive, but he was a mall cop with a walkie-talkie, and a mall cop with a walkie-talkie could get real cops over here in 2 minutes flat. Right before we left the forest of people, literally 2 steps before we emerged into the empty space in front of the mall cop, Chrissy pulled me to a sudden stop. The mall cop said something into his walkie-talkie. He chuckled at the response. A thought, completely unconnected to the danger we'd found ourselves in, floated to the surface of my mind like a stray balloon that had lost its tether. I wondered if mall cops, or anyone who used a walkie-talkie for that matter, had to undergo specialized training in order to understand what anyone else was saying on those walkie-talkies. Every time I passed one and it gurgled to life, all I heard was a confusing mess of abrupt sounds and crackle. The thought went away when I caught sight of the man standing behind the mall cop. He looked straight at us and smiled. To his left stood a woman, also with her eyes fixed on us. Another man walked by, nodded good-naturedly to the mall cop, who nodded back, and then he smiled at us and lifted his shirt slightly. We saw the knife in his waistband and backed off. At the very center of the Greenfields Mall, there was an area of recessed seating. Chrissy and I sat there for an hour, huddled together but not speaking. A neighbor of Chrissy's past saw us sitting there and made a teasing comment about me being Chrissy's new boyfriend. Despite everything, I blushed. Chrissy's neighbor asked her if she'd like a lift home. Chrissy looked at me, desperate to say yes, but reluctant to leave me. I told her to go, I'd be fine. And I was fine. I walked home quickly, leaving the mall amid a mass exodus of shoppers. I didn't see any of the people who'd been chasing us. Nobody followed me, at least that I was aware of. I got home and everything was normal. And my dad got back from work and we had dinner and I watched Airwolf and then Knight Rider, and I didn't say a single word about what had happened. The threat was clear. You talk to the mall cop, and he dies. And it hadn't just been a threat to mall cops. Somehow I knew it was a threat to anyone I might go to for help. I didn't sleep that night. Chrissy told me later that she didn't either. I spent the weekend in my house, refusing to leave my bedroom for the most part. I tried doing my homework. I tried reading. I dreaded Monday morning. What if Pete was back in school? What if I walked into class and he was there sitting in his usual seat, with the flickering image of that man looming over him? Monday came, though, and Pete's seat remained empty. It was empty for the rest of that week, and the week after. Then came the news that Pete's folks had pulled him out of school. Everyone came to me and asked what had happened, what was wrong with my friend, but I just shrugged and told them I hadn't been speaking to him. Eventually, they stopped asking. 4 months after that, I woke up one night to my name being called outside my window. I got out of bed, parted the curtains. There was a sliver of moon in the cloudy sky that barely lit anything in my backyard, but I could see Pete's face, pale and smiling up at me. He called my name softly, and I heard him giggle. Then the clouds covered the moon,
and when the moon came back, Pete was gone. I went back to bed, and I didn't sleep that night either.
Chapter 3. I left home when I was 18, glad to see the back of the place, glad to leave all those bad memories behind. By then, of course, my selective memory had long since sorted through it all and thrown out the more outlandish elements of what had happened. The version of the truth it left me with was a lot more palatable to a reasonable mind such as mine. In this new version, elegant in its simplicity and carefully censored to protect the innocent, me and my friends had broken into this creepy old house when we were kids, and we'd scared each other witless. A few days later, I went for a walk with a pretty girl to see my sick buddy, then ended up getting chased over fences by irate neighbors after we trampled some flowers. Now, this revised version of events didn't feature the flickering figure or the subtle threats, and it made absolutely no mention of Bubba Moon, and that was okay by me. I went to college in NYU and studied hard. I guess I knew that dropping out or failing would mean an inevitable return to my hometown, and I had no intention of going back there any time soon. In my second year in New York, I met a girl in the library. She was surrounded by coursework and weighty tomes, and I glimpsed the lurid cover of a Gordon Edgley paperback peeking out from behind a textbook. I sat opposite, threatened to expose her for the fraud she was if she didn't agree to have a coffee with me. I'd never been that forward before, but there was something about her, something about the way her attention was completely and utterly focused on the horror story in her hands, that made her irresistible to a bookworm like me. She gave me a smile that only hinted at her mischievous nature, and 5 years later, we were married. 2 years after that, we had our first kid. 3 years after that, our second. I got a good job in a bank, and Felicity stayed at home and took care of the kids. And for a nice long while, life was sweet. Then the subprime crisis came along, and the bank I was working for went under, and I lost my job and most of our savings in the same month. We'd invested heavily in rock-solid shares built on shaky foundations, and when the tremors began, it all came crashing down. We were surviving, barely keeping our heads above water, holding on to our home with the tips of our fingers. Felicity and I started arguing, a little at first, a cross word or a snapped comment, and those icy silences that grew into cold nights. We kept the edge from our voices when the kids were around, or at least we thought we did. I guess kids notice a lot more than we want them to. Then, in February of the next year, my brother called, told me our dad had died. This odd kind of numbness crept over me as I talked to him, as I listened to his voice, leaden with grief, and when the call was done, I put down the phone and sat in my study, surrounded by bills and notices and demands for payments, and cried. We packed our bags and drove home. I did most of the driving. I thought about my dad a lot, of course, but also my childhood, my old friends. I thought about Tyler and Benny and the girl, the pretty one. What was her name? Chrissy. That was it. Chrissy Brennan. Man, I had such a crush on her. It was all coming back to me, like the miles were bricks in a wall that blocked me from my memories, and each mile we ticked off was one less brick. I remembered Pete Green, too, my earliest childhood friend. I'd lost touch with him. Couldn't really remember why. The town had grown since I was there last. Bits and pieces were the same, but mostly it looked like a large alien city had been superimposed over it. The old cinema was gone, but around the next corner there was a giant, sprawling mall that had a multi-screen cinema of its very own. Chapter's second-hand bookstore, a store that had once been like a church to me, was now a tanning salon. They did nails, too,
announced the sign in the window. My 11-year-old self would have been horrified. I mentioned this to my kids in the back seat. My son grunted. My daughter ignored me. We arrived at my old house. Mom started fussing over us immediately. She didn't know about the problems Felicity and I were having, but I think she suspected. My brother was there. He said Mom had been trying to keep busy, like she was determined to work so hard that the sadness never had a chance to settle. We let her. Everyone grieves in their own way. I was tired after the long drive, but that evening I went with my brother to a local bar, and we sat and talked. He told me about his life, and I gave him an edited version of mine. I hadn't seen him in over 7 years. He'd put on weight, and he'd lost some more hair. He looked like a real grown-up now. I told him this, and he laughed ruefully and went to get us another drink. When he was gone, a pretty girl at the table beside me gave me a smile. She couldn't have been much more than 17, but I smiled back anyway, out of politeness more than anything. A woman approached my table. She was a few years older than me, pretty but strained, with gray in her hair, and a little too thin to be healthy. "I was sorry to hear about your father," she said. I looked at her and fished for a name, but it wouldn't come. Not at first. Someone laughed at the bar, and she glanced over, and I caught an angle, and the realization hit me like a wrecking ball. "Chrissy Brennan," I said, like I had no breath in my lungs. She smiled, sat opposite me, setting her glass neatly on a coaster. I remembered the smile. It used to be such a beautiful smile. It still had echoes of that beauty, but now it threw up all those lines around her mouth. She looked old. She was my age, but she looked old. "Didn't think you'd recognize me," she said, brushing a strand of hair back over her ear the way she used to. "You're looking well," I said. She smiled again. "How long are you here for?" "Funeral's tomorrow. We'll stick around for a few days after that, to keep my mom busy. It's good to see you. I was just thinking about you, actually, on the drive over." "I've been thinking about you, too," she said, in a way that nagged at me slightly. My brother caught my eye, gestured over his shoulder to a few friends of his, and I nodded as he left me and Chrissy alone. "So what have you been up to?" I asked. "How have you been?" "I've been better," she said, and then laughed. "Sorry, didn't mean to be a buzzkill quite so early on in the conversation. I saw you half an hour ago, and I was sitting over there debating whether or not to come and talk to you. Now I'm here, and suddenly the mood goes way down." She was blushing, and I leaned forward. "Hey, don't worry about it. Things have been better for me, too. My marriage, for one. I lost my job a few months ago. Before we see the summer, we'll probably lose the house as well. I hadn't even told my brother that part. And that's not even mentioning my dad, okay? So don't feel bad about bringing down the mood. The mood is pretty low to begin with." I'd wanted to make her feel better, but it hadn't even raised a sympathetic smile. "I got married," she said. "I have a son, Scott, who'll be 14 in May. I'm not with my husband anymore. He's not a very nice man. I have 2 jobs, neither of which pays me enough to give up the other. And I'm scared." I nodded. "These are scary times." She looked up at me, frowning. "No, I'm scared of him." I answered her frown with one of my own. "Your husband?" Now it was her turn to lean forward. "Pete," she said in a whisper. "Pete Green? Who else? What's wrong with you?" "I'm sorry, Chrissy, I'm not really sure what you're talking about." She stared at me. She stared at me for so long I thought something brittle had snapped off in her mind. "Don't do this," she said. "Don't you dare do this to me. You're the only other person who was there. You're the only other one who knows what happened." "What happened when?"
I'm really not.
Baba Moon, she said sharply, and the edge of a migraine stabbed at me behind my eyes. Baba Moon? I repeated. Yeah. Okay. The town bogeyman? We broke into his house when we were kids. But we weren't the only ones there. Tyler McCormick, Benny Alvarez were with us, and Pete? Chrissy nodded. And then a few days later we went to see if Pete was all right. We went to his house, you and me. Do you remember that? I smiled. I remember us running from some particularly angry neighbors. I do remember that much. Angry neighbors? What are you talking about? They weren't angry neighbors. They were his followers. Whose followers? Pete's? Pete was an 11-year-old boy. Baba Moon's followers, Chrissy said, with a vehemence that made me sit back warily. They were outside his house, remember? You told me later it reminded you of a movie, the one with Donald Sutherland and Jeff Goldblum. Invasion of the Body Snatchers, I said automatically, and something loosened in my mind. More bricks fell, enough to let an old feeling seep out. Fear. I shifted in my seat. Chrissy. It was a long time ago. Obviously, I remember it differently than you do. You left, she said, like she was accusing me of treason. Looks like you blocked it out. You didn't want to think of it any more. But I stayed. I remember everything. Exactly the way it happened. You know those people who chased us into the Greenfields Mall? I see them practically every day. They haven't changed. They have not aged one little bit since that time we saw them. And there are more of them now. Over a dozen, I think, all living on the same street as Pete. I don't remember their faces, Chrissy, so I wouldn't be able to tell if they'd aged or not. But before we go any further, I want you to take a moment and think about the things you're saying. She chewed her lip and nodded. Then she looked down at the table, and I let out a breath. My hands were clenched, though I didn't know why. I drained the last dregs from my beer and was about to cut our encounter short by standing up, when she raised her eyes. She was calmer. I understand that it sounds insane, she said, and I apologize for that. I also apologize for all this anger. I suppose I've been angry with you for leaving, and angry with you for the way our friendship ended. But neither of those things are your fault. I didn't remember how our friendship ended, but I wanted this conversation to be over, so I didn't ask. Here are the facts as I know them, Chrissy said. Please bear with me. Some of them might jog some memories. A lot won't. Please don't walk out until I'm done. I hesitated. There was still enough of the beautiful girl I had once known in her face that I couldn't deny her this one request. Okay. Say what you have to. Thank you, she said. Baba Moon was a serial killer. Just because he was never called one by the police or the papers doesn't make this simple fact any less true. He was a serial killer, and he had his followers. As far as I know, they call themselves the People. They were a black magic cult, maybe Satanists or devil worshippers. Satanists, I repeated, raising an eyebrow. It's not uncommon, or it wasn't anyway. People like Baba Moon and Charles Manson, they attract people who live on the fringes of society. Satanists, fascists, convicted felons. Okay, I said, go on. Moon's people would meet every month here in town, at his house. They'd take it in turns to bring an offering. What kind of offering? Chrissy looked me in the eye and said, in that same calm tone, kids. 14-year-old kids. Girls or boys didn't matter. They just had to be 14 years old. I don't know why. From what I've worked out, they were brought down to the basement and ritually murdered while the people chanted around them. Uh-huh. And what proof do you have of this? No proof. Just stories. Right.
Can I continue? I sighed.
Sure.
Bubba Moon was also a psychic. He didn't read palms or tell fortunes, but he was a clairvoyant. I've spoken to police officers who swear that he knew things about them during interrogations that he couldn't possibly have known.
And the officers in question admitted this to you, did they?
Some of them, yes. Though, of course, they'd never admit it in public.
Oh, of course, I said.
They'd been bringing him in for questioning for years, all related to various murders. They could get nothing to stick, until one of his people slipped up and got himself arrested. He told the cops everything. He told them more than everything. He told them about stuff so bizarre and insane that he had to be making it up. But within all that craziness, he knew enough details about open murder cases that they were forced to take him seriously.
So did they have enough to arrest Moon?
Chrissy took a moment to sip her drink. It didn't make any difference. Their key witness, who had agreed to testify and name Moon as the one who'd done all the killing, died in his cell the same night they went to search Moon's house. He hanged himself with a sheet.
How inconvenient, I said. But Chrissy ignored me and continued.
You should know this part, she said. The cops have their warrant, knock on the door, don't get an answer, and they break down the door. They find Bubba Moon's body in the basement, lying in the middle of a circle surrounded by occult symbols.
The circle. I remembered it now.
They put him in a body bag, take him away, and search the house. They find a lot of old bloodstains, but tests are inconclusive. They dig up the backyard looking for bodies. They don't find any. They find no evidence at all, actually. Bubba Moon is buried in some crappy little grave. His house is boarded up and never sold. And that's the end of the story.
Okay, then.
Until a bunch of stupid kids break into that old house 18 years later, and one of them, showing off to the others, jumps into that circle and lies down where Bubba Moon had been lying down where they found him. I needed another drink. My mouth was dry.
Pete, I said.
That's right. Pete. He was perfectly fine for a couple of days, and then he didn't turn up at school. That Thursday afternoon, you and me paid him a visit. We wanted to see if he was okay. We walked there.
There were people looking at us, I said softly.
Chrissy nodded. We knocked on his door, then went round the back of the house. We saw Pete sitting on the floor, and there was someone standing over him, only we couldn't see him properly because he kept flickering.
Like a heat haze, I said.
Yes, just like that. We tried to run, but Pete's mom called us in. Do you remember she went right back to the couch
and fell asleep? I said. Then Pete came out. There was something weird about the way he moved sometimes. He had a drink or something.
A juice box,
said Chrissy. A juice box, yeah. It was like he wanted to open it, but it took a while for the message to reach his hands. Then something happened to me.
He looked at you and all of a sudden you were falling asleep, said Chrissy. He was doing the same thing to you as he'd done to his parents.
You saved me, I said. We ran. They chased us into the mall. The security guard.
They were going to kill him, said Chrissy. I'm certain of it. If we'd even tried to alert him, they'd have killed him there and then. They'd have killed anyone we told. Our parents, teachers, cops, anyone.
My God, I remember.
Pete was taken out of school. We didn't really see him much after that. I'd come across him occasionally on the street, but I'd always hide until he was gone. His people were around him at all times. It should have been funny seeing all these grown-ups trailing after a kid, obeying his every command. But it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny one little bit.
Chrissy took another drink.
We stopped talking, you and me. We were too scared to talk, to be honest. We were too scared to remain friends. It was my fault as much as it was yours, but I blamed you for as long as I could. So you went away, all the way to New York City, and I met Toby, and I fell in what I thought was love, and I got a fantastic kid out of it,
And then I realized Toby wasn't worth much as a human being, and I kicked him out. I took on another job, raised Scott myself. Must have been hard. She shrugged. People do it every day, but I did my best to live my life, to put the past behind me, where it belongs, I said. A thin smile. If only we were that lucky. A few years ago I started searching, just out of pure curiosity. Searching for what? Disappearances, she said. 14-year-old kids going missing. I figured, if it was still happening, it'd be easy to spot. All of Moon's people are living in the same town now, after all. Their victims wouldn't be spread out halfway across America like last time. And did you find anything? Were they doing it again? Chrissy held her glass, but didn't raise it to her lips. She just smiled. A smile that was the furthest thing from peaceful I'd ever seen. They'd never stopped, she said. Every month, a 14-year-old goes missing. People go missing all the time. Of course they do. Everyone knows that. But these kids get lost in the statistics. They're classed as lost teenagers instead of lost 14-year-olds. No one has made the connection. And they're local. But this town isn't as small as it used to be. Neither are the towns around us. Moon's people are choosing targets close to home. Okay, if that's true, I've got the numbers. I can show you. I don't want to see them, I said, a little more sharply than I'd intended. Sorry, I mean I don't need to see them. I believe you that there does seem to be a trend. But let's say you're right. I still don't know what this has to do with Pete Green. Yes, you do, said Chrissy. No, I don't. You saw the flickering man. That wasn't a hallucination. We both saw it. Yeah, I admit it. I saw it. It was real. But what was it? That strand of hair had come loose again. Chrissy tucked it behind her ear with her left hand. There was a band of lighter skin around her ring finger. You know what it was, she said. I told you Moon was a psychic. I don't believe in psychics. You don't believe in the fakes and the frauds and the shysters who con grieving widows out of their life savings. But that's not what we're talking about here. Bubba Moon was a psychic. He died in that circle doing black magic. Pete lay down in the same circle, and when he got up, we started seeing a figure hunched over him. You think the figure was Bubba Moon? Yes. And what do you think Moon was doing with Pete? Controlling him. That's what it looked like, right? I nodded. You think he's still controlling him? Even now? More than that, said Chrissy. I think Bubba Moon is possessing him. This is crazy, I know, and I've been living with it for most of my life. Too afraid to talk about it or tell anyone or do anything. But now, you're back. I'm not alone anymore. Her eyes were filled with such hope that it killed a little part of me. Chrissy, I said slowly, what do you think is going to happen now? If this is all true, and Moon is that powerful, and there are that many of them, what can the two of us do about it? She smiled, a sweet, trusting smile. We can stop them. No, we can't, I said. These are dangerous people. They're killers. What would we be against a bunch of murderers? The smile faltered. We'd come up with a plan. What kind of plan? Have you ever had to come up with any kind of a plan like this before? Would you even know where to begin? I wouldn't. Here's our plan, Chrissy. We go to the police. They won't believe us, but we tell them everything we know. We have a responsibility to do that. But that's as far as it goes. She shook her head. The police can't stop them. We don't know that. They'll kill the police. Back when we were kids, sure, I said. Back when they were a handful of small-town cops. But this isn't a small town anymore. The cops are better trained and better equipped. We'll tell them Moon's people are planning a mass shooting. They'll get a SWAT team in.
They'll get helicopters. That can't work. We have to try. If we try and it doesn't work, it'll make things worse. What do you mean, worse? Chrissy took a drink, drained her glass. His people know me. When I see them in the street, they look at me. They smile. A few of them have tapped their watches. I don't get it. Tears brimmed. Scott is turning 14 next month. They're going to take my son. I know they are. I didn't have anything to say to that, so she continued. I was going to move. A few weeks ago, I was all set to quit my jobs, take Scott out of school and just run. I'd made some calls, managed to get an interview for a job in Utah, of all places. And then I get a postcard. A big, bright, "Welcome to Utah" postcard. And on the back, someone had written, "Can't wait for you to get here." They knew. He knew. Moon knew I was planning to run. He was telling me there's nowhere I can go where Scott will be safe. Chrissy, please, she said, tears welling. I can't lose my son. Please, help me.
Chapter 4. The cemetery on Bredon's southernmost hill. When I was a kid, we used to cycle up there on a summer's day and have picnics of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and Dr. Peppers. Back then, you could see practically the whole town from up here. Not anymore. Now the town sprawl was too wide and the buildings too high. Whole neighborhoods were hidden from view and locked away like old secrets. Benny Alvarez came to the funeral. When it was done, he walked up to me and we shook hands. I always liked your dad, Benny said. He'd make those stupid jokes, then act surprised when we laughed at him rather than with him. That was no act, I said, feigning a lighter kind of sadness. You're looking well. Middle age must agree with you. He blanched. Is that what we are now? Middle-aged? I thought being in your 50s was middle-aged. I read that somewhere, in a science magazine. I nodded. Oh, that's right, I read that too. Middle age is always the decade ahead of the one you're in now. That's it, he said, grinning. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Married a woman 10 years younger than me. Had our first kid last year. You dog, he shrugged. It is what it is, he nodded to my kids. They yours? They are, I said, my eyes on my wife for a moment. She looked tired. Even Chrissy Brennan hadn't looked so tired. Wait till your bouncing baby becomes a temperamental teen, I said. That'll put some gray hairs on your chest. Looking forward to it, Benny said, smiling. So, how's life in the big city? I looked away, pretending to scan the crowd. Chaotic, uncertain, all the words you don't want to hear with a family to support. I looked back at him. This place has changed a lot, hasn't it? I could barely recognize some of the streets, I said. The Palladium is gone. Replaced with a 20-screen behemoth on the next block over, which, to be honest, is so much better than the Palladium ever was. Remember the sticky floors and the tattered seats and the dreadful sound system? Most of the movies we saw there started off as silent films before the projectionist heard the booing. I laughed. I'd forgotten that. Rose-tinted glasses, I suppose. Benny's smile faded. Yeah, nostalgia's a killer. In town for long? Dunno, I said. After this, we'll be taking it day by day. All depends on what Mom needs. Tell her I was asking after her. I'd offer her my condolences, but she wouldn't know who the hell I was. Last time she saw me, I was, 12? 11 or 12, yeah. You and Tyler, pulling wheelies on the street outside, showing off. Ever hear anything about him? Benny looked at me, his eyes narrow. What do you mean? After he ran away. Did he ever come back? Man, Tyler didn't run away. He was snatched. I frowned. What?
He disappeared one afternoon on his way home from school. I can't believe you don't remember this. I remember him running away. Why do you keep saying that? They said he ran away for the first few days he was gone. Then they found his bike and his bag and evidence of a struggle. It was all anyone talked about in school for months. So what happened to him? He was murdered, most likely. His remains are probably still lying in some shallow grave in the woods even now. You seriously don't remember that? It's coming back to me. Last day of April it was. I remember it vividly. Benny put his hands in his pockets and turned slightly, looking out over the town. Poor kid. He was only 14.
I can't believe I missed it, Chrissy said on the phone later. I suppose when it happened I didn't know what was going on. And when I started to look back a few years ago, it was a cursory glance. Just enough to convince myself the murders were still taking place. I'd never even considered that Tyler's disappearance had anything to do with Bubba Moon. Well, don't feel bad, I said, speaking softly as I stood in the backyard behind my old house. All I'd remembered about it was those first few days when everyone said he'd run away because of his dad. I'd convinced myself that's what happened, even though I was here when the cops decided he'd been murdered. What the hell is wrong with me? You wanted to leave it all behind. I can't blame you, Chrissy said. But do you believe me? If Moon went after Tyler, one of Pete's best friends, then he won't think twice about going after the kids of Pete's other friends now. But why Tyler? I asked. Why just him? We all turned 14 the same year. If Moon kills one kid every month, why didn't he snatch all 4 of us? That would have been way too suspicious, Chrissy said. The cops would be investigating everyone we'd ever spoken to, and that would have led straight to Pete Green's door. So Moon just took one of us, I said, my voice dull. Snatched him away like he was playing a game. I think that's exactly what it is, Chrissy said. With all the people smiling at me, tapping their watches. It's a game. He wants to scare me. He has to be stopped. How? If Pete's possessed, what do we do? Call an exorcist? Hold a prayer meeting? I don't even know what the first step is. The best thing we can do, and I know you've already objected to this, is to go to the police. At the very least, they'll put Scott into protective custody or something. Are you sure about that? Are you absolutely 100% sure about that? Because if we tell the police, and the police don't believe us or they can't do anything, then Bubba Moon will make us pay. I know he will, and so do you. He'll make us pay for ruining this game of his, and that means Scott or someone or... What, Chrissy? What? How old is your son? I looked at the phone like it was an odd thing, like it was a foreign object that did not belong in my hand. On stiff legs, I walked back inside. I hadn't seen my son all evening. He'd been in my old bedroom. That's where he was now, probably sitting in my old room watching TV on his laptop or something, not bothering to come up for air or say hi, and definitely not feeling the urge to communicate. I knew this behavior well. It had started last year. It had started when he turned 13. I knocked on the bedroom door and opened it. My daughter passed me. "Where is he?" I asked. She knew who I meant. She just shrugged, walked on. On stiff legs, with a dry mouth, I went to the living room where Felicity was sitting with Mom and my aunt. "Anyone seen Sammy?" I asked. Shaking of heads all round, I nodded. My keys were in my pocket. I walked out the front door, closed it gently behind me, and bolted to my car. I jumped in, slid the key into the ignition. The engine came to life, and I snapped it into gear, and the passenger side doors opened, 2 of them at the same time. A slender black man in a good suit slid in beside me. On the back seat, a girl in black. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," the man said. "Where's my son?" I screamed, making a grab for him. My hands were pushed down with unsettling ease, and the man reached over and smacked my head painfully against the steering wheel. "We don't know," he said, "but I'm sure we'll figure it out easily enough. How's your nose? Sorry about that, but we can't afford to let you drive to Pete Green's house and get yourself killed." "Where is my son?" I repeated, through gritted teeth. "He could be in one of 3 places," the man said. "Or he could be in a 4th that we don't yet know about. We didn't take him, if
That's what you're thinking.
That's what he's thinking, said the girl in the back seat.
That's what I thought, said the man. But we didn't. Take him, that is.
I looked at the man in the seat beside me. He was well groomed, clean-shaven. He wore gloves and a hat sitting on his lap. He didn't strike me as a Satanist. I turned to peer at the girl. I'd seen her before. She smiled at me, and I recognized her from the bar the previous night. She'd been sitting at the next table when Chrissy came over. "You're Moon's people," I said. "We're not," she told me. "You've been spying on me." "Only a little." She gave another smile. "And we've been listening to your phone calls slightly." They both spoke with an accent. Irish, though his was a little less distinct than hers. Maybe he travelled a lot. "What do you want?" I asked.
"We're here to help," the man said. "We are your exorcists."
"My name's Valkyrie," said the girl.
"And you can call me Mr. Pleasant," said the man.
Chapter 5. They made me drive to the bottom of King Hill and left me in the car with the engine still running. I could have driven away right there and then. Instead, I turned the engine off, killed the lights, and got out. Mr. Pleasant stood looking up at Bubba Moon's old house on the top of the hill. He had his hat on now, which made him look like an old-time private eye, the kind I used to watch on TV when I was a kid. A black Humphrey Bogart. The girl sat on the bonnet of my car and swung her legs. "Why did you bring me here?" I asked. Pleasant looked round. "We didn't," he said. "You drove us. You made me drive you." "We asked you, and you did. We didn't force you to do anything." Valkyrie looked at me. "I heard what your friend said last night about Bubba Moon. She got it right. Well, most of it. Moon isn't a Satanist, though."
"That's right," Pleasant murmured. "He's just sick."
He started walking up the hill. Valkyrie hopped off the bonnet and followed. I didn't know what was expected of me, so I followed too. "Where's my son?" I asked, for what felt like the 100th time.
"I should have thought it was obvious," said Pleasant. "The people have him."
"Then we call the police. We have to call the police." "We don't know where he is," Valkyrie interjected, and it struck me that she was playing the good cop role in this partnership. He was allowed to be as rude as he liked, as long as she was there to smooth things over. "If you call the police, they'll rush in, and whoever's holding Sammy will kill him immediately and dump the body. He's not in any danger right now. They do their killings on the 14th of each month. That's tomorrow night. He's safe for now." "Is he here?" I asked, my eyes flickering ahead of us. The house loomed, a dark thing in the darkness, its faded paint peeling like burst blisters, its windows blanked out by rotten wood, its roof patchy with old tiles.
"This is the most obvious place," Pleasant said. "So I doubt it. But before we go charging in to the rescue, first we eliminate all the places we shouldn't be charging."
I frowned. "Rescue? You're going to rescue Sammy? You're going to help me?"
"Of course," said Pleasant. "You're only just getting that? We announced ourselves as the exorcists. How much clearer can we make it?"
"Don't mind him," said Valkyrie, patting my arm. "He's just cranky. He didn't even want to come here in the first place." Pleasant looked around sharply.
"We are in the middle of a very important investigation. Very important. Things are happening."
"We were in Chicago," Valkyrie said, "doing a thing. About to go home. Then we're asked to come here to do a little digging if we had the time."
"Which, of course, we don't," said Pleasant. "But your sanctuary asked, and our sanctuary said sure. Let's put our investigation on hold. Let's ignore the possibility of a disease that turns ordinary people into ticking time bombs and send our two best detectives to Breeden, even though you have your own."
I frowned. "Sorry?"
"Detectives," he said. "America. America has its own detectives. Some good ones, too. None as good as me, of course."
"And that's the burden you bear with such humility,"
Valkyrie said, but her voice was softer now as we neared the house. Pleasant led the way around the full circumference. The place looked even deader than it had when I was a kid. It also looked infinitely creepier. If I had thought that adulthood meant I wasn't going to find my flesh crawling, I was about as wrong as I could possibly be.
You feel that?
Valkyrie said, pulling back the sleeve of her jacket and examining her arm.
Goosebumps, Skulduggery. I have goosebumps.
Pleasant looked round. Interesting, he said. Your name is Skulduggery Pleasant? I asked. Yes, he said. Have you heard of me?
No. What kind of name is Skulduggery Pleasant? It sounds made up.
It is made up. All names are made up. Why are we talking about this? The basement, wasn't it? That's where you broke in? Through this window, I take it?
He pointed to the narrow window close to the ground, and I realized I was standing exactly where I had been all those years ago. I nodded.
Pleasant handed his hat to Valkyrie. Do not wear it, he said,
then crouched, prizing the window open with his fingers. When it was open, he lay flat and slid through easily. It was like his body momentarily deflated, his clothes sinking to allow him access. A moment later, the window was lit from inside by a warm, flickering orange light.
Valkyrie put the hat on and looked at me.
Your friend was right. Bubba Moon is a psychic, or what we call a sensitive. His followers have similar gifts, the same way Skulduggery and I have gifts. Some of his followers are sensitives, some are other things. You don't have to worry about any of that.
Her phone buzzed. She held it to her ear. She wore a big, clunky black ring. She listened for a moment, then hung up.
They're not there, she said. He'll be out in a sec. He's just looking around.
Who are you? I asked.
She hesitated. We take care of things like this. Like Skulduggery said, we're exorcists, of a sort. Except instead of praying and waving a crucifix, we, punch and shoot. And there's a bit of stabbing, too. Lots of screaming. Some running.
A gust of wind snatched the hat from her head, took it up to one of the windows, and Skulduggery Pleasant reached through the wooden boards and grabbed it. Valkyrie glared.
He never lets me wear it.
I wanted to drive right up to Pete's house and hammer on the door. But Pleasant made me park a block away, and we got out and walked. You said Sammy's at one of 3 places, I said. Bubba Moon's house was the first. This is the second. What's the third?
A warehouse on the edge of town, said Pleasant. We followed one of his people there yesterday. It's owned by a business that doesn't exist. Fudged paperwork, not done with any degree of style or finesse, but enough to pass routine inspection. High level of security, though, for a building that, as far as we can see, doesn't actually contain anything.
That sounds like it's where they do their killings, I said, then frowned. Doesn't it?
It does, Pleasant agreed. But it may not necessarily be where they keep their offerings.
Shouldn't we get back up? Do you have backup? Chrissy said Pete has over a dozen followers.
I wouldn't worry about that, said Pleasant. Valkyrie and I have faced worse odds than this.
You have?
We have, said Valkyrie, and then her reassuring smile slipped.
We've never actually won against those odds, but
we've come close,
Pleasant said.
And trying is the main thing when it comes to life and death situations. Or one of the main things, anyway. It's in the top 3. Well, top 5. You need to stop thinking of him as Pete Green, by the way. He's Bubba Moon now. By this stage, there'll be no trace of your old friend left in there at all, and any assumption otherwise could prove fatal.
But can you get rid of him? Get rid of Moon?
Not if he doesn't want to go, said Pleasant. And not without a powerful sensitive of our own.
So, how are you going to exorcise him? Do you say prayers, or...
Pleasant glanced at Valkyrie, then looked at me.
I'm going to have to kill him. Do you have a problem with that?
I went cold.
but my legs didn't stop moving. "Pete's innocent," I said. "But Bubba Moon is a serial killer, and I just want my son back. And even if they worked, prayers wouldn't do any good," said Valkyrie. "It wasn't Moon's spirit that possessed your friend. It was his disembodied consciousness. Apparently there's a difference. Bubba Moon wasn't dead when the cops found him. He was doing some astral projection. You know what that is?" "I think so," I said. "Didn't the CIA try that in the 70s? They'd have their agents go into a trance and send their minds out to spy on the Russians or something?" "Very much like that," said Valkyrie. "Although Moon could do a lot more than spy." We got to the corner. 100 yards down the block lay Pete Green's house. The lights were on. "Moon knew the cops had one of his people," she continued. "And he knew this guy was talking. So he sent out his astral self and killed his follower in his jail cell. Made it look like suicide. It all would have worked out fine if the cops hadn't burst in with that search warrant. When they found him, he wasn't dead. He was comatose. The circle was keeping his body alive." "So when they moved him out of the circle," I said, "his body died?" Valkyrie nodded. "And his consciousness had nowhere to return to. It was drawn back to that circle where it stayed, trapped, until you kids came along."
18 years of Bubba Moon seething in that circle,"
Pleasant said.
"He infected the whole house with his foul thoughts. That's why you felt uneasy. That's why the both of you had goosebumps."
"What about you?" I asked. "Did you have goosebumps?" Pleasant looked at me, and Valkyrie grinned. Neither of them said anything. And then Pleasant moved off. Valkyrie stayed where she was, and I stayed beside her. "Where's he going?" "He's just checking out the house," she said. I looked back, but Pleasant was gone. The suddenness of his disappearance alarmed me. I scanned the area. It was dark, but it wasn't that dark. There was nowhere for him to hide, and he couldn't possibly have jumped one of the fences in the 3 seconds I was looking away. I was going to ask Valkyrie where he'd gone, but I was struck by the quiet knowledge that she wasn't going to tell me. So I stayed beside her, and we both looked at Pete Green's house. The street wasn't much different than I remembered. The houses were the same. Some of them, Pete's included, may have had an extension added on, but they were basically unchanged. There were a few tall walls where there had once been only fences. The lawns were neater. I was suddenly struck by the insanity of the situation. Here I was, sneaking around the town I grew up in with 2 Irish exorcists who planned to kill my childhood friend because he was possessed by the consciousness of a serial killer. But just as that wave of insanity hit me, another one followed, and this brought with it a cold determination to do whatever I had to do, to believe whatever I had to believe in order to get my son back. Because behind all this madness was the reality, the only reality that mattered. I had carried my son in my arms and on my back, administered more Band-Aids than I could remember, held him when he cried, made up bedtime stories every night for 10 years, and laughed with him at 1,000 dumb things. With him gone, it was like a piece of me had been sliced away, stolen. Once Sammy was back, once my family was safe, I could afford to allow pain, boring, run-of-the-mill reality to creep back into my worldview. Until then, sneaking around with Irish exorcists was the place for me.
"Your son's not in there,"
Skulduggery Pleasant said from behind us. I turned sharply, stifling a curse, but he was already walking away. Valkyrie's reaction was much calmer, like she knew he was there. How he had snuck up on us, though, I had no idea. "How do you know?" I asked, hurrying after him.
"Because I looked."
"You can't have looked. You were only gone a few minutes."
"A few minutes are all I need,"
Pleasant said. He touched his face, kneading the skin, and I saw him frown.
"We'll have to hurry to the warehouse. We don't have much time."
The warehouse was empty. It was obviously empty. Somehow I just knew it. The others did too. But Pleasant had to make sure. Like before, I stayed outside with Valkyrie while he vanished into the shadows.
He came back a few minutes later, shaking his head. "It's set up, ready for a ritual sacrifice, but there's no sign of your son," he said. He was touching his face again. "They could be keeping him anywhere. We're going to have to wait until tomorrow."
"What?" I said. No, we can't leave Sammy with them overnight."
"Of course we can," Pleasant said. "And we'll catch them red-handed tomorrow. It'll all be very dramatic. You'll love it, believe me."
"No," I said. "We have to keep searching."
"It's pointless. Even if you knew this town, which you don't, not anymore, it'd be a waste of time. Go home and get some sleep. We'll pick you up at 3 in the afternoon. I'll tell you the plan then."
You're sure? You're sure this is the best course of action?"
"This is the only course of action. Be ready at 3.
I nodded, sagging against my car. I suddenly realized how tired I was, how utterly exhausted. "Can I give you a lift anywhere? To your hotel?" "We're fine," Valkyrie said. "And try not to worry, okay? Saving people is what we do." I gave another nod, then got in the car. I swung round, pointing the nose back the way I'd come. I glanced in the rear-view mirror, saw Pleasant and Valkyrie standing close to each other. His arm was round her waist. My eyes flickered to the road ahead, then back to the rear view. The road behind me was empty. Chapter 6. I got no sleep. My son was in the hands of a madman. Every 10 minutes I grabbed the phone, ready to dial for the cops. But I didn't. I don't know why I was trusting these strangers, but trusting them I was, and so I didn't dial. I just thought about it a lot. 3 o'clock the following day, I was sitting in my car outside my old home, waiting for Skulduggery Pleasant and Valkyrie to suddenly open the doors and get in. At 4 o'clock, I was standing in the kitchen, a mug of cold coffee in my hand, my eyes on the street outside. "You seen Sammy?" Felicity asked, passing behind me. "He's checking out the places I used to go as a kid," I said. The words came out quickly, spilled out like a lie I'd been waiting to tell. "I drew him a map." She came up, put her hand on my arm. "How are you doing?" I stiffened, and she took her hand away, then left. At 10 minutes to 5, my phone rang. "Hi," said Chrissy. "Oh," I said. "Hey, you sound disappointed." "I'm just waiting for someone. They're late." "Oh, okay. Listen, I'm sorry if I upset you last night." "You didn't," I said, making sure no one was around before I continued in a softer voice. "They have him. They have Sammy. You were right, Chrissy, about all of it." "They have Sammy? Oh, God." "Chrissy, I met some people last night, a man called Pleasant and a girl called Valkyrie. They knew everything. They said they could help." There was a pause. "Be careful," Chrissy said. "It sounds like something Pete would do." "No, it's not him. They're genuine. I really think they're genuine. They knew everything. They knew stuff we don't know. They do this kind of thing for a living. I don't like it. I don't. Damn it, Chrissy. Yesterday we said we needed exorcists, didn't we? Well, now we have them. They took me to the warehouse where they think Moon kills the kids. They can help. Only they were supposed to meet me here 2 hours ago and they haven't shown." "And you trust them?" I hesitated. "Yeah. Yes, I do." "Do you think they're in trouble?" My heart became something heavy, weighing down on my lungs. "Yes." I stood there in the kitchen, the phone pressed to my ear, as helpless and useless in the face of true evil as any child. "Then, do you want to go help them?" Chrissy asked. "Yes," I said. I picked Chrissy up outside her house, a small Cape Cod on what used to be called Dearson Street, but which now went by the rather more grander-sounding Eastview Drive. If they'd thought renaming the street would elevate the neighborhood, they must surely have been disappointed. The houses stood forlorn, the spaces between them filled with coarse grasses and the rusted detritus of modern living, flat-wheeled bicycles, broken-down dishwashers, and old cars running on nothing but hope, spit, and desperation. Chrissy was waiting for me outside the neatest of these houses, and she got in quickly, her purse in her lap. Even now, with the lines on her face and the grey in her hair, I felt a little buzz in my stomach when I met those blue eyes of hers, a buzz that I hadn't felt with my wife for a long time. I felt guilty about that. We didn't meet much traffic as we drove to the warehouse, but it was already getting dark as I pulled over. "Is this it?" Chrissy asked. "No, it's further up," I said, having learned from the experts. "We'll walk the rest of the way." She nodded. "Okay, yeah. I brought something. For us. For protection." Glancing at me nervously, she pulled a nickel-plated revolver from her purse. "It was my husband's," she said. "I kept it when he left. It's loaded, I checked. This little lever here is the safety." I looked at it. I've never fired a gun in my life. "Me either, but I thought we might need it." She held it out to me. I took it. Felt how heavy it was. I kept my finger away from the trigger. "Okay," I said. "Okay, this is probably a good idea." She gave me a smile, a thin, brittle smile, and got out. I hesitated only a moment before joining her. I tried sticking the gun into the waistband of my trousers, but it didn't feel secure, so I just put it in my jacket pocket as we walked. I kept an eye out for cameras. Pleasant had said something about the security being impressive, but I didn't see any, not even when we were peering through the chain-link fence. There were lights on in the warehouse, and a few cars parked outside that hadn't been there the day before, but I couldn't see any guards, and still no sign of cameras. The gate was heavy and closed, and the fence was twice my height. I realized that our first hurdle might also be our last. "How the hell do we get in?" I murmured. Chrissy hugged herself. It was cold out here. "Bruce Willis would just drive through the gate," she said. "Or if he wanted to be sneaky, he'd drop down from a neighboring roof." She craned her neck. "But how would we get up there?" "This is ridiculous," I said. "We're intelligent people. We should be able to get past a fence." "We could climb it." We were going to have to. Even though I hadn't indulged in any strenuous physical activity for over 6 years, I was going to have to climb a fence in front of my childhood crush. I offered up a silent prayer that I wouldn't make too much of a fool of myself, then extended my arm, my fingers curling into the chain link. Once I had a good grip, I rattled it a little, just to get an idea of what I had to work with, and then I jumped, grabbing a handhold further up. It wouldn't take much for my fingers to start burning, so I wasted no time. I dug my feet in against the fence, trying to get the toes of my shoes through the links. I hung there, scrabbling for purchase, mere inches off the sidewalk. "You have never stopped being sexy," Chrissy said, in a quiet voice. And, despite the danger to ourselves and the threat to my son, I couldn't help it. I laughed. And I laughed so hard I had to let go and stagger away from my failed attempt at being impressive. Chrissy covered her laugh with her hands, eyes glittering with mirth. We both knew what it was, of course. The laughter was a nervous reaction to a scary situation. It didn't make it any less funny. "Boost me up," she said. "If I can reach the top, I'll try to pull you up after me." I went back to the fence, interlaced my fingers, and bent my knees, keeping my back straight. Chrissy put her right foot in the cradle my hands formed. Her hands rested lightly on my shoulders. She was taking deep breaths. "1," I said, rocking slightly. 2, 3. On 3, I straightened and lifted, and she sprang, catapulting upwards. She got a hand around the bar on the top of the fence and hauled herself up quickly till she was resting on her belly. Steadying herself with her hands, she lifted her right leg up and over and sat up, straddling the bar and looking down at me. "I'm not going to be able to pull you up," she said. Her words were fast and clipped. She was up high and she was scared. She leaned forward, her knees tight, and her right hand curled into the links. With her free left hand, she reached down to me. "That's as far as I can go." "I can't reach that high, Chrissy." "Then find something to step on," If I lean down any more, I'll fall.
I looked around for something to stand on, but the street was empty.
I'll be right back. Where are you going? I'll have to get the car. Hurry! I ran back to the car,
not liking this one bit. I turned the key gently, like that would make the engine quieter, and drove very slowly up to the warehouse with the lights off. I mounted the sidewalk, slowing down even more until the wing mirrors scraped against the fence just below Chrissy. I turned off the ignition, got out, and clambered up onto the hood. Using the fence to steady me, I lunged up onto the roof. It clunked dully under my weight. I got into position, bent my knees, took a breath, and sprang. I hit the fence and clung on, and Chrissy grabbed me with her free hand. Then, after lots of grunting and exertion, I was straddling the fence, facing her. We held on to each other.
We're going to have to jump down,
I said. She smiled without a whole lot of humor. You first. She let go of me, and I gripped the bar with both hands, swinging my other leg over the side. I lowered myself down as far as I could go, then dropped. My heels slammed painfully to the ground, and the fence rattled, and I bit my tongue. You okay? Chrissy whispered. Are you all right? I nodded up to her, one hand over my mouth, blinking away tears of pain as I hobbled around in a small circle. She swung her other leg over, lowered herself down just like I had done. Catch me, she whispered, and let go. She fell into my arms. She was heavier than I'd expected, but I didn't drop her. I set her back on her feet, and she looked at me, frowning. You sure you're okay? Bit my tongue, I said, a little shamefacedly. Maybe I'll kiss it better for you later, she said, a grin on her face. Providing we live through the... She grabbed me, pulled me down behind one of the parked cars. We stayed there for a few seconds, frozen. I peeked up. There was a sentry. He walked like he had walked this route 100 times tonight already. He was watchful, but not wary. Otherwise he'd have noticed my car on the other side of the fence. It was pure luck he missed us. He glanced at his watch, then put his hands back in his coat. When he passed through the side door of the warehouse, a blue light in an obscure pattern glowed briefly on the doorframe. I was reminded of the security pads I'd seen in movies, where a green light would mean authorized and red would mean intruder. I got the feeling that the light would glow red if we tried going in. When it was gone, when we were sure we weren't going to be discovered, we jogged to the door, slowing as we approached. I had expected an electronic pad fitted to the door. Instead, the pattern, some kind of obscure symbol, was simply painted on. I ran my finger against the surface. No sign of any electronics at all. Maybe it wasn't an alarm. Maybe it had been a trick of the light. Even so, I was wary of passing it before testing its... Chrissy took a giant step through the doorway, and I sucked in a breath. But the symbol stayed dark. No alarm sounded. She shrugged at me while I got my heart back under control. I took the gun from my pocket and joined her. We moved quietly by a small office, got to the corner that led to the main warehouse. There were 2 tables set up. One in the center of the cavernous space was broad and heavy and covered in a white sheet. The other, over by the wall, held a coffee pot and 2 trays of sandwiches. 5 of Bubba Moon's people stood here, chatting in soft voices. Skulduggery Pleasant and Valkyrie sat with their backs to a steel pillar. Chains kept them in place. Pleasant was facing away from the door, but Valkyrie was looking right at us. Her left eye was swollen, almost shut, and she had dried blood on her chin. When she saw me, she turned slightly, whispered something. I could see Pleasant's shoulder move as he nodded. I showed her the gun, and she immediately shook her head. I looked over at the people. None of them appeared to be armed. The door rattled suddenly and opened. A blue van drove in, killing its lights once inside. The sentry pulled the door closed, and the van trundled to the left side of the warehouse, leaving the center clear but for the cloth-covered table. It stopped, and the engine was cut off. Bubba Moon got out. He looked like Pete Green all grown up, but he wasn't. There was something extra about him,
something extra in the way he moved, like he still, even after all these years, hadn't fully figured out how to work his new body. Like he didn't quite fit into it. He was tall and lean, and still had all his hair. He wore ripped jeans and cowboy boots, but as he sauntered forward, he took off his shirt, let it drop to the ground. Underneath, he was scarred. Someone, years ago, had gone to work on him with a blade. Bizarre symbols, like the one on the warehouse door, like the ones we'd found in the basement when we were kids, had been meticulously cut into his flesh, like savage tattoos. The way he was showing off to his people made me realize he'd probably commissioned the work himself, and something about his grin made me think he'd been fully conscious the entire time.
"Brothers and sisters,"
he announced, his voice echoing in the great expanse.
"I thank you for coming on what is truly a special day."
Bubba Moon spoke with a southern accent, an accent that Pete Green had never had.
"We are blessed. We are truly blessed to have two witnesses to this month's offering, two valued guests, over from the Emerald Isle, here for one night only. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Skulduggery Pleasant and Valkyrie Kane."
The people applauded. Now that I was focusing on them, I could see the cuts and bruises they sported. One of them had his arm in a cast. They each looked like they'd gone 12 rounds with a prize fighter.
"Pleasant and Kane,"
Moon continued, wandering over to his captives,
"we have heard tales of your exploits and adventures. I am truly honored. Never in my life did I expect that our modest little operation here would warrant your attention. We are but simple folk."
He grinned. Some of his people laughed. The grin didn't stay on for long.
"Of course, you did put 6 of my people in hospital this morning. We did what we could with our limited knowledge of medical procedures, but our friends, our very good friends, are now languishing in hospital wards being seen to by clumsy mortal doctors, and that's just not cool."
He lashed a kick into Pleasant's side.
"But I'm not one to hold grudges," he said. "I have a simple philosophy in life. Do unto others as they do unto you. You have honored me by coming to this nowhere little town. You have honored me by taking an interest in me, in us, and in the work we do here. So allow me to repay you in kind. I will honor you, sir, you and your partner."
He smiled down at her.
"Valkyrie, Valkyrie, Valkyrie. What age are you, Valkyrie? 17, aren't you? A little old to be an offering, strictly speaking, but tonight is a night for exceptions, is it not?"
2 of his people hurried forward. They undid the chains holding Valkyrie to the pillar and pulled her to her feet. She lunged at one of them, but her hands were cuffed behind her back, and Moon stepped forward, slapped her so hard she almost fell.
"Play nice," said Moon, "or you don't get to play at all."
The 2 men dragged her to the table, and Moon's attention returned to Pleasant as Pleasant spoke.
"An offering,"
Pleasant said as the 2 men dragged Valkyrie to the table.
"A blood sacrifice. You people are still doing that."
I wished I could get a glimpse of his face, just to see if he looked as cool as he sounded. Moon shrugged.
"It's a little retro, sure. But we've been doing it for decades, and we've received no complaints so far."
"What about the sacrifices?"
"Oh, well, yes, they complain, but they're always in a bad mood anyway."
"And do you mind me asking who you're making the offerings to? Just for my own personal amusement, you understand."
Moon laughed. "That's just the thing, Detective Pleasant. I don't even know myself. All I know is that a being of wonderment and awe came to me in a particularly vivid dream, and he told me that I was an integral part of the Anti-Sanctuary. He told me I was to gather around me like-minded individuals, and every time we met we were to offer him the blood of a mortal."
"There is no Anti-Sanctuary," Pleasant responded.
Well, the only thing I can say to that is there is, and I am an integral part of it, because you had a dream. Moon smiled. Doubt all you want, Detective Cynic, Detective Skeptic, but I know the truth, and so do my people. We have seen what lurks on the other side, and within minutes, you will see too. I was running through things to say in my head. Freeze. Nobody move. When another of Moon's people went to the back of the van and pulled out Sammy. His mouth was gagged, his hands tied. He'd been crying. He looked terrified as he was pushed towards the table, which had become a sacrificial altar in my mind, and I stepped out and raised the gun. "Stop!" I shrieked. "Just stop! Let my son go! Let them all go!" Bubba Moon and his people looked at me with nothing more than surprise in their eyes. Chrissy hurried out beside me, sticking close. Moon began to smile. "Look at this. Look at this situation we currently find ourselves in. Why, this is nothing less than a class reunion. My oldest friend and my oldest crush." And there was I thinking this night could not get any more special. "You're not Pete," I said. The gun was shaking badly in my hand, so I brought my left in to steady it. "You're Bubba Moon. I know all about you." "I doubt it," said Moon, and gave another smile. "Chrissy, the years have not been good to you now, have they? Probably down to that thug of a man you married. Yes, I know all about that. Your life has never quite taken flight, has it? You had your wings clipped young." "Sammy," I said, "come over here." Sammy looked around, making sure no one was going to try and stop him. Then he ran over. Moon chuckled. I pointed the gun at the man holding Valkyrie down. "Release her! Take off the handcuffs!" The man looked over at Moon, who glanced at his watch. For some reason, that made his smile grow wider. "Do what my friend says." A few seconds later, Valkyrie was free. The moment the cuffs were off, she sighed, like freedom hadn't been the only thing that had been kept from her. She grabbed the key from the man and threw it to Chrissy. "Help my friend," she said. Chrissy immediately went to the pillow where Pleasant sat. Moon didn't seem to care about any of this. He was looking straight at me. "How have you been, old buddy? Done any skateboarding lately? Sammy, you may not know this about your old man, but he was quite the skateboarder when we were kids, just a few years younger than you are now. He was cool back then. We used to skate in the park, even though we weren't allowed. We frightened the pigeons and the old people. Good times, were they not?" Things were going according to plan. The gun trembled less as I pointed it at him. "You're not Pete." "But I'm in here with Pete," said Moon. "I know everything he knows. I know you and me were both in love with Chrissy Brennan. I know she preferred me." "I'm pretty sure she's changed her mind about that now," I said, and Moon laughed. I looked over when the chain fell and saw Pleasant getting to his feet. Before he came round the pillar, his hand went to his collar like he was fixing his tie. He stepped into view, and I frowned. It wasn't Pleasant. He was as tall and as slender. He was dressed in a similar suit, but this man was white, handsome but unshaven, his brown hair tousled. It wasn't the man I'd met the previous night, but when he spoke with Skulduggery Pleasant's voice. "I must admit, this is disconcerting. You could have disarmed my gun-toting friend here without a second thought, but you didn't." "No, we didn't," said Moon, and then gestured to the man's face. "I like this, by the way. Inspires trust." This man, Pleasant in disguise, observed Moon through narrowed eyes. "All of which leads me to suspect you have something up your sleeve, which is not a nice thought, to be honest." Moon smiled. "I wouldn't say it is." "You looked at your watch before you allowed Valkyrie to be released. Time is not on our side, is it? It's on yours, but but not ours. Are we expecting company? We are. Someone who will cancel out the threat posed by Valkyrie and myself.
Indeed.
Skulduggery Pleasant, for I had come to the conclusion now that it was definitely him wearing a disguise of some kind, nodded. I really don't like the way this is going. Still, at least I'm no longer in shackles. That's something, at least.
I'm glad you think so.
Chrissy came over, standing beside me with Sammy behind us. Sammy was pale, frightened, still bound and gagged, but his eyes were fixed on Pleasant, not Moon. Moon looked at his watch again, and a brand-new smile broke out.
"Here we—"
was all he had time to say before a hole tore open in empty space and a light poured through, and I glimpsed something within that light which I somehow knew to be a portal to somewhere else, somewhere terrible. And I saw a monster's face in that light, and the light grew and grew and burst and... Chapter 7. I uncovered my eyes, blinking rapidly, and found myself in a dark room that smelled of settled dust and mothballs. I was alone. It was cold. There was a bed in the corner without a mattress. I crossed to the window, peered out through the grime-streaked glass at Bredon. The warehouse was on the east side, but I was on the west, looking down onto King Road and the junkyard. From here, I could see the church and the lights of the gas station, and if there hadn't been that line of trees on Highland Street, I'd have been able to see my school. I was in Bubba Moon's old house. Only, I'd passed Highland Street a few times since I'd been home, and those trees weren't there anymore. They hadn't been there since I was a kid. There was a sound, somewhere below me. I wiped the perspiration from my right hand, then gripped the gun tighter. I opened the door and immediately stepped away, expecting something to rush in at me. My back rippled with goose flesh as I stood there, looking out into the gloom, waiting for horror. Finally, I started moving again, the floorboards creaking gently under my weight. The landing was empty. There were no lights on in the house. The usual smells one would expect in an abandoned house. Smells resulting from drunk teenagers breaking in or passing vagrants spending the night were absent. No teenager had ever been drunk enough to break in here, and no vagrant had ever been cold enough to seek shelter under this roof. The only smell, apart from the dust, was a damp, unhealthy rot that seeped through the walls. It was like the house was sick, riddled with some wasting disease. I reached the stairs and looked over the banisters. I had to go down there. I didn't know how I had got here, but I knew I had to go down there. I started down the stairs. Whether this was illusion or madness or magic, or if I had died in that warehouse and this was the hell I was to spend eternity in, mattered little to me at this point. For all I knew, I was still in the warehouse and this was all happening in my mind. Maybe it had affected everyone there. Maybe that bright flash of light had hypnotized me, hypnotized all of us. Or maybe I was really here. And that thing I had glimpsed, that thing coming through the portal, maybe it was here too. I got to the bottom of the stairs without a clawed hand reaching through the banisters and grabbing my ankle. The front door was just ahead of me. I could have run straight to it, pulled it open, and fled. But what would I be fleeing into? Or when? Whatever had happened to bring me here had not only sent me across town, it had sent me across time. I knew, with no doubt in my mind, that this was the night we had snuck into Bubba Moon's house all those years ago. And that meant I had to go down, into the basement. The basement door was under the stairs. The doorknob was black and loose and rattled when I turned it. I had to give it an extra turn, it was fitted so badly. When it opened, the darkness from the basement spread upwards, passing me, darkening the hall, turning everything colder still. And then it settled. My eyes adjusted, and I started down the wooden steps. There were more steps than there should have been.
They descended into a gaping mouth of pitch black. Twice on my way down I almost lost my nerve. But if I was here, then Sammy might be down here too, and I wasn't going to abandon my son. Gradually, the gloom began to lift ever so slightly, and I saw the concrete floor below. When I reached the bottom, I looked back, unsurprised to find that there were at most maybe 10 steps in all leading up to the open door. The house was playing tricks on me. Navigating my way round the stacks of piled-up junk was like being caught in a maze. I didn't remember there being this many stacks, and I didn't remember them being this high. It was the house again, growing and widening, adding more twists and turns to the journey, playing its games. There were shouts in among the stacks, but shouts from far away. Something else, too, like distant gunfire. I entered a clearing of sorts, getting my first real impression of just how big the basement had grown. It was massive, as big as the warehouse. Maybe it was the warehouse. Maybe the bright light had hypnotized me into confusing the two. But the warehouse hadn't had all this junk, and along the walls it didn't have all those wooden steps leading upwards. Someone emerged from the stacks on my right. "Chrissy!" I hissed. She jumped, covering her mouth with both hands, stifling a yell. Then she hurried over, clinging to my right arm. "We're in his house," she whispered. "I know," I said. "Stay close to me." We moved onwards, through the clearing and back into the stacks. We approached a low table on which sat a dollhouse. As we passed, a light switched on in one of the small windows. "That's mine," Chrissy said softly. "I used to have that exact one." We stared at it for a few moments. Another light turned on. Chrissy let go of my arm and stepped towards it. "What are you doing?" "Chrissy, don't." She looked back at me, her face strained. "I have to," she said, and reached out, fingers hooking into the exterior wall of the dollhouse. She pulled it open, and all the lights came on, and she stepped back with a cry of disgust. Cockroaches skittered over the toy furniture, burrowing under the thin blankets on the beds to get out of the sudden light and pushing over the plastic plates on the kitchen table. Some of them had got onto her hand, and Chrissy cursed, swiping at them as they tried to scuttle up her sleeve. I pulled her away, and the lights in the dollhouse went out, though we could still hear the cockroaches spilling over the edge of the table and hitting the ground. Chrissy pushed against me, and we moved on quickly. My foot nudged something so solid I almost tripped. I looked down, cursed, stepped back right into Chrissy. Together, we looked down at the still form, half hidden by the stacks. When the figure didn't move, I inched forward, nudged it again. Then I got my foot under it and pushed the shoulder back far enough to reveal the face of the warehouse sentry. Blood leaked from a gash over his eye. He was either asleep or dead. I took my foot away, let the body slump back, and we stepped over it and carried on. Ahead of us, around the next corner, another light flickered, and I heard the sound of a helicopter's rotor blades before it was replaced by synthesizer music. I recognized it immediately as the theme tune to Werewolf. Keeping the gun out in front, I led the way to an old TV with rabbit ears and terrible reception. The same TV that I had sat in front of cross-legged in my living room when I was a kid. We'd had that TV until the day my brother and I were throwing around the baseball indoors and the ball bounced off the wall and hit the screen and cracked it. Our mum was not happy that day. Our dad was furious. Even as this memory swam through my head, the crack appeared on the TV in front of us. The screen bulged slightly and retracted, like it was breathing. Every time it bulged, the crack would widen a little, and then it stopped retracting. It kept bulging, and black liquid, blood, started to drip from the screen and then flow like an open wound. Then the screen burst open and the black liquid gushed out in a torrent that hit me square in the chest, forced me back, splashed into my mouth as I cried out. Chrissy slipped and I fell over her, and the black liquid covered us, drenched us,
and then the torrent weakened and went back to being a trickle, and then it stopped altogether, and there was nothing except the busted TV. I went to wipe my eyes clear, but I was dry. I was clean. I looked at Chrissy. There'd been no black liquid, no gushing blood. "Playing games," I said. We got up. Ahead we heard voices, children's voices. We reached another clearing in time to watch myself, aged 11, drop down from the narrow window in the basement. "Oh, my God," Chrissy whispered. I was so small, so tiny, so young. I stared. "See anything?" a voice asked from the window. Tyler's voice. "Junk," my younger self said. "Any black magic stuff?" My younger self shone his flashlight right into my face and then moved it on without seeing me. "Just old lamps and furniture. A table. Sofa." We heard Benny telling me to grab a Ouija board if I saw one, and then Chrissy's voice came through loud and clear. "Don't you dare! My aunt did the Ouija board once and she doesn't believe in any of that stuff, and she said that Ouija boards are actually dangerous." Chrissy's fingers dug into my arm. We watched history repeat itself until there were 5 11-year-olds down in the basement with us, the beams of their flashlights cutting through the murk. Chrissy yanked on my shirt and I looked round. From behind a distant stack, there came a fast-moving, flickering light, like someone going crazy with a flamethrower. Then it cut off. No light, no flames, no smoke. The kids hadn't noticed it. "Found it," Chrissy's younger self said. We walked after Tyler, joined the kids at the circle. Standing inside the circle was Bubba Moon. Not the Pete Green Bubba Moon, but the original. A bald man, once heavily muscled, but with all that going to seed now. His gut was expanding, stretching the scars, distorting the symbols on his bare torso. He watched the kids crowd round him. They couldn't see him, and he couldn't see us. "Big bad Bubba Moon," Pete said in a soft voice. Chrissy shrieked as the stacks beside us exploded, sending junk flying and old magazines fluttering like dying bats. A man hurtled through the air, bursting from one stack and disappearing into another. All this went unnoticed by the kids, unnoticed by Moon. But Chrissy and I ran over, and I lunged into the stacks, gun at the ready. But of the man, there was no sign. We looked back at the circle. Pete was lying down in it while Bubba Moon stood over him. "Hey, guys! Who am I?" he said, and laid his head back and pretended to be dead. Grinning, Moon lay down with him, on top of him, and over him, and all the flashlights went out. The kids screamed, panicked, ran for the window, but Chrissy and I stayed and watched with mounting horror as Bubba Moon slowly got up, Pete moving within him, aping every movement. When they were both on their feet, Bubba stepped back slightly, allowed Pete to stand on his own. Then Moon's hands went to Pete's shoulders, fingers digging into his shirt. When he lifted one shoulder, Pete lifted his foot, and together they lurched back towards the window. I turned away from the unfolding scene, towards the sound of shouting. Gun in one hand, Chrissy's hand in another, I stepped cautiously towards a tall pile of shoeboxes. There was sudden movement, and one of Moon's people staggered out of the darkness. His shoulder hit the pile, and he hit the ground, and the shoeboxes toppled, spilling out hundreds of cassette tapes that clattered across the floor. There was something else now, a sound like the snarl that thing had made as it passed through the portal. It was above us, and around us, moving through the stacks, and with it were more shouts and more gunshots. I heard Valkyrie Kane's voice. When we looked back to the kids, they were gone, all but one. Pete Green remained. He stood in the circle, looking at us, an 11-year-old boy. At his feet, my son, unconscious. I fought the urge to rush forward.
Why? I asked. Pete shrugged. It likes the taste, the thing you saw. It likes the taste of mortal children. 14 years old. That's when they taste best. That's when it gets all the nutrients it needs. Who am I to disagree? But why Sammy? Why our children? Because I couldn't take you, said Pete. I wanted all of you. You too and Benny. We all went down here, but I was the only one who stayed. How is that fair?
You killed Tyler, I said. He grew up before our eyes. He grew taller and older, and his clothes changed, and his shirt disappeared, and he was bare-chested and tattooed with scars again, just like he had been in the warehouse. Tyler was the only one I could take, he said. But I made plans, contingency plans. I was too late to stop you from leaving, my buddy, my pal, but I made sure Chrissy never got beyond the town limits. Didn't I, sweetheart? I saddled her with a husband who was going to drain the fight right out of her. I left her with nowhere to turn. I left her with one option, and one option only. Chrissy stiffened, and Bubba Moon looked at me and laughed. All part of the game, you understand. I needed a way to get you to bring your family back to the old homestead for a few days. And really, what choice did she have? It was either your kid or hers. I frowned, raising the gun. What? I'm sorry, Chrissy said. She stepped away from me. She went to stand beside Moon. I stared at them both. My hand started to tremble. You want to shoot me? Said Moon. Or do you want to shoot the person who broke in and suffocated your dear old dad? He took one single step to the side, distancing himself from Chrissy. No, I whispered. Chrissy. What? He made me do it, she said, tears running down her face. He said he'd take Scott next. He wouldn't let me leave. Excuses, said Moon. The point is, she killed your daddy, betrayed you to me, and now she wants me to kill your son instead of hers. You can't go home again. Isn't that what they say? I'll kill you, I said, pointing the gun at him. Go ahead. The gun shook. He deserved it. For everything he'd done, he deserved it. He wasn't my best friend. He was a killer. He was a killer, and he was going to kill my son. I pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Moon laughed. You really think she'd give you a loaded gun? A scream pierced the air, and Moon grinned. That would be your friends, I imagine, he said. What? You thought they were going to come save you? They've never gone up against anything like this before. You have no one to... He faltered. The scream twisted and undulated and screeched. No human being could ever make anything close to that kind of sound. Then there was silence. Darkness swarmed my vision and dissipated like smoke. And then we were back in the warehouse with Moon's people sprawled unconscious around us. Sammy stood beside me, his hands still tied and his mouth still gagged. Next to the cloth-covered table, Moon stood with Chrissy, shaking his head, trying to clear it. Skulduggery Pleasant and Valkyrie Kane stood behind them both. Valkyrie pushed Chrissy aside, and Moon spun, too startled to do anything more than curse, just before Pleasant stepped into him and flipped him over his hip. Moon crashed to the ground, and Valkyrie moved in. The handcuffs that had been used to bind her snapped over his wrists. Moon got to his knees, shaking his head. You can't stand up to it. You'll never defeat it. We already have, said Valkyrie.
Moon screamed in abject rage as I dropped the gun and turned, untied Sammy. His hands free, he pulled the gag from his mouth, too startled, too shocked to speak. I looked at Chrissy as she ran from the warehouse, then at Moon, tears streaming down his face, and finally I turned to Pleasant. "Are you going to kill him?"
"I thought we'd have to," he said. "We didn't think we'd be able to capture him, but now that we have—"
Valkyrie held Moon as well as she could while Pleasant picked the knife up off the table and cut a new symbol into Moon's forehead. When it was done, Pleasant stood over him, his gloved hand splayed against his bloody wound. He looked at me.
"Before I begin," he said, "I need you to understand that the words I'm about to recite in no way indicate the presence or indeed the existence of a divine being of any sort. Words are words. They have power, and arranged in a particular way, they can have a particular effect. Is that understood?"
I nodded. Pleasant looked down at his prisoner.
"I command you, unclean spirit, in the name of whichever god you believe in, I command you to depart. Depart, then, transgressor. Depart, seducer, full of lies and cunning, foe of virtue, persecutor of the innocent."
"Get away from me," said Moon.
"Get away!"
Pleasant ignored him.
"Give place, abominable creature. Give way, you monster. Depart, then. Depart, accursed one. Depart with all your deceits."
Valkyrie grinned. "Say it."
"I'm not saying it,"
said Pleasant. "Go on," said Valkyrie. "Say it for me. Please?" Pleasant sighed and returned his attention to the exorcism, and then, in a loud voice, he commanded,
"Get thee behind me, Bubba Moon."
And Valkyrie cheered.
We went home. Felicity had tried to stay up, but she'd fallen asleep on the couch. I helped Sammy to bed, and he hugged me before I turned out the light. For a moment he was a little kid again, a little kid who needed me. I stayed with him until he was asleep, and then I sat on the couch and waited for Felicity to wake. When she did, we talked. I didn't tell her about Bubba Moon. We didn't talk about what I had just been through. Instead, we talked about us, and our great kids, and our life together. We talked for hours, until the sun bled into the night and turned the sky orange. Bubba Moon's van pulled up and I went outside. Valkyrie Kane got out, and so did a tall man with dark hair. Skulduggery Pleasant in yet another astonishing disguise. Valkyrie told us that the exorcism had lasted 3 hours. When Pete Green's body finally slumped into unconsciousness, she dragged him out of the circle, leaving only the flickering image of the original Bubba Moon trapped within. By that stage, she said, a team of sensitives had arrived to drain him of his power. Pleasant told us that Moon would never again get the chance to infect anyone. He would stay there, in that warehouse, in that circle, too weak to possess even a passing pigeon, and that's where he would remain until the end of days. I thanked them, not only for saving my life, not only for saving the life of my son, but also for saving the lives of all the other children who would otherwise have been sacrificed to whatever creature had lived in that light. Valkyrie smiled, thanked me for rescuing them, and ignored Pleasant when he insisted that he'd had the situation under control. He made a joke about not telling anyone what had happened, or he'd have to send in his friends who'd wipe our memories. I'm pretty sure it was a joke. They left without saying much else. They didn't tell me who they were, who they worked for, or what all this meant. Pleasant didn't explain why he wore so many disguises, although Sammy told me later that he'd caught a glimpse of him when he was handcuffed to the pillar, and he could have sworn Pleasant had a skull for a head. At this point, nothing would have surprised me. Bubba Moon's people were scooped up by whoever scoops people like that up,
and Chrissy left town with her son. I asked Pleasant not to send anyone after her. She'd suffered enough, I reckoned. Pete Green was introduced to a team of psychiatrists who were very curious to find out what trauma had led a grown man with all those unusual scars to revert to his 11-year-old self overnight. They told me they didn't dare reunite him with any old friends for fear it would traumatize him further. But maybe, at some stage in the future. That suits me fine. Pete's my best friend, and I'm not going anywhere. This is my home, after all.
Theatre of Shadows. Bodies, stiff and frozen and covered in frost, hung from the ceiling on chains. Women, some long dead, some fresh, all swathed in ill-fitting grey, like hospital gowns. A draught sweeping through the giant makeshift freezer kept some of them swaying ever so slightly. The dead creaked when they swayed. There were over a dozen of them at Valkyrie's glance, maybe 15 or 16. She stepped between them, moving slowly. The black ring on her finger burned as cold as the freezer. She was only conscious of her breathing because of the long stream of crystallized vapor that escaped her lips. She was breathing slow and steady, forcing herself to remain calm. There was a deck chair set up ahead. She had expected this. When they were reading through the killer's profile, they'd come to the conclusion that, when choosing where to build his kill zone, he'd pick a place where he could sit for hours, gazing at the bodies of his victims, reliving the moments when he took their lives. She emerged from the freezer, continuing on her path through the decrepit old theatre. There was light up ahead. Silas Nadir sat on the stage in the candlelight, his back to the door. He was sewing. Another grey hospital gown. Music played. I only have eyes for you. On the floor before him was a bucket, the area round it stained with dried blood. Above the bucket, a thick chain dangled from the vaulted ceiling. On the end of that chain was a wrought iron hook. Susie Pierce, her hands tied with rope that looped over the hook, hung there, quiet but alive. Valkyrie looked around. They had a plan. Find Nadir, and then go in together. Skulduggery had come through the back entrance, Valkyrie through the front. He had made her swear not to take on Nadir without him. An old-fashioned alarm clock went off on the table beside Nadir, nearly making Valkyrie jump out of her skin. Nadir tapped the clock, shutting off the alarm, and he put the hospital gown to one side and stood up. Susie twisted on the hook, looked down at him. "Let me go. You hear me? Let me go right now." Nadir ignored her. He opened a bag sitting on the table and pulled out a long coat. When he put it on, Valkyrie could see the bloodstains. That coat probably bore the lifeblood of everyone Nadir had ever killed. She looked around again. Where the hell was Skulduggery? "They'll find you," Susie said. "The cops will find you. My family. They won't stop. They'll find you and kill you for this."
"I doubt that very much,"
Nadir said, only half listening. He opened a wooden box and took out a small knife, its blade crusted with dried blood. He gazed at it lovingly, took a deep breath.
"This is my favorite thing in the world,"
he told Susie.
"It's a part of me. As much a part of me as a finger or a toe or an eye or an ear."
"Let me down,"
Susie said, her voice trembling.
"Please."
Nadir ignored her and went back to the table. He took something from the bag, fixed it over his face, and turned. A plastic pig mask, the cheap kind
with the elastic string to hold it on. It was cracked and battered and faded, and, like everything else, it was splattered with blood. The pig mask was just too much for Susie. She screamed and kicked and twisted, and Nadir watched her, enjoying her torment. It was too much for Valkyrie as well. She stepped from the wings and clicked her fingers. Nadir whirled, and she threw the fireball. It hit him in the face, and he screamed, stumbled back, his head ablaze, and she snapped her hands against the air, and he shot backwards off the stage. Valkyrie ran up, wrapped her arms around Susie's legs, and tried hoisting her off the hook. When that didn't work, she let go, stepped back, felt for the air, and seized it. Susie cried out in shock as she rose higher, but she didn't fight against it. When she was high enough to free herself, she scooped her hands out of the hook, and Valkyrie brought her down. Susie collapsed against her. Nadir had beaten out the flames, but the air was suddenly ripe with the smell of burnt flesh. Whimpering in pain, he pulled off the pig mask, taking a good deal of skin along with it. Howling, he jumped onto the stage and ran at them, knocking Susie out of the way and falling on top of Valkyrie. He thrust the knife at her belly, but the blade couldn't get through her jacket. Nadir snarled, slashed at her face, but Valkyrie brought her arms up. She grabbed his wrist, got her right knee between them. He came forward, and she scissored her legs, flipping him onto his back, and now she was on top, pinning his knife hand to the floor and slamming palm shots into his head. "Go!" she yelled to Susie. "Run!" Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Susie hesitate, then turn and flee. Nadir still had the knife, and Valkyrie had hurt him with those palm shots, but hadn't stunned him. This wasn't working out like she'd practiced. He got his free hand to her chest and started pushing, trying to turn her, to throw her off, to get the knife back under his control. Valkyrie pressed against him, struggling to remain in the dominant position, but it was no use. They were turning. She was lying on her back again. Nadir leaned over her, spittle flying from his burnt lips, eyes blazing beneath his scorched brow. His fist crunched against her cheek, and the world rocked. She lost focus, only dimly aware of the knife coming down. Something cracked against Nadir's head, and he went sideways. The knife clattered away. When her vision cleared, the first thing Valkyrie saw was a rusted old pipe. The second thing she saw was Susie Pierce holding it, tears running down her face. Nadir tried to get up, and Susie swung the pipe like a baseball bat, crunching it into his ribs. Nadir went tumbling, and Susie followed, hitting him again. Valkyrie tried to stand, but had to stay where she was, crouched down, waiting for her head to stop spinning. She heard the pipe hit the ground, and Susie cry out. She heard Nadir's curses, punctuated by the sound of his fists smacking into flesh. Damn it. Valkyrie forced herself up, turned to see Nadir standing over Susie, slamming kicks into her side. Poor Susie. She had no idea what was going on. She was just a normal, ordinary, average, everyday mortal. The only reason she was here at all was because she happened to fit the requirements Nadir looked for in a victim. Dark-haired, young, pretty. Valkyrie reached up for the darkness, found a shadow, and stripped it back until it was as thin and pointed as a spear. Then she focused on Nadir and flicked her hand. The shadow spear hit him in the shoulder, taking him off his feet and pinning him against the wall. Nadir shrieked and hollered, and Valkyrie pulled the shadow back. Nadir dropped, sniffling in pain. "Hey there," Valkyrie said, helping Susie get to her feet. "You okay, Susie?" He was going to kill me," Susie said. Her eyes danced on the edge of hysteria. "But he didn't," said Valkyrie, keeping her voice calm. "You fought back. You saved my life. Do you know that? You're going to be okay." She heard Skulduggery shout her name, and she shouted back. A few seconds passed, and he ran in, leaped onto the stage, and activated his facade before Susie saw him. "You were to wait for me," he said.
"You were taking too long," Valkyrie said. "This place has 6 different stages. How was I supposed to know which ones I was meant to search? Besides, look at us. We're good. Susie's alive and we've got Nadir. Job done."
"Valkyrie."
He was going to kill her. I didn't have a choice.
There was no arguing with that. So Skulduggery turned back to the wounded serial killer. "Silas Nadir, you're under arrest."
Look what she did to me!
Nadir whined.
Look what she did to my face!
He had a pig mask on,
Valkyrie said. "That's disconcerting," Skulduggery responded.
Look what she did!
Nadir screamed, jumping to his feet.
She burned me! Burned my face! I can smell my own skin burning!
"Well," Skulduggery said, "that's what you get when you decide to be a serial killer. You'll have plenty of time to regret your life choices from the comfort of your brand new cell." The hatred on Nadir's ravaged face twisted into an angry smile.
You think you've won? You think you've beaten me? You don't think I had a contingency plan?
"To be honest," said Skulduggery, "I didn't think you knew what contingency meant."
The first lesson I was ever taught about how to murder people was to have a contingency plan. And you're standing right in the middle of it.
Nadir moved suddenly, pressing his hand to a sigil on the wall. A sigil connected to another sigil, and another, in a trail that led down to the floor and across the stage to where they were standing. The ground pulsed beneath Valkyrie's feet.
"Oh, hell,"
Valkyrie muttered. "Run!" Skulduggery shouted. Valkyrie shoved Susie Pierce towards the door and tried to follow as the world started flickering around her. She knew she was too late because she'd been through this before. They were being shunted. The flickering grew faster and faster, and Valkyrie lost her balance and fell against someone, Skulduggery, and then with a jolt, the theatre solidified around them. Valkyrie looked up.
"It didn't work. We didn't shunt."
She looked back, but Nadir was gone.
"Damn it! Come on!"
She went to run after him, but Skulduggery gripped her arm. "Wait a moment," he said.
"What? What's wrong?" "Skulduggery, he's getting away!"
Skulduggery deactivated his facade, the face flowing off his skull, and looked around. "Nadir is no longer our main problem."
"Then what is?"
Valkyrie asked. He let go of her arm, and she stepped back.
"Well, what's so—"
She frowned.
"It's really quiet, isn't it?"
"It is." Valkyrie jumped down from the stage and hurried for the door. The theatre was a labyrinth of corridors and dead ends, but she found her way to the exit and emerged onto a street devoid of life. Nothing moved in the city but the breeze. No cars on the road, people on the footpaths, birds in the air. Not even any litter.
"What happened to all the people?"
"We've been shunted," Skulduggery said, joining her.
"So we're in another dimension?"
"No, not quite. This is still quite obviously our world, but we don't seem to fit anymore. Shunting works by locating and changing the frequency of existence. I think Nadir nudged us slightly out of sync with the rest of the world. Where we are, there are no people, no animals." They started walking.
"So how do we fix it?"
Valkyrie asked. "I have no idea."
"Is it permanent?"
"Unless we can find a way to phase back into this reality, I doubt it will happen by itself." She blinked.
So what do we do?"
"I don't really know. We just have to hope that Ghastly realizes we're missing and does something about it." Valkyrie looked around.
"This is creepy."
"I suppose."
"You don't find it creepy?"
"I find it peaceful, relaxing, almost soothing in a way. No traffic, no mobile phones, no people.
I'm here.
I didn't say it was perfect.
I'm just creeped out. This is way too eerie for me. It's empty. Doesn't that scare you? It scares me. It's unnatural. I don't like how quiet it is. It's very quiet. You feel like you have to keep talking just to make up for it, you know? Like you have to compensate for how quiet it is. You just have to talk, say stuff, utter words, sounds, anything, really. Barnyard animal noises would be better than this kind of silence. What's your favourite barnyard animal noise? Mine would be a cow, mooing. Do you have a favourite? Is it a sheep? There's something about sheep baaing that'd be quite reassuring right now. Like, you know, baa. There. That's kind of nice, isn't it? Baa. Very relaxing. Baa. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
They stopped walking. I'm just surprised by the speed at which you've gone insane, said Skulduggery. I think it happened mid-sentence, too. That's impressive.
Well, I wouldn't have to talk so much if you'd contribute a little to the conversation.
About favourite barnyard noises?
About anything. Instead, you're standing there with a serene look on your face.
I'm not wearing a face.
A serene look on your skull, then?
I just like the silence. Is that so wrong?
Yes, it is. It's very wrong. You should be helping me make some noise. Don't you have anything to say? Anything at all? Anything in the slightest?
I do, actually.
Good. Good. What?
Don't look behind you.
Valkyrie froze. What?
Don't move, said Skulduggery quietly. And don't look behind you.
Her eyes widened. What's behind me? You said we were alone.
No, I said there did not appear to be any people or animals.
So what's behind me? A fish?
He shook his head.
I'm going to turn round,
she whispered. I wouldn't do that.
It's a monster, isn't it?
It may have some monster-like qualities, yes.
I'm turning round.
Just don't scream.
I reserve the right to scream.
It might be attracted to loud noises.
I won't scream then.
Valkyrie turned. A creature the size of a football crawled up the side of a lamppost, a giant bug with many terrible eyes. Its pale skin pulsated with a sickly throb, and its wings were folded over its back. So far it hadn't noticed them. Valkyrie crouched immediately. What are you doing? Skulduggery asked.
Hiding, she whispered.
Behind what?
Shh.
Keeping low, she moved back round a corner. Skulduggery strolled after her.
I don't like this place, said Valkyrie. It has giant bugs. What do we do now?
There's not really much we can do. So I suppose we wait until Ghastly figures out a way to bring us back. They returned to the theatre, closing the doors behind them. Keeping away from the doors to the various stages, where anything could be lurking in the darkness, they stayed in the foyer with the large windows. Valkyrie was not looking forward to the sun going down.
How many of those bugs do you think there are?
She asked, keeping watch. We have no way of knowing.
Do you think there are any that are nocturnal?
Possibly. She let a few moments go by.
I'm hungry.
We could try to catch the bug if you want. Cook it. She made a face.
God, no. Are you crazy? It looks disgusting.
Might taste nice.
I'd rather eat my own foot.
You said you were hungry.
Not that hungry.
She went back to peering out of the window.
Wonder where Nadir learned to use sigils like that.
It's pretty basic stuff, actually. You should read a book every now and then. Maybe you'll learn something.
I read plenty.
What was the last book you read?
Valkyrie looked around. The last one?
The last book, yes.
The last book I read.
You can't remember, can you?
Of course I can. It was Moby Dick.
You read Moby Dick? Really?
No, she confessed, her shoulders sagging. I was going to, but then I realised it was about a whale, and I don't like stories about whales. Not since Free Willy.
Ah, yes, said Skulduggery. That other great whale story.
I don't get a lot of time to read these days, Valkyrie said. I'm always doing this or that. Look at me now. I'm stuck in limbo world, hoping our friend comes looking for us. This is how I spend my time now. I'd love to be able to sit down on a porch somewhere and just read a book and have no one bother me or try to kill me, but hey, this is the life I chose, so I have to make the best of it.
You talk a lot when you're hungry.
I'm bored.
You're incorrigible.
If I read more books, I'd probably know what that means. But for now, I'll just take it as a compliment and smile.
Skulduggery stood up. Did you hear that?
Hear what?
That voice, Skulduggery said. You didn't hear it?
No. What did it say?
I couldn't make it out. Valkyrie got to her feet.
How come you heard it and I didn't? You don't even have ears. Which direction did it come from?
I'm not sure.
Maybe you imagined it.
There, he said. Did you hear it that time?
She frowned. That was me.
Not the voice I'm talking about.
I didn't hear anything. Then she heard it. Loud but distant. Like a bad broadcast.
Skulduggery? Valkyrie?
It came from all around them. Valkyrie's frown deepened. God? She whispered.
Ghastly,
Skulduggery said.
There you are,
the voice responded. It was ghastly, but distorted. Suddenly Valkyrie felt a little stupid about the whole God thing.
You're okay? We are, Skulduggery said. Where are you? In the theatre foyer. Finbar's here. He sensed your presence, and he's boosting my words so we can communicate. It's a psychic thing. I haven't a clue how it works.
Hi, guys, said Finbar.
Nadir shunted us out of phase, Skulduggery said. We're stuck, and we're not alone. There are creatures here, and they might not be friendly. The sooner we can get back, the better. Any idea how to do that? Ghastly asked. We're hoping you'd know, to be honest.
There was a moment of silence.
Oh, right. Sure.
Valkyrie sagged. That did not sound optimistic.
It'll be fine, Ghastly said. We'll figure it out. We'll get a shunter over here, and he'll bring you right back. I take it Nadir got away, Skulduggery asked. No sign of him, said Ghastly. But don't worry about that for the moment. Let's focus on getting you home.
What about Susie? Valkyrie asked. There was a pause.
What about her?
She's okay, isn't she?
There's been no sign of her. I thought she was shunted along with you.
Valkyrie looked at Skulduggery, her eyes widening.
She may well have been, Skulduggery said. Ghastly, we have to go. If she's out there, we have to find her. We'll be here when you get back, Ghastly promised.
Skulduggery took out his gun, nodded to Valkyrie, and she led the way out. They searched for an hour. The silence was quickly becoming claustrophobic, like a mist had descended to dampen the sounds of the natural world. They moved through this unnatural world, this unnatural city, and the longer they searched, the less confident they became of ever finding the missing girl. They only spoke when they absolutely had to. The solitude made words seem too loud. Instead of reassuring Valkyrie, they put her on edge. Even the sounds of her own footsteps were too loud on these streets.
Skulduggery held up a hand, and she stopped. He pointed ahead. 3 bugs flew towards the open door of a cafe. Resisting the urge to run in the opposite direction, Valkyrie followed Skulduggery to the back entrance. She heard buzzing, coming from above. Skulduggery turned to her, motioned her to stay put. She nodded gratefully. He moved into the back room, towards the stairs. The necromancer ring on Valkyrie's finger wasn't getting cold, which meant no one in the immediate vicinity was dead. Yet. Minutes passed. The buzzing grew louder in the next room, and she backed out into the narrow alleyway. It grew louder still, and she ducked down as a bug came flying out. It twisted lazily into the sky, disappeared. Valkyrie leaned against the wall, doing her best not to shiver, and felt something touch her neck. She threw herself forward, but it was too late. The bug had already crawled from the wall onto her shoulder. She tried to swat it off, but it was heavy, way too heavy. It was cold to the touch, its skin both tough and thin at the same time, as if the tiniest scratch would open it up and all its blood and bits would come bursting out. Her touch seemed to annoy it, however, because it hissed and its wings buzzed and it unfurled a tail with a stinger. It had a stinger in its tail. It jabbed at her, the stinger failing to penetrate her jacket, and she cried out and swung her arm against the wall. The impact dislodged the bug, and it fell heavily to the ground. Valkyrie kicked it, sent it spinning, but it regained its senses, and those wings started buzzing again. It lifted off, came at her, and she clicked her fingers, filled her hand with flame, and thrust it straight out. The bug became a ball of fire, and weird insect screeching. It flew up, hit the wall multiple times like a fly in a window, and then the flames overwhelmed it, and it dropped. Valkyrie stared, in fascination and revulsion, as it moved weakly along the ground towards her. Then it stopped, and didn't move again. It smelled of burning fat. Suddenly the air was filled with more screeching, and she looked up in time to see flames belch from breaking windows above. She jumped back, avoiding the falling glass, and watched as dozens of fiery bugs swarmed into the open air to die. Moments later, Skulduggery rejoined her. "Found a nest," he said, "and a body. Not Susie. Male. Badly decomposed. You okay?"
"One of those things attacked me," she said. "Can we get away from here?"
"That's probably a good idea." Making sure the skies were clear of buzzing enemies, they headed back to the theatre via an alternate route.
"What would happen if it had stung me?"
Valkyrie asked, her reluctance to speak now a thing of the past.
"Do you think it'd be bad?"
"Maybe," Skulduggery said. "Or maybe it would just have been like a wasp sting."
Yeah, I mean, why not? Why would it have to kill me? It might be just like a wasp sting. I've never been stung by a wasp. Have you? I've gone through my entire life without being stung by a wasp. For all I know, I'm allergic. If a wasp stung me, I might swell up and die within minutes. My throat would constrict, and I wouldn't be able to breathe, and—"
"You're in luck," Skulduggery interrupted. "There are no wasps here, just those big horrible stinging bugs."
I'm panicking a bit.
"Understandable."
Allergies aren't going to kill me. Not when there are so many monsters around to do the job.
"That's the spirit. Come on. Susie's this way." Valkyrie frowned.
"How do you know?"
"I can hear her." And there it was, floating like the scent of pollen on the breeze, singing. Skulduggery wrapped his arm round Valkyrie's waist, and they flew upwards, landing on the roof of a multi-story car park that had no cars. Susie Pearce stood with her back to them, her arms outstretched in the sunlight, singing a sweet lullaby as the air around her filled with those buzzing, bloated bugs. "Susie," Skulduggery said quietly, his facade flowing over his face. Susie stopped singing and turned, and Valkyrie stifled a gasp. She was thin, much thinner than she had been only a few hours earlier. She looked almost skeletal, and her eyes were dull, but the expression on her face was peaceful, happy. "Hello," she said. "Susie, we're here to help you," Skulduggery said. Susie smiled. "Help me? Why would I need any help? You are kind, but no, thank you. I'm perfectly happy where I am." "Are you in pain?" Valkyrie asked. "Not at all," said Susie. "What happened to you?" Susie's smile faltered for a moment. "I don't remember," she said. And then the smile came back. "And I don't care. I don't have a care in the world. If you don't believe me, come over here. Do you see these beautiful birds? Aren't they extraordinary?" Valkyrie looked at the ugly, bloated, buzzing bugs. "Birds? Magnificent, aren't they? We don't have birds like these back home." "Susie," Skulduggery said, "where are we? Do you know?" "We're in Dublin, of course." "But where's everyone else?" "Oh," Susie said, laughing lightly. "Is that what's worrying you? We're in Dublin, but it's not the Dublin we're used to. This is where the special people come. The people he chooses. Only good people are allowed here. None of the bad ones. No one like that man who—" She shuddered. The insects grew agitated around her. "His name is Silas Nadir," Skulduggery said. "Don't worry, he's long gone. He's the one who sent us here." She shook her head. "No, he sent us away. But we didn't go where he wanted to send us. We were pulled here instead." "Who pulled us?" "He doesn't have a name," Susie said happily. "Did you meet him?" Valkyrie asked. "Sort of." Some of the insects settled on Susie's outstretched arms. Their weight didn't seem to bother her. "I heard him. He led me here, and he told me what had happened, explained it all. I'm okay now. I was scared. Now I'm fine." "Could we talk to him?" Skulduggery asked. "Maybe," said Susie. "If you're lucky. If he decides to let you hear him." "How do we make contact?" Susie laughed. "He's already listening, you silly man." Skulduggery looked around. "Hello?" A voice, soft, but everywhere at once. "Hello." "Who are you?" Silence. Skulduggery waited a moment, then tried again. "You brought us here. Why?" "To help me," said the voice. "Help you do what?" "Get home." "Okay," Skulduggery said. "How do we do that? What do you need?" No answer. "If we help you," Valkyrie said, "will you send us back to our home?" A beat. "Yes." Valkyrie frowned. That had sounded like an amazingly big lie. "What do you need us to do?" Skulduggery asked. "Your companion," said the voice. "She is to wait." "For what?" Skulduggery asked. "I hate waiting," Valkyrie said. "She really does." "I'm very impatient." "Extraordinarily impatient." "Wait," said the voice. Skulduggery tilted his head. "Wait like Susie is waiting?" "Yes," said the voice. Valkyrie's goose-flesh rippled at the thought of those bugs landing on her. "What good does waiting do?" Skulduggery asked. "And why only Valkyrie? Why not me?"
"Is it because I'm a girl?" Valkyrie asked.
"Or because she's alive?" Skulduggery pressed.
Silence.
"Susie Pearce is going to die here," Skulduggery said. "If we don't help her, if we don't bring her home, she's going to die. You do know that, right? Something is happening to her."
"She's thinner,"
Valkyrie said. "She's wasting away," Skulduggery said. "Will you let us help her?"
Silence.
Then, "No." Valkyrie looked back at Susie. All of the bugs had landed on her now. They crawled over her stick-thin body, each one vying for space. "Susie," Skulduggery said, "what are the birds doing now?" Susie's smile was briefly obscured by a rising stinger.
"What birds?"
she asked. The bugs struck at once. Valkyrie cried out in horror, and Skulduggery leaped forward, but it was too late. Susie's entire body stiffened. Skulduggery fired his gun, and 3 bugs exploded and the rest panicked, lifted off, filling the air with that awful buzzing as they fled. Susie took a step to balance herself. Red welts were appearing all over her body. Skulduggery caught her as she fell. The welts grew to hives, massive hives or boils. He lowered her into a sitting position. Her breathing was laboured.
"What did you do?" Valkyrie shouted. "What did you do to her?"
The voice didn't answer. Skulduggery scooped Susie into his arms. "We'll take her back to the theatre," he said, then walked to the edge of the rooftop and stepped off. Valkyrie ran after him, leaped, and used the air to control her descent. She landed heavily, but without injury, and covered Skulduggery's back as he carried Susie through the streets. When they got back to the theatre, she shut the doors as Skulduggery let Susie stand on her own.
"I can't see,"
Susie murmured. The hives were enormous. She had 3 on her face alone. The one on her cheek was mangling her words, and the one on her forehead had swollen her eyes. The rest of her body bulged with them. The stingers had even managed to get through her hospital gown. "You're going to be okay," Skulduggery said. "We're going to get you to a hospital."
"Ghastly," Valkyrie said loudly. "Can you hear us?"
"We're still here,"
Ghastly said, his voice coming through clearly.
"Finbar has found something, a presence, he calls it, in the theatre with you. It's strongest on the main stage. Any idea what it might be?"
"I think we've been talking to it," Skulduggery said. "Nadir shunted us, but this thing, whatever it is, latched on, redirected us here. I don't know how, but it seems to be draining the life out of Susie Pearce. All we've been talking to is a disembodied voice, though."
"Then maybe its physical form is in hiding."
Skulduggery nodded. "It'd be nice to have something solid to hit."
"I don't feel well,"
Susie murmured. Valkyrie looked back to reassure her, but gasped and stepped away instead. The hives were pulsating. There was something inside them. The boil on Susie's neck ruptured wetly, and a bug, a small version of the stinger bugs, came crawling out. It spread its wings, covered with pus and slime, and they began to beat. In moments, the beat was a buzz, and it lifted off Susie's shoulder, rising drunkenly through the air. Valkyrie was too horrified to say anything. Susie whimpered a little as the boil on her hand burst. The insect fell to the floor and started to crawl. Skulduggery pulled Valkyrie back. More boils burst. The boil on the side of Susie's face ruptured. Then the one on her forehead. Newly hatched bugs crawled all over her. Susie had stopped whimpering. What remained of her features went slack. She swayed and toppled backwards. When she hit the ground, she burst the hives on her back with a sickly, wet sound. Valkyrie was running before she knew what was going on. Skulduggery was behind her, pushing her ahead of him, away from the buzzing. They crashed through a door and ran into darkness. Skulduggery held fire in his right hand, illuminating the stage. The being who stood there was tall, human, but also not. Yellowing white skin, like unbrushed teeth. He was maybe 9 feet tall, naked, but perfectly smooth. Large eyes blinked at them as they came to a stop. Valkyrie's necromancer ring went cold. Skulduggery allowed his facade to recede, and tossed the ball of flames at the curtain behind the stage. It caught fire quickly, throwing more light across the floorboards. Then Skulduggery took out his gun, thumbed back the hammer, and pointed. "You know what this is?" The figure observed him. "A weapon," he said. His voice came both from his own mouth and from all around them. "Yes, it is," Skulduggery replied, "and it can splatter your brains all over the wall if you don't take us home right now. Your weapons cannot hurt me." "I disagree. You have a body. Bodies are made to be damaged." "I will not do as you ask." Skulduggery jumped onto the stage. Valkyrie followed. "You drained the life out of the girl," Skulduggery said. "You killed her. Why?" "I need to be strong," said the figure. "How many people have you managed to drag here and use up?" A moment of silence. "Not enough. One more. I will be strong with one more." "You're not getting Valkyrie," said Skulduggery. "If you try, we'll stop you. That's what we do. We stop things like you from getting what they want. So do yourself a favour. Admit defeat. Give up. Let us go. It won't end happily for you if you don't." Skulduggery hadn't noticed them yet, but there were bugs in the rafters above them. As if they knew Valkyrie was watching, they detached themselves and started flying. Their buzzing filled the air. Such a pretty sound. She didn't know why she hadn't noticed before. In fact, the bugs themselves were kind of pretty. Now she got a good look at them. They reminded her of hummingbirds. Something was shaking her arm. A gloved hand. Skulduggery's gloved hand. "Valkyrie," he said. He sounded so far away. Even his grip on her arm seemed dull, numbed. "Release her," Skulduggery demanded. That tall man with the white skin had a small smile on his face, a peaceful smile. Valkyrie realized her own lips were curling upwards. She wondered if her smile was as peaceful as his. She didn't mind if it wasn't. She didn't mind anything any more. Her whole body was warm and numb, except for the finger. The necromancer ring was making her finger cold. She wanted to take it off, let it fall, and just be warm all over. "If you do that, you die. He's controlling you. He's dampening your thoughts." She smiled at the voice in her head. It was her own voice, but different. This was another thing she didn't mind. Not even darkness could ruin her good mood. "The ring is cold. It senses death." Silly darkness. Darkness didn't matter.
The only things that mattered were those pretty, pretty hummingbirds flying down towards her. She raised her arms so that they could land, but shadows curled round her right hand. Was she doing that? Some part of her was. Some part of her was listening to Darkess. Fight it. Fight or die. The shadows lashed at the ground, tearing through the floorboards, like they knew exactly where to go. Valkyrie watched the wood splinter, giggling at the way it came apart. The shadows convulsed, lashed again, and now Skulduggery was hurrying over. The tall, white-skinned man frowned. There was another tall, white-skinned man lying beneath the floorboards. His eyes were closed. He was resting. No, the ring was cold. He was dead. It was the same white-skinned man. How was that possible? Valkyrie frowned. The hummingbirds came to settle on her arms, and she blinked at them. Those hummingbirds looked a lot like bugs. "Get off me!" Valkyrie shouted, stumbling back. Her shadows slashed at the bloated bodies, and the bugs went into a frenzy. She pushed at the air to give herself some space, then clicked the fingers of both hands. The fire kept them away, but they buzzed round her angrily, their stingers flexed. "Are you back with me?" Skulduggery shouted, pulling at floorboards. "I am," she called. "Is that him?" "Let's find out," Skulduggery said, pressing his gun against the corpse's head. "Hey, big guy, this is your physical body, am I right?" The white-skinned man didn't answer. "That's what I thought," Skulduggery continued. "So you hide your body here while you collect enough energy to kick-start it again. That's perfectly normal. Nothing strange about that. But if I pull this trigger, all that work is for nothing. And, while you might be able to siphon off enough life force from your victims to bring yourself back from the dead, scooping up your own brains wouldn't be quite so easy, would it?" "Step away from there," said the white-skinned man. "Call off your insect friends." One of the bugs got too close. Valkyrie prepared to thrust a fistful of fire into its underside, and then, all at once, they withdrew. The buzzing died until she couldn't hear it any more. She let the flames go out, but kept a watchful eye on their flame-lapped surroundings. Smoke was quickly filling the theatre. "Send us home," Skulduggery said. "I cannot," the white-skinned man responded. "I only have the power to bring you to me when you travel. If I could initiate travel myself, I would not be trapped here." Skulduggery didn't move the gun from the corpse's head. "Ghastly," he said loudly. "Can you hear me?" Valkyrie moved a little closer to him, in case the bugs came back. "I'm here," Ghastly said. "Any progress?" "We've reached an understanding. All we need is a shunter." "Bear with me," said Ghastly. "I should have one here in under an hour." Skulduggery waved his hand, and the fire was instantly under his control. He looked at the white-skinned man. "Get comfortable," he said. Less than 40 minutes later, Skulduggery was sitting at the edge of the floorboard gravesite, his feet resting on the corpse's chest. Valkyrie sat with her back against his, keeping watch. A perimeter of fire encircled them. The white-skinned man, or the ghost of the white-skinned man, stood in the middle of the stage. Nobody had said anything in all that time. Then Ghastly broke the silence. "We have our shunter. He's trying to lock on to you, but there's something blocking him." Valkyrie got up, while Skulduggery leaned over, tapping his gun against the corpse's nose. "Whatever you use to redirect us here, turn it off." "You must help me," said the ghost. "I have been trapped here for centuries.
All I want to do is return home. Where is home? Far from here, a dimension of peace and wonder.
You didn't show Susie Pierce much peace and wonder, Valkyrie said. And we don't even know how many other people you've killed.
I did what I had to do, and I was saddened by it, said the ghost. But if you stop me from returning home, their deaths will have been in vain.
Their deaths are already in vain, Skulduggery said. Stopping you from benefiting from those deaths doesn't make that any less true.
The ghost shook his head slowly and looked away. We have a lock, Ghastly said. Get ready. Valkyrie started to flicker. After a moment, Skulduggery did too. I'll be waiting for you, the ghost said.
No, you won't,
Skulduggery replied, and pulled the trigger. Dublin City was packed full of people, and cars crammed the streets. Valkyrie stood on the pavement and watched the world move around her. Skulduggery appeared at her elbow, his facade in place. No sign of Nadir, he said.
The hunt continues, Valkyrie murmured. She looked at him. Don't suppose Susie's body came back with us?
I'm afraid not. We'll do what we can for her family, though. Ghastly is seeing to it. Valkyrie nodded.
She saved my life.
She deserved better. A driver blasted his horn at another driver. Curses followed. Valkyrie welcomed the distraction. I missed, Skulduggery said.
Sorry?
When I fired, he said. I missed. I pulled the trigger when I was leaning over the body, but I flickered out. I found the bullet in the floor when I was talking to Ghastly just now.
So that thing, whatever it is still there? Still waiting to pluck someone out of their shunt?
I'm afraid so.
Damn it.
Indeed. The city darkened, and the lights came on. Eyes of the Beholder. It was a subjective thing, beauty. Billy Ray Sanguine had known this since he was a kid, since before he'd had to scoop out his own eyes to make room for the magic. Back then, though, it was a pretty face that would catch his attention, or, if he was feeling in a particularly soulful mood, a sunset that held the sky just right. Beautiful things, yes, but nothing extraordinary about them, nothing life-changing. Then he'd taken those instruments to his eyes. He remembered the feel of them vividly, cold and sharp. He remembered the pain, and the way his hands trembled. His body had resisted, had fought against his intention. A curious sensation that, to have your own body try to sabotage your ambition. His will proved stronger than his natural instincts, of course, and he emerged triumphant, traumatized and blind. In the year that followed, he feared he would never see again. But gradually, a new kind of sight came to him, a different kind. He saw what was in front of him. He saw the physical. He saw what everyone saw. But he also saw deeper. He saw colours, both as they appeared and as they were. Darkness became light. Light became more. The most ordinary thing became a beauty powerful enough to stop his heart. But nothing, in all his years and his travels, had prepared him for the transfixing beauty that was Tanith Lowe. She was a pretty girl. He knew that when he first saw her. Fun, too, although that sword of hers caused him some problems. But over the years, he noticed something. She was growing more beautiful every time he saw her. A subjective thing, beauty, but his eyeless gaze allowed him to appreciate her in a way no one else could. She shone. She shone with a light so brilliant it scared him. Her face, her smile, these were things that stayed in his mind, took root there, grew, flourished. He was in love. The idea thrilled him. He'd never expected to fall in love. Sociopaths often found it difficult. But he'd managed it because he'd met the right person. He'd found her. He'd asked Tanith Lowe to marry him, and she'd said yes. He would have danced if he'd been a dancer. He would have sung if he'd been a singer. But Billy Ray was a killer, and so he celebrated his love by killing. It felt good to have purpose again. He didn't mind admitting that he'd been through some dark times recently. He had wandered aimlessly, made bad decisions, battled injury and doubt, and wrestled with existential demons. But he had emerged the other side stronger and more positive than ever before. With the world in turmoil around him, with the sanctuaries about to go to war, it made a nice change for him to be the one to have found his centre, and it was all because of a crazy little thing called love. The song played in his head as he burrowed through the earth. They had their problems. Of course they did. What couple didn't? She was possessed by a remnant, and he had 4 god-killer weapons stashed away that he told her he'd destroyed. Big deal. Every couple keeps secrets. It was the way of things. It was all part of being in a grown-up relationship. He didn't mind that she called the shots either. He was happy to do whatever she asked and kill whoever she told him to. He'd just killed a sorcerer in Nantucket after the idiot had announced that he'd figured out where to find Darkess. What a dumb move. The guy hadn't even been telling the truth. It didn't matter. He had to die. Tanith had asked Billy Ray to do it, and Billy Ray was going to do whatever made his fiancée happy. Fiancée. He smiled. He adjusted his heading, turning north, trusting in his unerring sense of direction to guide him back into her arms. He was enjoying the sensation of tunneling. For too long, it looked like he might never be able to use his magic properly again. Not since the girl had cut him, and then that doctor had made such a mess of stitching him back together. But he was whole again, and healthy, and he sped through the ground like a fish through water. It was just like old times, just like— He frowned. Wait, what the hell was this? Something moving up behind him, something big and fast. He glanced back, glimpsing it through the shifting rock. A worm, bigger than a man, with teeth bigger than his head. Adrenaline shot through his body, and he piled on the speed. So concerned was he about what was on his tail that he almost missed the vibrations coming towards him. At the last moment he veered left, and now they were both after him. More vibrations on either side. 3 of them. He was being herded. He broke for the surface, the rock opening and splitting him into an old house, big and dark and cold. The worms didn't follow him up here. They didn't have to. 2 men and a woman stood waiting. He knew them. Jeppard Voke, narrow and tall and blue-eyed. Persephone Grief was to his left, willowy and dark-haired, with eyes the colour of blood. To Voke's right stood Barnaby, black-eyed and black-hearted. None of those eyes were real, of course. They were cryolite glass, sitting easily in empty sockets. "Billy Ray," said Voke, "what are you doing? The sanctuaries are almost at war. Friend will soon be fighting friend. Brother fighting brother. This is the perfect time for people like you to work both sides against the other and make some serious money. Or whatever it is you're actually paid in these days. Instead, here you are, killing for free. All for the love of a good woman, said Persephone. You've changed, William? Don't call me that, Sanguine said. You, of all people, are not allowed to call me that. Voke laughed. Hear that? Hear the way he talks now? What happened to the accent? Where's all the y'alls and the yee-haws? Billy Ray, you have done sold out, boy. He's been away from us too long, said Persephone. He's let his accent fade. Probably wants to fit in with his English lady friend. Is that it? Is that why you're softening? I think you're right, Folk said, nodding. When he's working on his own for long periods of time, as he likes to do, he sounds as though he just came in off the ranch. But when he's around people, our boy here has a tendency to forget who he is. Ain't that right, Billy Ray? Sanguine ignored them, switched his gaze to the silent member of the trio. Been a while, Barnaby. It has that, Barnaby replied in his quiet voice. What are you doing running with these two? Thought you had more discriminating taste. Barnaby shrugged. Sanguine turned his attention back to Voke. What are those things in the ground? Aren't they special? Persephone asked, smiling. Aren't they just too cute? The big one's called Rex, the slightly bigger one is Spot, and the runt of the litter, that's William. He's my favorite. Yeah, Sanguine said. Adorable. Now what the hell are they? They don't have an actual name, Folk said. Shunter took an expedition team to an alternate world where these critters are at the top of the food chain. They caught these ones, brought 'em back, and we've been training 'em ever since. We call them ground sharks. Sanguine shook his head immediately. That's a stupid name. Makes them sound like little shark fins slicing through the living room carpet. I wanted to call them razor worms, said Persephone. That's a damn sight better than ground sharks. Voke frowned. They've been named. You can't rename them. We wrote the name down. Scribble it out and write razor worms, Sanguine said. No, we will not be doing that. We decided on a name and we're going to stick to it. We took a vote. I've changed my mind, Barnaby said. I prefer razor worms. Sanguine ignored Voke's glower. And congratulations, by the way, on introducing a new species into the food chain on this world. Absolutely nothing could possibly go wrong there. You think we didn't consider the implications? Voke asked. They're all male, so they can't breed and they won't spread. How do you know they're all male? Sanguine asked. How can you tell? They're big worms. Worms are hermaphrodites. What's their life cycle? How do they reproduce? For all we know, all three of them are pregnant, and they're laying thousands of eggs right now. But then that's just like you, Jeppard. You don't think things through. You never have. And you're the mastermind, are you? Voke laughed. You're a hitman, Billy Ray, that's all you are. You take orders and you do what you're told. Where's the great strategy there? Sanguine shrugged. I have my own plans ticking away in the background, and I may take orders, but it's always on my terms. I'm my own man, Jeppard. You three, however, you've hired yourselves out to the Supreme Council, haven't you? It was your little razor worms I encountered protecting the London sanctuary a few months ago, right? You're not guns for hire. You're lackeys, lapdogs.
Persephone chuckled.
Oh, Billy Ray, you're not doing yourself any favors right now by insulting us.
Grand Mage Bissahalani sent us to track you down and bring you to him in shackles, Barnaby said.
Something about the murder of Quentin Strom, said Voke, smiling. We told him shackles won't hold you, no more than they'd hold any of us. But sanctuary people, well, some things they just don't understand.
So you're here to kill me?
That it?
Sanguine asked.
That's it, Persephone said.
Sanguine held his arms open wide.
Then you're welcome to try.
They went for their guns, and Sanguine ran at them and dived into the ground, the darkness enveloping him. He felt the instant tremor as a razor worm closed in from below, and two more tremors from in front as he swam through the cold earth. A razor worm burst up, and Sanguine spun sideways, rocks parting for him as he dodged those teeth. The razor worm's body was too long to turn on the spot. It kept going, arcing as it went, and Sanguine burrowed through the loop. Voke was suddenly beside him, gun in hand, and Sanguine batted it to one side. The sound of the gunshot was lost amid the rumbling thunder of shifting rock, but the flash was as bright as a bolt of lightning. With one hand holding the gun at bay, Sanguine's other hand closed round Voke's throat. They spun through the cold rock, twisting and turning as tremors moved in from all sides. Voke lost his grip on the gun, and the earth swallowed it as they twirled. Sanguine's forehead crunched into Voke's nose, and he left Voke where he was and rose quickly to the surface, bursting into the air of the old house, Persephone and Barnaby emerging right behind him. He ran as they fired, passing through a wall. He jumped onto the old table ahead and leaped for the ceiling. He got his fingertips to it and was sucked upwards just as Persephone appeared beneath him. He felt a bullet snap at his trouser leg. The first floor of the old house was just as dark and cold and empty as the rest. He ran to the landing, found the stairs leading up. The staircase leading down had collapsed years ago. The wall cracked beside him, and he swung a punch as Barnaby emerged. His timing was off, though, and it merely clipped him. They fell against each other, struggling for the gun in Barnaby's hand. Sanguine tripped him, but lost his grip and was forced to reel backwards as Barnaby fired. He fell through the wall, the wood and the plaster resealing behind him. From the landing, Barnaby kept firing, the wall failing to even slow the bullets down. Sanguine rolled to his right, cursing, then sprang up and passed into the next room in time for Persephone to crack her elbow into his jaw. Persephone jammed her gun into the side of his head as he fell to his knees. She was saying something, probably something cool as she was about to pull the trigger. But that had always been her problem. She talked too much. His hand flashed up, fingers closing around the barrel, pushing it away as Persephone fired. It was an automatic. Meant it needed to slide the rack back in order for the next bullet to enter the chamber. He kept his hand tight around the barrel, jamming the slide as he stood, his free hand flicking open his straight razor. Barnaby crashed into him as he slashed at Persephone. He missed her throat by a fraction. Barnaby kept coming, shoving Sanguine back. Sanguine grabbed his wrist, keeping the gun away. Barnaby fired again. Sanguine hit a wall, and it crumbled and he passed through into it. Barnaby fired again as his wrist emerged from the other side. Sanguine dropped his razor and bent Barnaby's arm back on itself, and his finger closed over Barnaby's own. And as Barnaby's face followed his hand through the wall, Sanguine squeezed the trigger, and the gunshot was the loudest so far. Sanguine stepped back in the sudden silence. Barnaby's body hung limply, half in, half out of the wall. Sanguine stooped, picked up the straight razor and the fallen gun. Persephone ran in, eyes wide with alarm. She saw Barnaby and screamed,
raised her gun to Sanguine and pulled the trigger 3 times before she realized nothing was happening. "Still jammed," Sanguine told her, and shot her in the heart. He passed through the floor, through the ceiling of the room below, and then dropped to the ground. Jeppard Volk stood there, blood running from his nose and dripping from his chin onto his shirt. He spat. "You killed him?" Sanguine gave a little shrug. "They're dead. They were my friends. They were your friends too once upon a time." "Nah," said Sanguine, walking towards him. "I never had friends. I just had people I hadn't killed yet. Hey, Jeppard, what do you think of my accent now? Still think I've sold out?" Volk held his ground, but his right leg was shaking so hard, Sanguine thought it had fall off. With a trembling voice, Volk said, "We always knew there was something wrong with you." "Damn right something's wrong with me," Sanguine said. "I'm in love." He punched Volk so hard one of his glass eyes popped out. Volk reeled, stumbled, and Sanguine killed him before he straightened. He watched the blood drip from his straight razor. It was a startling, mesmerizing red, a beautiful red. Even the corpse was beautiful, the way it lay there, crumpled, devoid of life, but in its own way complete. It didn't need life to make it beautiful. Few corpses did. Sanguine struggled to think of one person he'd killed that death hadn't made more beautiful. There was only one person he knew whose perfection would be marred by death's veil, but he was never going to let that happen. Beneath his feet, he felt the vibrations as the razor worms circled. Their activity brought a smile to his face. He'd been wondering about this, wondering what he could possibly get that would be as special as she was. 3 razor worms from another dimension, he reckoned, was as good a wedding gift as any. The Button. Somewhere in the distance, a train rattled on its tracks. Connor sat in his kitchen with the curtains drawn, the lamp on the kitchen table casting its searing eye over his handiwork. It was the size of a shoebox and wooden, heavy. Inside were things he could not understand. There were gears and levers and finely balanced cogs and symbols painstakingly etched into it all. He didn't know what they meant, didn't know what they were for, but he had seen them in his head for as long as he could remember. Transferring those symbols to metal and wood after all these years was, well, it was wonderful. It was a relief. It was like he'd been tense his whole life, every muscle knotted and his teeth gritted and his eyes screwed shut, and now suddenly he was relaxing, and a strange sort of euphoric calm spread through him. He took a screwdriver from the junkyard of tools on the table and fixed the lid in place. His hands were covered in nicks and cuts. He had run out of plasters days ago. Some of the cuts still stung. There were particular gears and symbols that required blood. He didn't know why. He just knew that they did. He saw it in his head. He always had. This device, this box, these designs, these gears and levers and symbols, they had always been a part of who he was. This was all he thought about. It was why he didn't finish school. It was why he couldn't hold a job. It was why Kathy had left him. This device had ruined any chance he'd ever had at happiness, and here it was, finished. A wooden box with a big, red button on its lid. Connor straightened his back. Vertebrae cracked. How long had he been sitting hunched over like that? How long had he been sitting here? He became suddenly aware of how full his bladder was and how empty his stomach. He needed to go for a walk. He needed fresh air.
Was it even daytime?
The curtains were closed, and everywhere but the table was in darkness. It was night.
But what night? Was it still the weekend? There was something over by the door, a shape in the gloom, like a man standing very still.
Connor squinted at it, then turned his head, looked at it out of the corner of his eye. No matter how he viewed the thing, this coat or this shadow or whatever it was, it still looked like a man. A tall man. In a hat. Connor frowned at it. "Hello, Connor," said the man. A bolt of fear and fright shot from Collar's belly to his chest, but his body remained still. Would his legs even work if he tried to jump up? He'd been sitting here for so long he doubted it. Connor's mouth was dry. How long had it been since he'd taken a drink of water? His voice cracked. The question he asked was not, "Who are you?" or "What do you want?" Two questions he felt needed answers, but rather,
"How long have you been standing there?"
"Just a few minutes," said the man. He had a reassuring voice. It was smooth. "You didn't hear me come in. You were otherwise occupied. What is it you've got there?"
"You can't have it,"
said Connor.
"If you want to rob me, rob me. I have a little money somewhere, but you can't have this."
"I'm not going to rob you," said the man. "What happens if you press that button, Connor?" The pressure on his bladder, the dryness of his mouth, the emptiness of his belly, and now a headache rising slowly from the heat that was stinging his skin and making him sweat. He felt sick. He was sick. He needed to lie down.
"I don't know,"
said Connor. The tall man in the hat moved his head ever so slightly. "You don't know what it does? But you made it, didn't you?" Connor nodded. "How did you know what to do?"
"I've always known," said Connor. "My whole life I've known. I had these images in my head, but I couldn't see them clear enough until... Sorry, what date is it?"
"The 21st, said the tall man. 4 days before Christmas."
Connor frowned. "That can't be right. It was the 8th, just a few days ago. Time got away from you,"
said another voice in the gloom, somewhere over by the window. It was a girl's voice. "Who are you?" Connor asked at last. "No one in particular," said the man. "We have a job to do, that's all. We help people."
"I don't need your help." "You may not," said the girl, "but everyone else does."
She walked forward a bit, until the peripheral glow from the lamp could pick out her features. She was pretty, with dark hair, wearing black, 17 or 18, no older.
"What does the button do?"
she asked.
"I told you," said Connor. "I don't know."
"Then why is your finger on it?"
He looked down. There it was, his finger resting on the big red button like it had no intention of ever moving. He frowned. He couldn't remember putting it there, and yet it seemed there was no other possible place he could put it. His finger belonged on that button.
"I'm sorry," Connor said. "I'm not feeling well."
"Connor Delaney," said the man. "Take your finger off the button." And Connor almost did it. Without thinking, his finger rose a fraction before the weight of his obligation forced it back down again.
Obligation? What obligation? What the hell was going on?
"How did you do that?" he asked the man. "How did you make me do that?" The man made a sound, like a dissatisfied grunt, and it was the girl who spoke.
"How did you disobey? Did you take a name?"
"What?"
said Connor. "What do you mean? How did you disobey?"
"I don't know what you're talking about. Do you understand? I don't know who you are or what you're doing here."
"They're saying the world will end," said the girl.
This stopped Connor for a moment. "What?"
"They're saying the world will end," the girl repeated. "Did you hear that?"
Are you talking about that Mayan thing? What about it? The Mayan calendar ends on the 21st of December. So what?
It's a calendar. They ran out of room, or they stopped calculating, or a new cycle begins again, or something. I'm sorry, what does that have to do with anything? It's nonsense.
Do you know what a sensitive is, Connor? The girl asked. It's a psychic. You believe in psychics?
No, said Connor. I don't believe in astrology either, or tarot cards, or palm reading. The girl nodded.
Palm reading is silly. So is astrology. Most tarot card readers haven't a clue what they're doing. I met one once who assured me I had a happy life ahead of me, so she's pretty obviously an idiot. But psychics have been predicting the end of the world, Connor, to coincide with the end of the main calendar. So?
So we think the end of the world starts here, said the man.
Connor frowned. In Ireland? You think the end of the world starts here in this country?
Actually, I think it starts here in this kitchen.
Connor blinked. You can't be serious.
I can be, but rarely am.
And what? You think this button kicks it all off? Connor said, almost laughing. You think that's what I've been making? This is a box of gears and junk and things that don't make sense. There's not a single computer chip or piece of technology in it. It's not connected to anything. I don't know what'll happen when I push the button, but whatever it is will happen in this box and this box alone. It's not going to set off a chain reaction or explode or detonate nuclear warheads or... It's just a silly box.
A silly box that has been in your head for your entire life, said the man.
But now it's out, said Connor. It's not in my head anymore. It's gone. I don't have to think about it anymore.
How's your mother, Connor?
The smile faded from Connor's face.
She's doing well, from what I gather, the man continued, responding to the treatment. She still draws on the wall, of course. Strange symbols, strange designs, gears and levers and a big red button.
My mother is ill.
The man nodded his head in the shadows. Like her father before her, and his father before him, stretching back through the generations, and all of you with this design in your minds, this box, this button. But you, Connor, you're the only one who saw it clearly enough to construct it.
I've broken the cycle, said Connor. I'm not going to end up in an asylum like the rest of them. I've done it. I've made it. Now I get to have a normal life. Now that my duty is almost done, I get to be free of it.
What duty? Asked the girl.
The headache was getting much worse. He was getting hotter. He probably had a fever. Did I say duty? I don't know. That's not the word I meant to use.
But it's the one you did use,
said the man.
Do you have a duty, Connor? Is that what it feels like?
I'm not sure.
That box has cursed your bloodline for hundreds of years, the man said. Maybe more. You were compelled to construct it, weren't you? You didn't have a choice. You may not even have been fully aware of what you were doing. You have a duty to that box, don't you, Connor?
Connor nodded.
An obligation,
he whispered. An obligation to that box? Why is your finger on the button, Connor? Is that part of your obligation? Once you build it, you set it off?
Something broke in Connor's heart, and tears came to his eyes. I have to press it, he said, his face crumbling. I just have to press it once, and it'll all be over. I'll be able to walk away and never think about it again.
Pressing that button will hurt a lot of people.
It's just a box,
Connor sobbed. It's more than a box.
It's just a box. I'm telling you, it doesn't do anything. I'm not a scientist or an engineer. I'm just a man. I'm just ordinary. I wouldn't know how to build anything that would hurt people. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to be able to walk away. There was a sound outside. A car pulling up. A line of light swept in through the crack in the curtains and brushed by the man's jaw. It looked like his skin was white as chalk, or he was wearing a mask or something.
Be right back,
said the man, and slipped through the door. Who's out there? Connor asked. Some people, said the girl. There's been a race to find you. We got here first.
What do they want? There was a cry from outside, and a sudden light like a bursting flame, and then it was gone again.
They want the box, said the girl. They want to sell it, or use it, or worship it, I don't know. Some of these people just don't make any sense to me. You look tired.
I feel sick. Outside there was another sound, loud, abrupt. Was that a gunshot? Asked Connor.
It was, said the girl.
Aren't you scared?
You've got your finger on a button that will end the world, the girl said. Why should I be scared of guns that aren't even aimed at me?
I'm not going to end the world.
You've got your finger on the button.
I can barely work out how to make calls on my own phone. Why do you think I know how to destroy the planet? This is ridiculous. Please leave me alone.
I wish we could. But if we do, you'll press that button, and you'll kill us all. You'll kill my friends, and my parents, and my little sister. I can't let you do that, Connor.
I won't be hurting anyone. The box doesn't do anything. It's just a stupid box with a stupid button. But it's been in my head for my entire life, like a constant whine in my ear, and all I have to do to be rid of it is just press the thing. That's all. Easy as that. I'll press it, no one will get hurt, the world won't end, and I won't have to listen to that whine anymore. I won't have to dream about gears and symbols. I'll be able to close my eyes and not see how one cog fits into the other. I'll be able to live in the kind of peace that my mother never could. You don't know. You don't know what it was like seeing her, seeing what happened to her, seeing how bad it got. When I was 10 years old, she sat me down and told me these dreams I had would only get worse. She told me they'd consume my life like they were consuming hers. This is my chance to escape that madness. Please, just leave me alone. This is the only chance I'll ever have.
It isn't madness you're suffering from, said the girl. My friend, the one that's out there right now fighting on your front lawn, told me what you are. You're a conduit for an idea that was planted centuries ago. It's grown inside the minds of your ancestors, been added to, been improved, and here, tonight, it's finally ready. You're not mad, Connor. Your mother isn't mad. You're just open to a stream of information that the rest of us aren't.
So who planted it? Connor asked. This idea you're talking about, whose idea was it? The Mayans?
The Mayan people just foresaw the end, said the man from beside the door.
Connor hadn't even heard him come back in.
They had nothing to do with this. We don't know who started it. We don't even know if ending the world was what was originally intended. All we know is that our sensitives had visions of a man in a dark room building a box, and when he pressed the button, everything just ended.
Then how did you know it was me?
They heard a train in the distance.
That's it? That's all?
That narrowed it down, said the man. A few other hints, a few other clues.
Why haven't you pushed the button?
Why haven't I?
But you don't want me to.
That's not why you haven't pushed it. Your finger's on it. There's nothing stopping you. Why haven't you?
I'm not sure.
It's because you know that it isn't just a silly box, and that isn't just a silly button. You believe us, don't you?
No, Oh, God. I don't know.
Will you give us the box, Connor?
What'll happen then? We'll take it somewhere safe, said the girl. We can't dismantle it, and we can't destroy it. Something might go wrong. But we'll take care of it. We'll hide it away where no one will ever find it.
It won't be used to hurt anyone, the man said. I promise.
And me? Said Connor. What will happen to me?
The man hesitated. I won't lie to you. You'll probably always feel that urge to push the button. That won't go away. You'll have to live with it for the rest of your life.
But I'm so close. I'm so close to leaving it behind. We're asking you to make a sacrifice, the girl said. We're asking you to continue living with this so that the rest of the world can continue living. Please, Connor. More tears now, but they came silently. Connor lifted his finger from the button, and with his other hand he pushed the box slowly across the table. The girl came forward to take it. She wore a black ring, Connor noticed. For a moment it seemed to play with the shadows, and then the girl was lifting the box and stepping back, taking great care. The last remaining dregs of strength drained from Connor's body. He was exhausted, confused, scared, and all he wanted to do was lunge across the table and push that big red button before the girl took it away. "Thank you," said the man, and Connor just nodded. The man looked down at something, a pocket watch, and opened the door. 2 hours until midnight, he said. Should be loads of time. Loads of time for what? Connor asked, even though he knew the man hadn't been speaking to him. The girl walked slowly out, taking the box with her. Connor forced himself to remain where he was. "There's a woman who believes the souls of all her dead lovers are trapped in the centre of the earth," said the man. "She wants to crack the world open to free them." Connor frowned. "Can she do it?" "Yes. So we have to stop her before she kills us all." But didn't your psychics say that I'd be responsible for the end of the world?" "Some of them did, yes. And some others said that she would. We've averted 8 potential apocalypses already today, and she'll be our last. Once midnight comes, we can relax. Then we just have to hope the Americans don't mess up." "The Americans?" "A day can last 49 hours around the world," said the man, walking out and leaving Connor sitting there at his kitchen table. "A lot can happen in a day."
Outside the murder cottage by the sea. A Valkyrie Kane adventure. She didn't look especially weird. That's what Valkyrie had been expecting. A weird-looking weirdo, maybe dressed in ragged, blood-splattered clothes, hissing abominable secrets to herself as she emerged from her murder cottage. But now that she had emerged, she seemed pretty normal, all things considered. Not as tall as Valkyrie, but around the same age, with a good haircut, dressed in decidedly non-ragged jeans and a non-blood-splattered and actually quite nice crop top. It was off-white and lace-up, a cute outfit. Valkyrie hopped down off the low wall and walked over, smiling. The murder cottage was small and out of the way, nestling contentedly by the side of a narrow, rarely used road. Beyond the sand dunes and the grasses, the Atlantic threw itself against the shore with a pleasingly determined rhythm. This girl didn't seem like the type to have a murder cottage. They were normally reserved for the weirdos and the lunatics and the seriously evil. This girl didn't come across as seriously evil, despite her name. "Can I help you?" Wretched Darling asked, frowning as Valkyrie neared. "I like your top," Valkyrie told her. "Where'd you get it?" "I don't remember," said Wretched, her frown deepening. "I know you. I recognize you. You're that girl who almost destroyed the world." Valkyrie grinned. "That was my reflection, actually. Well, my reflection inhabited by a version of me that... You know what? It's way too complicated. Yeah, I'm the girl who almost destroyed the world. But that was ages ago. It was, 7 years ago? 8? I've moved on. So has the world. Name's Valkyrie, and you're Wretched, right? I've heard about you too." There was a small wooden gate between them, old but freshly painted. Wretched's eyes flickered to the latch, probably wondering if it would be enough to delay Valkyrie if Wretched decided to dart back into the cottage. Valkyrie allowed her smile to broaden.
letting her know that it most certainly would not. Not in the slightest. Wretched folded her arms and cocked her hip and raised an eyebrow. All very casual, all very innocent. "So," she said, "what can I help you with?" "I'm here to see your parents, actually. I'm afraid you got your details wrong. My parents live in Kildare." Valkyrie shrugged. "I know. I still came to see them." "Well, they're not here." "Are you sure?" "I'm very sure. I heard they were here." "They're not, though." "That's puzzling. That is puzzling. See, I heard you brought them with you when you left Kildare last night." Wretched didn't say anything. "That's where my partner is," Valkyrie continued. "Skulduggery Pleasant. You heard of him? I know you're not one to pay much attention to the goings-on of sanctuaries and stuff like that, but if you recognize me, then you must know who Skulduggery is." She nodded. "I know who he is." Valkyrie placed her hands on top of the gate and leaned in. "He's in Kildare, at your parents' house, actually, looking around, investigating." It seemed as if Wretched wasn't going to respond to that. But then she said, "Why?" like she'd just remembered to act alarmed. "Your mum called him," Valkyrie answered. "She said she and your dad were worried about you. They were worried you were headed to a dark place. Her words, not mine. You headed to a dark place, Wretched?" Wretched shook her head. "I drove here, and Skulduggery went to Kildare to talk to them. I don't want you to get mad or anything, but when he knocked, no one answered, and so he broke down the door." Valkyrie winced. "Are you mad? It's okay to be mad. In fact, I wish you would be mad. He's always breaking doors down, and he won't stop until more people get mad about it. Are you mad?" "Yes." "You don't look mad." "I am." "You don't look worried either." "I swear, if someone broke down the door of my parents' place, I'd be freaking the hell out, Wretched. I really would. I'd be all like, what did you do that for? And where are my folks? Are my folks okay? Are they in danger? But you're pretty chill, standing there in that gorgeous top. Have you remembered where you got it yet, by the way?" Wretched shook her head again. "You sure?" "Somewhere online," said Wretched. "So, yeah, we can't find your parents. Just to remind you, in case you've forgotten or in case you didn't hear me right, because none of this appears to be bothering you too much. They were worried that you were heading down a dark path, something to do with the faceless ones. Are you a worshipper then? A follower? Your parents, they told Skulduggery they weren't, but they said you met someone. Is that right? You met someone and you were basically recruited into the whole religion. I'm not big on religion myself. I don't like worshipping anything that isn't my girlfriend. Know what I mean? But the way it sounds, and I might be wrong, but the way it sounds is that you were indoctrinated into a cult. The Church of the Faceless Ones isn't a cult, Wretched said, her eyes narrowing slightly, her nostrils flaring. "Huh," said Valkyrie. "That's the most emotion you've shown in all the time I've known you, which admittedly is like 4 minutes, but still, interesting." Wretched stood up straighter and put her hands on her hips. "What do you want?" "Like I said, I'm looking for your parents. And, like I said, they're not here." "You did say that," said Valkyrie. "Yes, you did. And you're absolutely, positively, resolutely sure that they're not? I mean, I don't know your folks. They might be really quiet people. They might be in the back room of your lovely little murder cottage and you might not even know it." "My what?" "Sorry?" "My murder cottage." "Your... Who called it that?" "You did." "Seriously? I called it a murder cottage?" "You did." "Oh, wow," said Valkyrie. "That is embarrassing. I thought I was only thinking that. But, since you brought it up, have you murdered anyone in there? No, Wretched said through gritted teeth. No, you haven't murdered anyone in there recently, or no, you haven't murdered anyone there at all. I haven't murdered anyone. That you can think of? Anyone in the last 3 hours? I'm not a murderer. Okay, Valkyrie said, standing back now, holding up her hands. Calm down. Let's not go crazy. Let's not kill me. She laughed. You wouldn't kill me, would you? I know we've just met and everything, and I suspect you've murdering your parents, but I feel like we could be friends. I feel like we could hang out, maybe do each other's hair, maybe tell each other what websites we buy clothes from. You would think I killed my parents. I would have assumed that was obvious by now. How dare you? Valkyrie laughed. I know, right? You think that's rude? You should try being me for a day. I suspect everyone of everything. I meet someone and bam! I immediately think they're a bad guy, like a serial killer or someone who started worshipping the faceless ones a few years ago and whose parents tried to convince her to stop worshipping them, and in return she killed them to prove her loyalty to her new family in the church. It is exhausting being me. You literally have no idea. Search the place, said Wretched. What's that? Search the place, Wretched repeated, standing to one side and sweeping her arm back towards the cottage. Go on. If you think I killed them and hid their bodies, go ahead and search the place. You're giving me permission? I am, Wretched snarled. Because this is ridiculous, and I want it over with, and I want you to go away. Valkyrie bit her lip. She said. What? What's wrong now? I'm giving you permission. Well, see, that's the problem, said Valkyrie. If you're inviting me in to take a look, there's probably nothing to find. Unless, of course, you want me to think that, so I won't bother searching. That would be sneaky of you. But then you look at me and you think to yourself, this girl's crazy smart as well as being crazy hot, so she'll probably know that I'm bluffing. So then, why would you give me permission if you know that I'll be inclined to actually search the place? Unless you're planning to follow me in there so that you can whack me over the head with a shovel and just keep on whacking until I've joined your growing list of victims. On a completely unrelated note, do you have a shovel? Wretched frowned. I think there's one in the shed out the back. Aha! Valkyrie cried, and then frowned again. Wait, what were we talking about? I was giving you permission to search my home. Ah, but I don't think your parents are in your home. Then where are they? I'm not sure, said Valkyrie, peering at Wretched's mouth. Open wide. Wretched stared. You think I ate my parents? No. Yes. Kind of. Maybe not all of them. Maybe just the juicy bits. You think I'm a cannibal? We try not to use that word, Valkyrie said, wincing again. We prefer to call them people-eaters. It's a valid lifestyle choice, and I'd thank you not to act so horrified. This is ridiculous. You're ridiculous. You should really meet Skulduggery. You think I ate my parents because they disapproved of the Church of the Faceless? No, Valkyrie said quickly. Good God, no. I'm so sorry if I gave you that impression. Please, let me clarify. I think you ate your parents because you're an evil psychopath who's been convinced by even eviler psychopaths that eating your enemies is a good way of proving yourself. Whether or not your parents disapproved of your religion had nothing to do with why you ate them. Wretched glowered. Do you have any proof? Not yet, Valkyrie admitted. But I'm expecting some soon. How soon? I'm not sure. When was the last time you had a bowel movement? Valkyrie's phone rang. She held up one finger to tell Wretched to wait, and put the phone to her ear.
Has she come out of the cottage yet? Skulduggery asked.
Yes, she has, and I'm talking to her, said Valkyrie. She's right in front of me.
Oh. What's she like?
Kind of annoyed. Very impatient. She's not a great liar, which is a drawback if you've just eaten your folks and you want to get away with it. Speaking of which, she's asking about proof. Have you found any?
I found a toe, said Skulduggery.
Any idea who it belongs to?
I imagine it's her father's. It's quite hairy.
Valkyrie pressed the phone to her chest and smiled at Wretched. Could you describe your dad's toes? Wretched frowned. What? His toes, would you describe them as hairy? Skulduggery found one at the crime scene, and yes, we'll be getting them analysed later. But if you could give us a hint as to what they looked like, maybe we could get through this a little faster. Skulduggery's voice muffled. Valkyrie put the phone back to her ear. What was that? She asked.
I could send a picture, Skulduggery repeated.
He can send a picture, Valkyrie told Wretched. Do you think you'd be able to identify your father from a picture of his toe?
Wretched didn't say anything. What's she saying? Skulduggery asked.
Nothing, Valkyrie told him.
What's she doing?
Staring.
Is she doing it in a guilty way?
Pretty guilty, yeah. I'd say she's either going to try to run off or she's going to attack me.
I'm assuming you can take her.
Oh, God, yeah.
Right. Well, I'll leave you to it. Oh, did you ever find out what was making that strange rattling noise in your car?
It was a stone caught in the inside wheel bit, the whatever it's called. Anyway, I found it and I took it out and it's all fine now.
Okay, then. Just so long as it wasn't anything serious. Let me know how it goes with the people eater.
I will, said Valkyrie. Bye.
She hung up, put the phone away, and turned her attention back to Wretched.
Fine, Wretched said. I killed them. I knew that. I ate them. I knew that too. They were heathens, just like you're a heathen. All heathens are going to die. You can either die now or you can die later. Yeah, said Valkyrie. That sounds like a threat. Until you realise it applies to just about everyone, doesn't it?
Wretched shook her head.
Those who worship the faceless ones will live forever once the dark gods remake this world. First, they'll destroy it. They'll tear down the mortal civilizations, burn billions and enslave the survivors. Then they'll build a new world, a better world for people like me. You won't be in it. I wouldn't want to be. You'll be burned with the others. Good, said Valkyrie. I'm glad. Or you die before that, Wretched said. Maybe the faceless ones will tear you apart when they return because of all the harm you've done. Or maybe you're not even worth the effort. Maybe someone like me will kill you. Finally, we're getting to the good part of the conversation. The faceless ones would reward me greatly if I were to kill you, Wretched said, clearly warming to the idea. She raised the latch, nudged open the gate with her knee, and came forward until she was standing within punching distance. They'd make me a queen, I imagine. They'd give me my very own country to rule. I don't know about a whole country, Valkyrie said doubtfully, but you might get a reality TV show out of it. Wretched's face twisted. They won't have television in the new world. That's a mortal invention. So's the wheel. You're telling me they won't have the wheel either? How's anyone going to cycle anywhere? And what about wheelbarrows? Will you not need wheelbarrows in the new world? How are you going to do any gardening? Wretched opened her mouth to snarl an answer, and Valkyrie slapped her, the heel of her hand crashing into the hinge of Wretched's jaw so hard it pitched her backwards, unconscious before she even hit the ground. You've got to think about these things, Valkyrie said, rubbing her stinging hand. You've got to take them into account. Otherwise, you're just going to look stupid when the time comes. She took a pair of cuffs from her pocket, turned Wretched onto her belly and secured her hands behind her back. When she turned her over again, Wretched was moaning, and her eyes fluttered open. "What did you do?" she asked, her voice frail. "I knocked you the hell out," said Valkyrie, pulling Wretched to her unsteady feet. "You know what else mortals invented? Toasters. Are you telling me this new world of yours won't have any toasters? Are you crazy? Why would you want to live in a world without toast?" "You have no idea," Wretched muttered. "How to live in a world without toast?" "No idea about what's coming, about what he's going to do." A bitter smile cracked through. "You're all dead, all of you. Everyone who works in the sanctuaries, anyone who could possibly stand against us. You're all going to die." Valkyrie blinked at her. "You are a cheery lady." "I'm going to watch you scream," said Wretched. "I want you to remember my words, okay? You can put me in prison, but I will be freed, and then I'm going to watch you scream." "You're really not going to tell me where you got that top, are you?" "No, thought not," Valkyrie grumbled, one hand gripping Wretched's elbow as she led her to the car. Haunted. Valkyrie knocked, and the woman who answered the door was cautious, wondering who could be calling at this time of night. "Hello, you don't know us, but my name's Valkyrie." "Valerie." "Sure, this is my associate, Mr. Pleasant." "I'm the approachable one," Skulduggery said, the moustache drooping on his facade as he nodded. The woman, Lily Ayres, didn't open the door any wider. Her eyes were tired. Her fingernails were polished but chewed. Recent stress had awoken a dormant nail-biting habit. "I'm sorry, what do you want?" "We were told you were having some problems," Valkyrie said, putting on her most quietly sympathetic smile. "With your son?" Lily stiffened. "I don't know what you mean."
"It's quite all right," said Skulduggery. "You went to the authorities, and they either dismissed you immediately or simply didn't know how to help. Fortunately, somebody knew enough to alert a different kind of authority, and that's why we're here."
You're this different kind of authority?"
"No, we're not."
"But you work for them?"
"We work alongside them," Skulduggery said. "We're independent contractors, you might say, if you were going to say anything at all. It's complicated. Essentially, we operate as a—"
"Don't worry about him," Valkyrie said, still smiling. "We're the people who deal with this sort of thing all the time. Miss Ayres, could we come in?" Lily hesitated, then opened the door wider and stood aside. Valkyrie went in first, and Skulduggery removed his hat as he followed. The house was a 3-bedroom, semi-detached at the end of a cul-de-sac. There was a single black-and-white photograph on the wall of a younger Lily Ayres holding a baby, and below that a small table with a wireless router and a bowl with car keys in it. There was a pad beside the bowl and a pencil. Skulduggery picked up the pencil as Lily closed the door, then led them into the living room, where a boy of 10 was playing a game on his tablet. He put the tablet down when he saw they had guests. "Zane," said Lily, "this is Valerie and Mr. Pleasant. They say they can help." Skulduggery threw the pencil at the boy. It hit his forehead and bounced off. The boy, Zane, frowned slightly. "Why did you do that?"
"Do what?"
Skulduggery asked, walking over to him. With 2 gloved fingers, he gripped Zane's chin and tilted his head up and to the side. "You threw a pencil at me," said Zane.
"Ah," Skulduggery responded. "Noticed that, did you? Would you say you're an especially observant child, Zane? Open your mouth, please, and say Wurzel."
Zane opened his mouth.
"Wurzel?"
Skulduggery peered at him.
"Observation, Zane.
Are you especially good at it?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Please stand up, with your feet together, and lock your knees out straight.
Zane did as he was told, and Skulduggery pushed him over.
Zane fell back onto the sofa before struggling to his feet again.
I'm sorry, said Lily, coming forward, but what exactly are you doing?
Standard procedure, Skulduggery told her. Just a few simple tests to establish that Zane is who he appears to be.
Valkyrie took Lily's arm and led her to a chair. Now that these completely unnecessary tests are out of the way, why don't you tell us what's been happening?
Reluctantly, Lily sat.
It started a few months ago. It was noises at first, strange noises around the house. Then things began to move. Doors would open and shut, taps would turn on, books would fly off the shelves and hit me. I thought it was a ghost. She looked embarrassed by the admission. Valkyrie gave a nod. Logical assumption. But I don't believe in ghosts.
That's rarely the most important factor in hauntings, Skulduggery told her. Go on.
Then it started happening in Zane's school. The principal thought Zane was pulling pranks. He got suspended twice, and then I just stopped sending him. It was too dangerous. Not to Zane. Zane was never targeted. But I was covered in bruises by this stage, and I didn't want any of the kids around him to be hurt like I was, so... Valkyrie sat beside Zane. And how did you feel about all this? She asked him. Scared, he said. I don't blame you. I'd be scared too. Zane swallowed. I'm being haunted. No, said Valkyrie. I mean, you might be. That's always a possibility. But hauntings are rarer than you'd imagine. What is probably happening, though, and this is very easy to find out, is that you're actually magic. What do you mean by magic? Lily asked.
Precisely what you think we mean, said Skulduggery. We believe your son has magic powers. Without instruction, without guidance, this magic can manifest in all sorts of ways. If left to his own devices, it may very well fade away as Zane gets older, but it could also become stronger. If this happens and he doesn't receive any training, he will be what we call a neoteric. This is not a route we would encourage.
Magic powers? Said Lily. Like what?
There are many disciplines of magic, and new ones being discovered all the time.
Lily stood. No, you just wait. Just stop talking and wait a second. When you say magic, what do you actually mean? Skulduggery deactivated his facade, and the false face flowed away, revealing the skull beneath.
I mean, magic.
Lily shrieked and held Zane behind her. Don't hurt him! Don't you dare hurt my son!
Why would I hurt your son? Skulduggery asked, head tilting.
Because you're a skeleton.
And do you have a history of skeletons hurting your family members?
Mum, said Zane. Mum, it's okay, look. He's not going to hurt us. He's really not, said Valkyrie. I know this is a lot to take in, but just because he's a skeleton doesn't mean he's a bad guy. Lily stared at her. Are you a skeleton too? Is everyone a skeleton? No, said Valkyrie. I mean, we all have skeletons, obviously, on the inside, but Skulduggery is the only living skeleton. You get used to it surprisingly quickly. Lily collapsed into her chair. But this is impossible. Magic isn't real.
I very much hope you're wrong, Miss Ayres, Skulduggery said. Or else people like us have been deluding ourselves for a long time.
And you think Zane is magic too? Yes, but there's no reason to panic, Valkyrie said. There's a school right here in Ireland that will take him without a problem. He'll be taught all the usual subjects, plus a load of magical ones. He'll be able to make new friends without worrying about hurting anyone because they'll all be just like him." Lily didn't have a response to this, so Valkyrie turned her smile on Zane. "What do you think of all this?" "I'm magic? Are you sure?" Valkyrie took a pouch from her pocket, drew out a pinch of dust, and let it sprinkle into Zane's hand. The dust sparkled with every colour imaginable. "You're magic," she said. For a moment, he went as quiet as his mother, and then he looked up again. "I'm not being haunted?" "You're not being haunted." "There's no ghost?" "There's no ghost." He frowned. "So what about the man in my room?" Valkyrie hesitated, and Lily sat forward. "What man in your room?" his mother asked. "Zane? What man?" Zane looked at her, and then at Valkyrie. "There's a man who comes to my room some days. He looks like a ghost. I can see through him sometimes. He stands there, but I can't hear him. He's shouting at me, though. He's always shouting."
"Do you recognize him?"
Skulduggery asked. "No," said Zane. "Not really. I think maybe I've seen him before, but I can't remember where."
"And what does he look like? Is he as tall as me, or Valkyrie, or your mother?"
Said Zane, screwing his face up in concentration. "Probably her," he said, pointing at Valkyrie. "And he's got black or brown hair. It's hard to tell because I see through him."
"Is he thin? Is he big? Does he look strong or weak?"
"He looks normal, I guess." "And what's he wearing?" Valkyrie asked. "I don't really know," Zane said. "Ordinary stuff." "When was the last time you saw him?" "This morning, when I woke up." "Sweetheart," said Lily, diving beside Zane and wrapping her arms round him. "Why didn't you tell me?" He shrugged. "I thought it was the ghost. I didn't want to tell you because I know ghost stuff upsets you." She kissed the top of his head. "Don't you be worrying about me. Don't you be worrying about what upsets me. Things that upset me, they don't matter. What matters is you."
"What did the man do this morning?" Skulduggery asked.
Another shrug. "I just woke up and he was standing in the corner and he was shouting at me. He looked angry. He always looks angry."
"Can you show us your room, Zane? Would that be okay?"
Zane and Lily led them upstairs and sat on Zane's bed while Skulduggery and Valkyrie looked around. There were toys on the floor and posters on the wall, but no ghosts screaming silently or otherwise. Valkyrie sprinkled some of the rainbow dust. It turned pretty colours as it drifted down, but that didn't prove much beyond the simple fact that something magical had occurred here.
"Maybe you could reach out?" Skulduggery said to Valkyrie.
She glowered at him. "I wouldn't know what I was doing."
"Since when has that stopped you?"
"I'm sorry," said Lily. "What are you talking about?" Valkyrie tried smiling. "I'm a bit of a psychic, just one of my many dubious talents. I'm really not very good at it, though, and generally don't know what I'm doing half the time, so... But it could help. It could help us stop this ghost or whatever it is." Valkyrie hesitated, then gave a reluctant nod. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to try. Zane, do you mind if I put my hand on your head? Because the ghost is appearing to you, and he hasn't harmed you. There might be a connection between you." His mother's arm wrapped round him again, and Zane nodded. "Sure, I don't mind." Valkyrie stepped over, placed her hand on his head, and closed her eyes.
"Anything?"
Skulduggery asked. "Literally just closed my eyes, dude." "Sorry," he said. "Please continue." As gently as she could, Valkyrie allowed her thoughts to hover around Zane's.
She didn't enter his mind. She didn't like doing that and didn't want to do it now, but instead she probed the energy that surrounded him, ever so quietly, searching for the correct frequency. "Oh, my God," Lily said, all in a rush, and Valkyrie took her hand away and opened her eyes. The ghost stood in the corner of the room, and through him Valkyrie could see the wall and the edge of the window. His shirt was scorched, and there was blood on his face and matted in his hair. He shouted at Zane, then seemed to realize there were other people here. He glared at Skulduggery, glared at Valkyrie, then his gaze fell upon Lily, and he roared like a maniac. "He's angry," Valkyrie said. She was still attuned to whatever frequency had brought the ghost out, and it was driving a sharp pain into the space behind her eyes. "We can see that," Skulduggery told her. "He's blaming Zane for something? It's Zane's fault?" Tears glistened in Zane's eyes. "But I haven't done anything. What did I do? Why does he hate me?" Valkyrie hesitated, then stepped forward, her hand outstretched. "Careful," Skulduggery said. "I'll be fine," she answered. And when her fingertips touched the ghost, her mind exploded. Her world was a rush of memories that weren't her own. Her vision blocked by a blurring flicker show of people and places and noise, so much noise, voices talking over each other, crying and shouting and laughing and begging and screaming. Valkyrie concentrated on the screaming, narrowing her focus to cut through the sensations around her, and suddenly she saw this man. But he was solid, and he was real, and she knew him. She knew who he was. She cursed and withdrew, and Skulduggery caught her before she fell. The ghost stopped shouting and raging, and just stood there, looking at her, hating her. "I'm okay," she said softly, and stood on her own. "I know who he is." She glanced at Skulduggery, then at Lily, and then at Zane. "He's you, Zane." A look came over the boy's face, a quiet realization, even as Lily gasped. "That's Zane? How is that possible? How can he be haunted by the ghost of someone he hasn't even grown up to be yet?" "Because it's not a ghost from the past," said Valkyrie. "It's a ghost from the future." "Why is he here?" asked Zane, his voice soft. Lily gripped Zane tighter. "Is he here to warn us of something? Something that's going to happen? Is Zane in danger?" Valkyrie's head was pounding. She could have found a gentler way to say this. She knew she could, but the pain was erasing any diplomacy she had left. "Zane is the danger," she said. Lily frowned. "What?" "In 2 years, Zane joins Currival Academy and he learns magic. He chooses his discipline and makes friends. He's a natural. He gets very good very quickly. He grows up and falls in love and has his heart broken and carries on, meets new people, new friends, and new loves. But something curdles inside him, and I'm sorry, but innocent people die." Zane swallowed. "Do I kill them?" Valkyrie nodded. "That's ridiculous," Lily said, anger in her voice. "Zane would never hurt anyone. This is stupid. You can't know that. You can't say that." "Mum," said Zane, and Lily bit back her next words. Zane blinked at Valkyrie. "What happens then?" "Other sorcerers try to arrest you," she said. "But you're too powerful. You kill them. You have a plan, a big, ambitious, terrifying plan, and you have your followers. And you're a threat, Zane. You're a threat to the world. Skulduggery and I go to stop you." Lily hugged her son even tighter to her side. "You kill friends of ours," said Valkyrie, in barely more than a whisper. "You kill people we love,
it all falls apart. Your plan collapses. We're closing in on you. That man, the ghost, your adult self, is in a room, right now, in the future, and we're about to burst in. You think the world has turned against you, and you don't think it's fair, and you're blaming all of this on your own weakness. You're tracing your misfortune back here to your childhood, to your mother. To Mum, said Zane. Why to my mum? It's your love for your mother, and her love for you, that you blame for your weakness as an adult. Is that why he's here? Zane asked. Does he want to do something bad to Mum? You want to kill her, said Valkyrie. You think that by cutting out the source of your weakness, it'll make you stronger. Zane looked at Lily, tears running down his face. I'm so sorry, Mum. Hey, no, Lily responded, refusing to cry. You don't have anything to be sorry about. If this is real, if what she's saying is true, then you still don't have anything to be sorry about. You, right here, the person you are right now, Zane, is a good person. You were a good, kind, decent boy. I don't want to hurt you, Mum. I know you don't, she said, hugging him. I know. Zane sobbed in his mother's arms, and then disentangled himself and walked up to the ghost. Valkyrie could still feel the rage emanating from his future self. I'm not going to let you hurt her, Zane said. I'm not going to do the things you did. I'm not going to kill these people. I'm not going to learn magic either. I won't do any of it. I won't let you do any of it. Go away now. Go away. Zane's ghost snarled and started talking, snapping out silent words until Zane turned his back on him, and he vanished like a picture deleted on a phone with a single tap. Lily hurried to her son, dropping to her knees and hugging him. I'm very sorry we couldn't do more to help, said Valkyrie, and Skulduggery followed her out of the house. They walked in silence to the car, then stood by the doors and didn't get in. We can leave them alone, Valkyrie said. We can't, said Skulduggery. But he's not even going to attend Corrival. Then he'll grow up to be a neoteric, Skulduggery said. From what you describe, his power will be too great to ignore. That future has been averted, though. That version of the future, maybe. He's a good kid, Skulduggery. You saw what he does. If you're confident that he no longer poses a threat to those people he killed, then I'll accept your judgment, and we'll leave him be. Valkyrie's headache was getting worse. Otherwise what? We operate on him? We send in our sensitives to rearrange his thoughts? We can't change him. We don't have the right to change him. Those are 2 out of the 3 options available to us, Skulduggery said. You know what the 3rd one is. She narrowed her eyes. We sure as hell aren't doing that. Skulduggery took his hat off, adjusted the brim. We do the bad things so other people don't have to. We're not doing that. Then we call in the sensitives, Skulduggery said. We distract his mother, and we perform the procedure. He won't remember it. She won't even notice the difference. Their lives will return to normal. She'll notice. No, she won't. She'll notice, Skulduggery. I'm not used to this. I'm used to us swooping in and saving the day. I'm used to us finding the impossible solution to an impossible problem. He put his hat back on. I can't save everyone. Valkyrie pinched the bridge of her nose. Call in the sensitives. It's for the best. You know it is. Yeah. She opened the car door and hesitated. And what if it doesn't work? What if we change his thoughts, and he still travels down that same road?
Then we'll be waiting for him at the end of it, said Skulduggery, and got in. Those who watch.
The corpse hung by its neck from the tree like an oversized Christmas ornament, each gentle sway teasing a groan from the branch. There were bodies dangling from the trees on either side of it, and more beside them, forming lines that curved slightly to become an expansive circle, a border within the woods. Valkyrie Kane observed this boundary of dead bodies. "That," she said, "is ever so slightly ominous." Skulduggery Pleasant stepped up beside her, adjusting his hat. The suit was dark blue today, a three-piece with a white shirt and a blue tie. The face he'd been wearing as they talked with the sheriff flowed away now, revealing the skull beneath. His shoes, polished to a shine, sank into the soil. He didn't seem to care.
"This display does more than offer a warning," he said. "The moment we step through, we're in her territory."
"The monster's female?"
"We're dealing with a witch," Skulduggery said, nodding. "One of the old-fashioned, non-human variety. The kind that would pluck little children from their beds and nice old ladies from their gardens and gobble them all up."
"She hasn't eaten these people?"
"No," he murmured. "She hasn't. I wonder why not."
"We should probably go and ask her," Valkyrie said. "You know, before she eats anyone else in the town. I doubt they'd be able to handle many more unexplained disappearances." He dipped his head at her.
"After you?"
Valkyrie raised an eyebrow and stepped across the boundary. Twigs crunching beneath their feet, they moved through the woods. Valkyrie had never been to this part of America before. The sky was the color of a bad mood, and the air couldn't quite summon up the energy to become warm. The further they walked, the fainter the birdsong became behind them, until it faded altogether. The wood was holding its breath, the way a child might, as it hid beneath the bed while the monster searched the house. They stepped into a clearing. In the middle of that clearing was a cabin. Its roof dipped, its windows sagged, its stone chimney slumped. Skulduggery nodded to Valkyrie.
"Go ahead and knock."
"You think that'll be okay?" she asked, frowning. "A witch won't try to eat me or anything?"
"If she does, I've got my old friend here to talk her out of it."
He tapped his jacket, right where his gun was holstered. Sighing, Valkyrie approached the cabin, stepped up onto the rotting porch, and knocked. "Hello," she called. "Anyone home?" She heard movement inside. Footsteps, shuffling. The door rattled, a heavy key turning in an old lock, the dragging back of the latch. The door opened. A little old lady, wrapped in a shawl with a bonnet on her head, peered out.
"Hello?"
she said, her voice weak and hesitant, nervous, scared even. Valkyrie put on her best and most reassuring smile. "Hello there," she said. "I was passing through and was just wondering if you're the one eating people?" The little old lady blinked in confusion.
"I'm sorry? Eating who? What? I'm afraid I don't know quite what you mean."
"Oh," Valkyrie said. "Sorry." She leaned down until she was level with the elderly woman. "Eating people," she said loudly and slowly. "Are you doing it, you decrepit old bag?" The witch grew so fast, Valkyrie barely had time to register it. One moment she was a stooped old woman in a shawl, the next she was twice the size and lunging from the cabin, an oversized fist knocking Valkyrie off her feet. Valkyrie slammed to the ground and rolled in the twigs and the dirt and the dead leaves, and the witch thundered after her. Her skinny arms were too long for her body, and her hands were way too big for her wrists. Her grey hair burst from the bonnet like she'd been electrocuted. Her jaw jutted at an angle, her gaping mouth overstuffed with yellowed, broken teeth. Skulduggery pressed the nozzle of his gun into the side of her head and said, "I'd stop moving if I were you." The witch froze. Valkyrie picked herself up, rubbing her cheek. "Ow!" she said. The witch's eyes, hazel eyes they were, bulged in their sockets. "Don't kill me," she said. "I don't deserve to die." "And the townspeople you've strung up around your home?" Skulduggery said, moving so that he was standing beside Valkyrie. "Did they deserve what you did to them?" The witch licked her lips. She had a very, very long tongue. It was cracked like old shoe leather. "I do what I do for a good reason," she said. "A very good reason. I'm protecting that town." "By killing everyone in it?" The witch didn't answer. "What's your name?" Valkyrie asked. "Esmeralda Montague," said the witch. "I have lived in these woods since I was a little girl, and that was a long time ago. I watched the town grow from an empty field to a single lodging to a home for hundreds. I've watched the people from a distance because they don't like me. They never have. But I protect them nonetheless." "Protect them from what?" Skulduggery asked. "From the monster," said the witch. A sound reached them, bleeding through the trees, a long and guttural roar. It faded, and silence reclaimed the clearing. "That," Skulduggery said, "would be the monster, yes?" "Please understand," said Esmeralda. "If it breaks free of its prison, you will see a slaughter the like of which you could scarcely imagine. The town I'm protecting, the next town over, the state, the country. It will attack, devour, and disappear. There is no way to track it and no way to kill it." Valkyrie brushed a leaf from her hair. "And you're the only one who can keep it trapped?" "Yes." "And you do that by killing a bunch of people and hanging them from trees?" "I have formed a magical boundary," Esmeralda said. "A border between life and death, a shield against—" "And you do that by killing a bunch of people," Valkyrie repeated. "And hanging them from trees." The witch faltered. "Yes." "See, that's where you lose me." "Take us to the monster," said Skulduggery. Esmeralda sagged. "That is not wise, skeleton." "Probably not, but I'm the one with the gun." The witch looked at them both and shook her head regretfully. "Very well," she said, and started walking. They followed close behind. "What kind of monster is it?" Valkyrie asked. "I don't know," said the witch. "Does it have a name?" "I don't know that either." "How long has it been here?" "As long as I have." "How long is that?" "I don't know." "You don't know how long you've been here? What age are you?" "What age is this tree?" asked Esmeralda. "Or that rock? What age is the air? I am old, I know that, and I remember when I was young. I know that the time between the two has been long and lonesome." "Who named you?" "I did. I took my name from a young woman I hung from a tree. She wasn't using it any more, and names were suddenly all the rage, so I tried it on, and it's mine now." Cute story, Valkyrie murmured. Esmeralda stopped walking and turned to them.
We are close to the monster, she said, and so I must beseech you to leave. It's not too late to walk away and leave this to me. The balance I have struck is delicate. Your very presence may be enough to tip the scales. My way is working.
Your way kills innocent people, Skulduggery said. It's time to try something new.
You think new ways are better ways? The witch asked. Of course you do. You're centuries old, are you not? I can sense that about you. And yet, your clothes, your weapon, you put all your faith in the new. But battling the old monsters requires the old ways. This is something you've forgotten, Skeleton.
Her hazel eyes flickered to Valkyrie.
Your mind is more open. Walk away, girl. Convince your friend to walk away beside you, and I will give you a reward.
Valkyrie folded her arms. I'm not interested in...
You have lost people.
I'm sorry?
Loved ones, yes. You've lost them.
Everyone's lost people they love. The witch nodded, leaned closer.
But I can bring them back.
Right, said Valkyrie, drawing out the word. So if we turn round and leave this whole mess to you, you'll, what, actually bring someone I've lost back to life?
Yes.
And you can do that? You have that kind of power? Esmeralda hesitated. That's what I thought, Valkyrie said.
I'm just a witch, said Esmeralda, and my abilities are limited, but I possess the knowledge, and that knowledge is a key that can unlock the secrets of life and death. You're stalling. I swear to you, girl, I do not lie.
Keep walking, witchy. With great reluctance, the witch resumed her march through the woods. Skulduggery followed, just out of range of a sudden swipe, and Valkyrie walked parallel, ready to throw lightning if Esmeralda tried anything sneaky.
You'll regret this, Esmeralda said. I could have reunited you with a loved one, but you have spurned my offer. Yeah.
Esmeralda glanced behind her.
And what of you, Skeleton? What would you give to have your wife and child at your side once more,
Skulduggery's head tilted slowly.
How do you know about them?
The witch shrugged as she walked.
These are the things I know.
So you've heard of me?
I have not.
Well, you certainly didn't read my mind.
True, I don't have that ability, but I know loss, and I know sorrow. The people I hang from trees, they have all lost loved ones, either to me or to the monster. I reunite them with these spirits in death. I see your wife and child, and I see so many others. I see a scarred man and a quiet man.
A glance at Valkyrie.
And you, girl, I see an uncle and a twin? No, another version of you, one without magic. How curious.
Valkyrie narrowed her eyes. Just because you can see the people we've lost doesn't mean you can bring them back to us?
You are correct, Esmeralda said. It is not as simple as that, not as simple as a click of the fingers or an incantation intoned, but I could have made it a possibility. I could have unlocked the door and allowed you to reach through, to pull your loved one from death. And now, alas, I fear it is too late, for we have arrived.
They stepped through into another clearing, this one dotted with tree stumps. In the centre of the clearing was a small circle of trees carved with sigils. Valkyrie had been around enough of the various languages of magic to at least recognize the patterns of the most popular ones, but these weren't even the slightest bit familiar.
Something moved within the circle of trees. Something dark. Valkyrie stepped closer, trying to get a good look. Its skin was mottled green and black, and it was so big it could barely turn round in its wooden cell. Its arms were as long as Valkyrie was tall, and there was a claw on the end of each crooked finger. She spied a mouth and teeth, and it growled as she neared. "Hello, brother," said the witch. The monster roared at her, a sound so violent it made Valkyrie step back. Then the roar died away, and the monster glared. It had yellow eyes. "Your brother," said Skulduggery. Esmeralda gave another of her sighs. "I've always thought of it as such, but perhaps that's due to the fact that my life has been so sorely lacking in the love of family that I have latched onto it as my only companion. You must think me pathetic." "Don't be so hard on yourself," said Skulduggery, trying to get a better look at the monster. "I just think of you as a murderer. Valkyrie, might we have a spare cell big enough for this charming creature?" "I reckon," Valkyrie said, "though we'll have to call in a squad or two of cleavers to secure it for teleportation." "I can help you with that," said Esmeralda, turning to them. "I can render the monster—" She moved without warning, her fist crunching into Skulduggery. Valkyrie raised her arm and poured magic into her fingertips, and lightning leaped, but she was far too slow, as the witch was already upon her. Esmeralda picked her up and then brought her down, slamming her into the dirt. The air rippled and struck Esmeralda from behind, making her stumble over Valkyrie, and Skulduggery hurled a fireball that caught in the witch's hair. Esmeralda screamed and battered at herself furiously, and Skulduggery's gun flew into his hand. Then Esmeralda spoke 3 words that sliced into Valkyrie's head, and Skulduggery grunted and stiffened and fell backwards. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Valkyrie released her lightning, and this time it found its target. Esmeralda hollered and jerked back, fell, scrambled up. Valkyrie fired again, but the witch moved, and the lightning tore a chunk from one of the trees holding the monster. The sigil burned. The monster burst from the trees, and Esmeralda spun, lunged, trying to grab it, but her legs gave out and she fell, even as the monster loped out of the clearing and vanished into the woods. "No, no, no," Esmeralda mumbled, forcing herself to her feet. "What have you done? What have you done?" "We can catch it," Valkyrie said, panicking. "We can catch it before it hurts anyone." "We won't be able to contain it," Esmeralda snapped. "This is your fault, girl. Now I have to take more innocent lives." Valkyrie stared at her. "What? No, we just have to—" "You are responsible for what I am about to do," the witch snarled, and ran back the way they'd come. Valkyrie got up, rushed over to Skulduggery, pulled him to his feet. "Did you hear that? Did you hear what she said? What do we do? Skulduggery, what do we do?" "Split up," he said, snatching his hat off the ground. "Seriously?" "I'll go after the monster. You go after the witch." "Splitting up is a terrible idea." "Then you go after the monster, and I'll go after the witch." "That's still splitting up." "The monster has to be stopped, and we can't let Esmeralda sacrifice anyone else." "Fine," Valkyrie growled, backing away from him. "I'll go after the witch. But I'm only doing this because it's my fault if she kills anyone." She turned, ran a few steps, and then leaped, energy crackling around her as she shot into the sky. She skimmed the treetops, the air rushing into her face, making it hard to breathe. She twisted, flew like she was doing the backstroke, her hair whipping over her eyes. Valkyrie glimpsed the town approaching fast, and she twisted again, swooping low. She landed in a run that she slowed to a jog, hopping a wall behind a second-hand car lot. She made her way through the rows of vehicles. A salesman brightened when he saw her, but she just waved and kept walking. The town was small, and it was nice, and it was quiet, and there was no one shouting or yelling or raising the alarm, so Valkyrie was pretty certain she'd beaten Esmeralda here. If she knew which part of the woods the witch would be emerging from, she could have hidden there and smacked her over the head with something heavy, but, as it was, all she could do was keep an eye on the tree line. "Sheriff told me about you." Valkyrie turned. A woman stood there, looking at her with red-rimmed eyes. She was in her 40s, and her roots were showing. Her clothes were high-end, but lived in. Someone who'd recently taken a substantial knock, then. Someone who'd lost someone, maybe, and hadn't had the time to deal with it. "I'm here to help," Valkyrie said. The woman nodded like she didn't believe her. "And your friend? You came with a friend, didn't you? Man in a suit?" "I did. He's in the woods." "I see," said the woman. "In the woods? And why is he in the woods? Is he here to kill the monster, maybe? The monster who's been snatching away the people of this town?" "I don't know anything about any monsters," Valkyrie said carefully. "We're just here to—" "Help," the woman said. "Yes, I heard you the first time. People are talking about the two of you, talking about seeing you both walk into those woods. Did you know we don't go in there? Did you know we never have? I was born here, raised here, and since I was a child I've known that you never go into the West Woods. Because of the monster, you understand? The monster." Her lip curled. Grown men and women talking about monsters like they're real, placing all the blame on some creature when our husbands and wives and children go missing and are never seen again. And now look, here you are, feeding into that hysteria. I'm not trying to make things any more difficult than they already are, Miss... Oh, you want to know my name, do you? My name is Joanne. Joanne Freely. My husband was Jacob Freely. I say was because he's gone, snatched away, by the monster, apparently. But instead of looking for clues and finding whoever is doing this, the sheriff of this godforsaken town is happy to blame it all on some supernatural being that lives in the trees. So who are you, I wonder? And what brings you to our town? You're not from here, obviously. You're not even from this country, are you? I'm Irish. Good for you. Heard it's lovely over there. My name's Valerie. I'm here to... You're lying. Valkyrie blinked. I'm sorry? My husband lied to me, said Joanne. He lied to me about a lot of things, that man. He wasn't strong in the way you have to be strong. So he lied to me, and I got very good at spotting lies. And you lied to me when you told me your name. Why'd you do that? What are you hiding? Valkyrie took a moment to scan the tree line, then looked back. Okay, she said. My name's Valkyrie. I know you don't believe that the monster exists, that it's some sort of town legend. But I know it's real, and so does my partner, and we're here to stop it. Joanne shook her head. You people, you come in here, charging grieving families to speak with their lost loved ones, and you take their money and... We're not mediums, Valkyrie told her. We're not charging money for this, and we don't want anything in return. When we've done our job, we leave, and you'll never have to see us again. Your job? This is your job, is it? Yes. You're monster fighters, are you? Among other things. Tears came trembling down Joanne's cheeks. Do you know what I think? I think you and your friend are behind it all. I think you're taking those people. I think you're taking them and killing them. I think you killed my Jacob. Joanne, I'm so sorry for your loss, but I swear to you... Joanne had a gun in her hand now, and the tears were coming fast. Why? She asked. Why'd you do it? Valkyrie raised her hand slowly and spoke very, very calmly. Joanne, I haven't hurt anyone in this town. Anyone at all. You need to put the gun down. Why'd you kill him? You're upset, and you're in pain, but I promise you I didn't kill your husband. Joanne clicked back the hammer. Then you're just here to profit from his death, she said, her hand shaking. I'm sick of it. Sick of it all. It stops here. This town needs to wake up and stop dreaming of monsters and creatures and face reality. If you kill me, it's murder. Maybe that's what they need, Joanne responded. A bit of everyday murder to snap them out of whatever delusion they're under. Something blurred behind her, a mass of grey hair and broken teeth, and Valkyrie tried to shove Joanne out of the way. Joanne jerked back and fired. The suit absorbed the impact as best it could, but Valkyrie still went stumbling away, one hand at her belly. She watched the bullet fall from between her fingers, squashed up like a crushed soft drink can. She would have heard it hit the ground if her ears weren't ringing from the gunshot. Joanne's gun bounced on the pavement near Valkyrie's foot. She looked up, saw Joanne's terrified face as Esmeralda grabbed her. Before Valkyrie could react, one of the witch's massive fists came swinging for her, and then the world juddered and went away. Valkyrie blinked. She was blinking. When had this started? When had her eyes opened? She had no idea, and yet here she was, blinking at the blue sky and the trees that slid by. She went over a root, hit her head. She didn't like that. She didn't like any of this. Her jaw was sore, her thoughts clouded. Her hand hurt, and there was a tightness round her ankle. She was being dragged. Rustling filled her ears. She was being dragged across the ground in the woods, her hands trailing after her, dragged by the ankle. Yep, that made sense. Valkyrie raised her head. Ooh, that made her feel sick. That made her want to puke. She put her head back down and closed her eyes and focused on her breathing. When she was confident she wasn't going to throw up over herself, she raised her head again. Yep, definitely being dragged through the woods. Esmeralda gripped Valkyrie's left ankle in one hand and pulled her along behind her as she walked. With the other hand, she dragged Joanne. Joanne was unconscious, just like the man that was slung over Esmeralda's shoulder. 3 of them, then. 3 people to be killed and hung from the branches. Not if Valkyrie had anything to say about it. She went to blast the witch with lightning, and nothing happened. She examined her hand. A sigil had been scratched into the back of it. A little blood had trickled and dried against her skin. Damn it. "You're awake," said Esmeralda, without looking round. "Don't try to kill us," Valkyrie said. "It won't end well for you." "I have to," the witch responded. "It's the only way to save the town." "How can you be sure? Have you tried other ways?" "I have tried all the ways." "I think we both know that's an exaggeration." Esmeralda glanced back. "At least your death will mean something, which is more than most can say." Valkyrie was dragged over another tree root. "I hate to break it to you," she said, "but if you do manage to kill me, it won't be the first time I've died. I've been around the block with this sort of thing." "Sorcerers," said Esmeralda, and Valkyrie saw the edge of a smile. "Also," Valkyrie said, "if you kill me, the skeleton in the suit is going to be super mad at you. Trust me, you do not want that hassle." "I will kill the skeleton when I see him again," Esmeralda said. "It is a surprisingly easy thing to kill the dead." "Many people have tried." "They should have tried harder." "You want to know what I think?" Valkyrie said, and suddenly lashed her free foot into Esmeralda's wrist as she torqued her body violently to one side. But Esmeralda didn't let go. She just kept walking, and Valkyrie sighed and allowed herself to be dragged onwards. "Lame," she said. "Don't worry," said the witch. "We're almost there." "Lame," Valkyrie said again, but louder this time. They entered the clearing, and the cabin came into view. "Are we going in there?" Valkyrie asked. "We are." "Is that where you're going to kill us?" "It is." "I see," said Valkyrie, and started shouting for skullduggery. "Do you really think that will do you any good?" Esmeralda asked. "He is in pursuit of my brother, and my brother is very fast indeed. They are both a long way off by now." Valkyrie glowered. "Well, I'm going to keep shouting, if it's all the same to you. Shouting and fighting." She grabbed a branch, sat up, and swung as hard as she could at Esmeralda's arm. But the branch was old and dry, and the very act of swinging caused it to break in two, and so all she swung was a handful of crumbling wood. "Oh, bloody hell," she muttered. The door to the cabin swung open. "Can I walk?" Valkyrie asked. "Can I at least walk to my doom instead of being dragged? My magic is bound, I've got no weapons, and you're stronger and faster than me. There's no way I can escape. Just come on. I feel stupid being pulled everywhere." The witch stopped walking, considered it, and let go of her ankle. Valkyrie stood, brushed herself off. "Thank you," she said, and stepped through the door. The cabin was wide and cold, and smelled of something musty and unpleasant. There was a small bed in one corner, and a large table with a single chair. The table was stained with something dark, blood, presumably. Esmeralda came in, closing the door. She put Joanne and the man on the table, and reached for a long, thin knife. "Whoa," said Valkyrie. "Just whoa, hold on, slow down. Skulduggery's going after the monster. You don't know him, but I do, and generally when Skulduggery goes after a monster, the monster loses. Now, I don't want to tell you how to witch properly. I'm sure you do your job very well, but shouldn't you wait a little before you start killing these people?" "I am going to wait," said Esmeralda. "Oh, okay, cool. First, I'm going to kill you, and once that's done, only then will I kill them." Valkyrie shook her head. "What I'm saying is, you might not have to. Skulduggery will bring your brother in, I'm sure of it. The monster will either be dead, or it'll be in shackles, or it'll be... I don't know what it'll be, but it'll be something. I wouldn't be surprised if Skulduggery rode it back like a horse." "Your skeleton friend will not defeat it." "You don't know him like I know him." Esmeralda put the knife into a pocket somewhere in the folds of her ragged clothing. She closed her eyes and breathed out, and it was like she was breathing out her mass, because when that breath was done, she was a little old lady again. Valkyrie watched her hobble over to the chair and sit in it with a heavy sigh. "You poor girl," Esmeralda said. "You have no idea." "No idea about what?" "These woods, the town, what's happening here between us, the people on this table, your skeleton friend, my brother. You can't feel it?" "I'm not entirely sure what you're on about, to be honest." "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised," Esmeralda said. "It took me a long, long time before I started to sense what was going on, what was really going on." "Maybe you could tell me." "I doubt you'd believe it." "You're a witch? My friend's a skeleton? My own reflection turned into a god? I think my mind's pretty open to new possibilities." The old lady did her best to smooth down her hair. "I trapped my brother," she said. I made a cell for him, a boundary he could not cross. Valkyrie waited for her to continue. And there's another boundary, Esmeralda said at last, giving up on her hair and returning her hands to her lap. A boundary made from the dead bodies of the townspeople that I have hung from trees. This boundary serves multiple purposes. It keeps unwanted visitors away, mostly, and it gives me the strength I need to do what I have to do. So there's a boundary outside a boundary. Okay, but there's another boundary outside even that. It encompasses my brother's cell, this cabin, the town, and this county, small as it is. You passed through it when you arrived. I didn't see any boundary. It's not something you can see, but it is there nonetheless. Valkyrie nodded, like she was beginning to understand, even though she had no idea what the witch was talking about. As she nodded, she scanned the cabin for a weapon. Couldn't find one. "And what does it do?" she asked. "What's it for, this boundary?" "It changes things," said Esmeralda. "It changed you. It changed your friend." "I don't feel any different." "Of course not. If you felt the change, that would defeat the purpose." "And what's the purpose?" Esmeralda smiled thinly. "There's very little point in telling you. You'll be dead soon." "I wish you wouldn't say things like that. But hey, satisfy my curiosity before I go." But I'm afraid to, you see. I'm sorry, what is your name?" "Valkyrie. Valkyrie Kane, my friend's Skulduggery Pleasant." "Valkyrie and Skulduggery," Esmeralda said, and her smile broadened. "I like those names. I'm afraid to tell you, Valkyrie, because I have never told anyone. I have never spoken the words aloud. I'm afraid that when I speak them, they'll know that I know, if they don't already know, which they probably do." "And what are you talking about?" Esmeralda looked around, as if she was expecting the walls to come crashing down. "There are beings watching us." "Beings?" "I don't know who they are or what they are. All I know is that they are watching and controlling." "Controlling what?" "Me," said Esmeralda. "You. These people here on the table. Your friend Skulduggery." Valkyrie frowned. No. Nobody's controlling me, thank you very much." "These beings are powerful. You think they've endured for so long by being careless? Over time, I've developed a sense for their interference. When they make a change, the air is different somehow. It becomes charged." "And what kind of changes do they make?" "It happened just a few minutes ago, before you started shouting for Skulduggery. It happened earlier in the town, when you tried to push this lady away from me," Esmeralda said, nodding at Joanne. "It happened right before you ran after me, and before that, when I offered you the choice between having a loved one return to you and turning back before we reached my brother." "I'm sorry?" "These beings," said Esmeralda, whispering now, "they control this little pocket of reality. Do you understand? This is where they play their games. They watch us, and every so often they decide which direction we take, what we say, what we do." "Are they watching us now?" "Oh, Valkyrie, my dear, they're always watching." "And
They decide my actions. So they decide if I scratch my nose with my right hand or my left hand. Esmeralda's tongue flickered out, like she was tasting the air.
I can feel the charge, she said. Yes, they will decide this.
Uh-huh, said Valkyrie. Okay, then. I've already made my mind up about which hand I'm going to scratch my nose with. You're saying they'll decide? Is that right? Then let's see it. She looked up. Okay, you sick weirdos. Let's see it in action. Decide for me. She scratched her nose with her right hand and immediately frowned.
Well, said Esmeralda, was that the one you were going to use?
I wasn't going to use either, Valkyrie said. My nose wasn't itchy. She looked up. You're saying someone made me do that? Who?
The witch shrugged. As I said, I don't know, but I've sensed them for years.
Why don't you leave? What's keeping you here?
My brother, making sure he doesn't hurt anyone.
See, now, just wait. Okay, there might be a group of oddball beings out there watching us, dictating our movements, and don't get me wrong, that is creeping me the hell out. But let's not stray too far from the fact that you kill people to stop the monster from killing people. Doesn't that strike you as the slightest bit hypocritical?
My brother will kill a lot more than I ever would.
The old woman clapped her hands.
But enough of such thoughts. The beings have watched, do watch, and will watch, and I've grown accustomed to it. It's the way the world works. But today you die so that I can imprison my brother once more. That knife again, in her hand, and she stood.
Wait, said Valkyrie. Just stop before you enter into your full witchy glory. Just hear me out. I have a plan. I know how we can get the monster back in his cell and figure out what these mysterious beings are after. I mean, you're curious, right? After all this time?
Yes, said Esmeralda. My curiosity is piqued.
Then help me conduct a little experiment. Will you do that?
You think you can make these beings reveal themselves?
And their intentions, yes.
How?
Valkyrie tapped her head. I'm a little bit psychic. I don't have it all figured out yet. I'm not the most talented, sensitive the world has ever seen, but I reckon I'm good enough to sense them, like you've done, and I think I can go further. Esmeralda frowned.
How much further?
They want something, right? They're watching us for a reason. From what you've told me, it could be something as simple as entertainment. These mysterious beings of yours just might be warped enough to derive some degree of satisfaction from watching others go through hell for their own amusement. If that's the case, I think I have a way to turn that against them.
How?
Valkyrie bit her lip. I don't know if I can tell you without them overhearing.
Whisper it.
Will that work? Can't they hear whispers?
Yes,
Esmeralda said miserably.
They can hear everything.
Then maybe I can speak directly to your mind. Can we do that?
We could try,
said the old woman, and came forward, and Valkyrie punched her across the jaw. Esmeralda fell in an unconscious heap. Valkyrie hurried out of the cabin, boots crunching over dead leaves. She ran to the clearing where the monster had been trapped and took off in the direction Skulduggery had gone. She found his gun and scooped it up and ran on. She found his hat and scooped it up and ran on. Then she found Skulduggery. He was standing just before the edge of the woods with his back to her, his arms folded, one finger tapping his chin. "Ah," he said when she reached him. "You're here. Good." He held his hands out. She passed him his belongings. "Thank you," he said.
"I almost died," she told him. "The witch almost killed me."
There's an old saying, Valkyrie. Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
What? What does that mean?
Old sayings don't have to make sense. They just have to be old.
Where's the monster?
Nowhere.
Sorry?
I chased it. We fought. It ran here and vanished.
It went invisible? It teleported?
I don't think so. It just stopped. Very strange indeed.
Skulduggery looked at her.
What?
I've got something even stranger. Esmeralda seems to think there are beings watching us right now that control what we say and do.
And you believe her?
I don't know. A few minutes ago, I scratched my nose, and my nose wasn't even itchy.
That does sound suspicious, Skulduggery muttered.
My point is, she might be right. If she is, then that means they're watching us at this very moment. They're listening to everything we say.
Skulduggery's head tilted. Even the boring bits?
What boring bits?
Good point. Come, tell me exactly what happened since we split up.
She filled him in as they walked back to the cabin.
I might have a theory, he said, as they approached the door.
Already? Okay, then. What's going on?
The door burst open, and Esmeralda came sprinting out in all her witchy glory, the knife in her hand, and she leaped at Valkyrie, but Skulduggery's gun was in his grip, and he fired a bullet into her leg. The leg crumpled beneath her, and she stumbled but kept moving, the knife raking across Valkyrie's suit, barely missing her throat. They went down, scrambling, Valkyrie gripping Esmeralda's wrist in both hands, keeping that blade away from her. Skulduggery hunkered down beside them, just out of reach, the gun pointed at Esmeralda's head. "I'm going to have to object to you killing Valkyrie," he said, and the struggling stopped immediately. "I've spent so much time training her up, and I really don't want to start again with someone new. I know you're tough, and you've been around a long time, but I assume that a shot to the head will kill you just as dead as it'd kill most people."
"I assumed so also," said the witch.
"Then what do you say you drop the knife, before Valkyrie takes it from you and rams it into your eye?"
Esmeralda smiled.
"I think you overestimate your friend's abilities."
Valkyrie twisted Esmeralda's wrist, plucked the weapon from her hand as it sprang open, and tapped the tip of the blade against the witch's cheek, just under the left eye.
"Oh,"
said Esmeralda, and leaned back, coming up to her knees. Valkyrie wriggled out from under her and stood. "That was risky," Valkyrie said, "shooting her leg like that."
"It was," Skulduggery murmured. "I should have shot her in the chest. Hitting a leg when the target's attacking is not something I would generally advise anyone to attempt."
He cocked his head.
"You're lucky I'm such an amazing shot."
"You didn't have a choice," said Esmeralda. "I felt it. The charge in the air. The beings took the option away from you."
"Ah, yes," Skulduggery said. "These mysterious beings. Do you have a name for them?"
"As I told Valkyrie, I don't know who they are."
"Well, you must have named them. You must think of them as a collective group."
"Not really. I just call them beings."
"Well," Valkyrie said, "it's not going to work for us. We like things to have names. You get that, don't you? Why names are important? You took a name for yourself, after all." Esmeralda frowned.
"I suppose so."
Skulduggery lowered his gun, but didn't put it away.
"From what Valkyrie told me about you, you may have missed out on some of the new rules of magic. And by new, I mean anything that's cropped up in the last few eons. If we could figure out what these beings are called, or even if we just go ahead and name them right here and now, that gives us a certain amount of power over them. Not a whole lot, but it's something."
"I'm afraid I don't know anything that could help,"
said Esmeralda. Then she frowned.
"Where's my brother?"
"Gone," Skulduggery said. "It left the woods and it disappeared. You say it's been around for as long as you have?"
"Yes,"
Esmeralda replied. But what do you mean by gone? Is it dead? Maybe. Or maybe it never lived. Maybe it never existed. But you saw it. He shrugged. I've seen plenty of things in my life, and even I'm not arrogant enough to assume that every one of them was real.
You think the beings who were watching us made the monster? Valkyrie asked.
It's possible, he responded. They made it, put it in these woods to act as a threat, and observed what happened next.
But who'd have that kind of power? Are we talking about like a Darkess situation? Someone learned their true name and they've been acting as a god here in this little county ever since?
Perhaps, Skulduggery said. But I don't think so. Someone of Darkess's power would be able to control things a lot more tightly. These beings, whoever they are limited in the directions they can give.
So, it's not a bunch of gods we're talking about here?
I don't think so.
Have you ever heard about this kind of situation before?
Skulduggery nodded. There have been instances over the years of people feeling like they had no input in their own decisions. There were occasions when mages would act out of character, particularly during the 1980s. I've personally known sorcerers who have died in bizarre circumstances, undertaking ridiculous tasks when they really should have known better. An old colleague of mine conducted one of the only investigations into the phenomena. He referred to the ones controlling it all as horts.
Ah, said Valkyrie. So he wasn't into the idea of giving something a cool name. Good to know.
He had a theory that there were both individual horts and entire councils of horts, Skulduggery continued, all casting votes to decide the fates of a select, unlucky few.
And that's what you think is happening here? Esmeralda asked. Can I get up, by the way?
Yes, I do think that's what's happening here. And no, you cannot get up.
But you shot me in the leg.
Well, you tried to kill my friend.
And who are these horts? Valkyrie asked.
I think we can safely assume that they're not gods, Skulduggery answered. But they do have a certain amount of power to wield over us.
Valkyrie resisted a shiver. They probably don't like the fact that we're discussing them, do they?
For all we know, they're finding this highly amusing. Or they might be deciding that it's time we do something exciting, like fight or kill each other.
So, what should we do?
Skulduggery pondered this, and then he sat on the ground and indicated that Valkyrie should do the same. We should do absolutely nothing, he said. If we commit to inaction, we may force their hand. If something spurs us into motion, then we'll know that not only are they watching, but they're also listening and comprehending the discussion we're having.
And what purpose does this serve?
Esmeralda asked. Skulduggery dipped his head. By forcing them to engage with us, we'll start to take away their power.
By merely sitting here?
Sitting here peacefully, yes. They might decide to throw a pack of goblins at us. They might send the townspeople after us with pitchforks and burning torches. They might try something else entirely. But once they do any of this, we'll gain the upper hand.
But if they're listening, then they know that's exactly what we're expecting, said Valkyrie. So, they won't do anything, and they'll just wait us out instead.
If we're dealing with a single heart, then yes, that is entirely possible. But if, as we suspect, we're dealing with an entire council of hearts, it will be much harder for them to control the outcome. All we need is for one of them to cast a vote, just one single heart to cast that first vote, and then it would all come tumbling down. They sat there and waited.
My leg hurts,
said Esmeralda. "We don't care," said Valkyrie.
They waited some more, but no goblins attacked, and no townspeople swarmed them with pitchforks and burning torches.
"Nothing's happening," Valkyrie whispered. "Maybe we've got it wrong? Maybe there's no one watching us?" And then a rabbit hopped up. They watched it sniff the air. "Is that something?" Valkyrie asked Skulduggery. "Like, is that the something else you mentioned? Seems a little odd that they'd send a bunny. Or is that just a regular old bunny with nothing to do with any of this that would have come by anyway?"
"Shoot it,"
said Esmeralda. Valkyrie glared. "Do not shoot it."
"I think you should shoot it,"
the witch said, nodding. "He's not going to shoot it," Valkyrie told her. "It's a rabbit, for God's sake. He's not going to shoot a rabbit." The rabbit twisted and contorted and expanded, its teeth turning sharp, its eyes glowing red, growing until it was the size of a man and growling like a wolf.
"Shoot it,"
said Valkyrie.
"Shoot the bunny! Shoot the bunny in the face!"
It hopped towards them, and they got up quickly. The rabbit snarled, and Skulduggery thumbed back the hammer on his gun. The animal lunged, and he fired 3 times, and the rabbit whirled and collapsed. Skulduggery walked over, nudged the dead rabbit with his foot. It immediately dissolved into a red goo that was absorbed into the ground. "Well," Valkyrie said, "this day just keeps getting weirder. Skulduggery, do you have anything to add?"
"Not just yet," he said slowly. "But this is very interesting."
"Is that the word you meant to say? You sure you didn't mean to say baffling?" He tilted his head.
"There's nothing baffling about this in the slightest. With every decision the Horts make, they're giving us vital information that we can use to beat them at their little game."
"So, shooting the giant rabbit monster was a learning experience?"
"Everything is a learning experience, Valkyrie, except maybe this conversation."
She grinned. She couldn't help it.
"Okay," said Skulduggery. "We have an opportunity to fight back. Esmeralda, can you walk?"
"I can limp if I must."
"That will suffice."
"I can hobble if I have to."
"Yes, I get it. I shot you and it hurts, but we really need to focus on other things right now."
"Sorry,"
said Esmeralda.
"Quite all right," Skulduggery said. "If you want this to stop, if you want to be released from whatever hold they have over you, you'll walk south through the woods. Valkyrie will walk east, I'll walk west."
"And why are we doing this?" Valkyrie asked.
"When I was chasing the monster, I did nothing that I would regard as unusual or out of character," he said. "This is purely a guess, you understand, but if I'm right, which I usually am, it means that the Council of Horts is only able to concentrate on one of us at a time. If they focus on Valkyrie, like they have done, that means they're not paying attention to Esmeralda or me. When they take their eyes off us, therefore, we can begin to strike back."
"Wait," Valkyrie said. "So, what if they do focus on me again? Then I'll be the one in danger while you two are off somewhere?" She held up her hand. "And my magic is bound, remember?"
"I can fix that,"
Esmeralda said, and reached out and scratched the back of Valkyrie's hand. "Ow!"
"Sorry."
"That hurt! Ow!" Valkyrie rubbed her hand vigorously, but the sigil had been successfully corrupted, and she could feel her magic again. "Thank you," she muttered. Esmeralda beamed.
"Are we all set?" Skulduggery asked. "Everyone clear on the plan?"
"Not in the slightest," Valkyrie responded. "What if the Horts focus on you? Then it'll be me and Esmeralda coming up with a plan, and I'll be honest with you, my plans usually involve people being punched, but I can't punch the Horts because I don't know where they are."
"I also like to punch people,"
said Esmeralda. Skulduggery shrugged.
"If they follow me, then we'll have another piece of information that we can use against them. Ready?"
"Not in the slightest," Valkyrie said again. Which way's east? Skulduggery pointed. Right. And we just walk? Is that it? Walk until they send something after you, Skulduggery said. Then run. Or fight. Whatever you're in the mood for. I'm in the mood for fighting, Valkyrie said, scowling. And they all set off in their different directions. Valkyrie stomped through the undergrowth, kicking leaves and snapping twigs. She looked up at the sky, glimpsed between branches. Well, she said, you going to do something? Here I am, walking along. That's not very interesting, is it? If you're getting bored, you should probably throw something my way. Nothing big, nothing sharp. An idiot, maybe? Someone I can punch and I won't feel too bad about it? She frowned. But why would I feel bad? The bunny wasn't real. Not really real. And it looks like the monster wasn't real either. So whatever pops out at me won't actually exist, not in any meaningful way. Her phone beeped, and she took it out, read the screen, scrolled a bit, then put it away again. She walked on, not bothering to even look up now. I read this book a few years ago. Massive book. Anyway, it was about a town that had a horrible thing happen to it, and all the people were forced to do terrible things. And it turns out that it was all because some, alien kids got bored one day and decided to persecute a bunch of humans. They didn't look at these humans as much more than ants, I suppose. Or maybe less than ants. But is that what this is? You're playing these games with us because you require entertainment? The ground started to slope downwards. Valkyrie leaned back as she went down. She slipped and fell, landing in a sitting position. Her frown deepened. Was that you? She asked. Or was that me? Did you make me slip? Or did I just slip? God, this is nuts. This is doing my head in. It really is. It's giving me a headache. Is this a stress headache? It is. See what you've done? She closed her eyes and gently rubbed her temples for a few minutes. When she was finished, she stood. Was that fun for you? She asked. I hope it was. I hope you were thrilled watching me get a headache. She started down the little hill again, weaving between the trees, placing her hands on the trunks to slow her momentum until the ground levelled out. A word of warning, though, she said. I don't know how long you've been at this, but things are different now. The moment you involved Skulduggery and me, it all changed. You're not going to win this one. I don't know if you've done your research, but we're quite well known for stopping bad guys, which is what you are, by the way. You're putting people through hell. You're responsible for so many of those townspeople being killed for your own selfish amusement. You're the villains of this piece. I hope you realize that. Valkyrie shrugged. I mean, I get it. If you view us as something less than ants, then why would you care? If we mean absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things, then why shouldn't you use us for entertainment? Entertainment's important, especially in times as messed up as these. Am I right? I'm right. I know I am. But I'm afraid we're going to have to put a stop to it. The ground started to rise, and Valkyrie kept going, using the trees to pull herself up. When she got to the top, she took out her phone again, used the compass to set her in the right direction. You know what I can do, don't you? She asked. I don't mean the lightning or the flying. I mean the other stuff. She tapped her head. In here, like. You know I'm a sensitive too, yeah? I'm not the best at it by any means, but I've had some training. What's the point in having a talent if you don't develop it into a skill, you know? So, I've got a little skill in the psychic department, enough to scan my surroundings for eager little minds like yours. She grinned. Oh, I know you're there. I can sense you. I know you're watching me. I know you're listening. And I know this is piquing your interest. Some of you more than others. That's okay. I'm not going to take offence. Some of you may not like to be addressed so directly. To you, I say, don't worry. This'll be over soon."
Valkyrie entered the clearing where the witch's cabin stood. Skulduggery and Esmeralda were waiting for her. "Any trouble?" Skulduggery asked as she walked over.
"Nope. Don't think they even noticed I was walking in a circle. But they're there. I can sense them. They're paying attention."
"I still don't understand," said Esmeralda.
"This is a device we use for communications," Skulduggery said, showing her his phone. "I used it to send Valkyrie a message in which I laid out my plan. If the Horts could read the message, they would have immediately done something to stop us returning to your delightful home. But because we are all here, they weren't given the opportunity to read it, which proves my theory."
"What theory?"
"The Horts aren't all-powerful," Valkyrie said. "There's something else, maybe someone else, deciding what choices to offer them."
"How far did you get with the scan?" asked Skulduggery.
"I did as much as I could without making them suspicious, but I think it was enough. There's I suppose you'd call it a presence beyond even the Horts. It knows this is coming to a close. I think you're right. I think it wants it all to stop. It feels it's time to end."
Skulduggery nodded. "That makes sense. We wouldn't have been allowed in otherwise." Esmeralda stiffened.
"Something's about to change."
"I can sense it too," said Valkyrie.
"I doubt there's any need to worry," Skulduggery responded. "The Horts are demanding a choice, but I don't think they'll get what they're after."
"We're going to find out," Valkyrie said,
feeling the charge in the air, feeling the fine hairs stand up on the back of her neck.
"It's happening." The feeling passed, and she looked around. "Nothing," she said. "No changes. No nothing."
"That's never happened before," Esmeralda said. "As in, nothing has never happened. Something has always happened. It's the way of things. I don't think I know what to do."
"I rarely suffer from that affliction," Skulduggery said. "Valkyrie, can you sense a mood?" Valkyrie's thoughts became songbirds and flew away from her for a moment, and when they returned, they sang to her.
"Finality," she said. "It's coming to an end, and they know it."
"Can you tell us anything about them?"
I don't know, they're like us in a lot of ways, I think, but also different."
Skulduggery nodded. "My colleague who opened the investigation, he had his theories about who the Horts were. At various times, he believed them to be a group of high-powered sensitives, a group of warlocks, or simply sorcerers grown bored of long life. But he had one theory that struck me as closer to the probable truth. He believed that the Horts exist outside our reality, close enough to take a peek every now and then, close enough to interfere in limited ways, but too far to actually live beside us."
"That would fit with what I'm sensing," Valkyrie said slowly. "But the presence behind them, I've no idea what that is. I don't know, maybe it's their god?"
She closed her eyes and raised an eyebrow.
"Someone's definitely amused at that idea."
"I'm glad we can still entertain," said Skulduggery. "But this is over. The game, the experiment, the trial, the show, whatever this is, it's done." There was a deep, deep rumble from somewhere below them.
Valkyrie frowned. "Please don't tell me that's what I think it is. Please don't tell me that's someone packing up their toys and going home."
"Actually," Skulduggery said, "I'd say it's more like someone wiping the page clean. Either way, we should probably get the hell out of here."
"But my leg!"
Esmeralda said as the ground began to shake. "You shot me in the leg and I can't run." "Are you still complaining about that?" Skulduggery said, and gripped her round the waist. "Hold on to me." "Ugh," the witch said, grinning. As they rose into the air, Valkyrie ran to the cabin. "You go on," she shouted. "There are 2 of the townspeople in here. I'll get—" She barged in. Joanne and the man stood there, looking at her. "Fun's over," Joanne said. "That's a shame. I was enjoying that." The man began to dissolve into nothingness, starting at his feet and quickly rising until his head vanished and he was gone. "Huh," said Valkyrie. "So, what, none of the townspeople are real? All those folks that Esmeralda killed?" "She didn't kill anyone. She thought she did, but she didn't. And the town itself? Disappearing even now," said Joanne. "Along with the woods. There were just fields here before I started, just empty fields." "How long have you been doing this?" Joanne smiled. "A little while. But time moves differently for me. Not faster, not slower, just differently." "And I take it you're not Joanne?" "There is no Joanne. This is merely a mouthpiece I'm using. I just wanted to say hello. Just wanted to say, well played." "What's your name?" "You and your lot, always after the names, aren't you?" "Are you a horse, or are you the thing I sense behind it all?" "I'm a bit of both, actually. I'm the one behind it all, but I'm also curious to see what happens. Or at least I was. I suppose it was time it ended. I have no regrets." The cabin shook, and Skulduggery called Valkyrie's name. "I'll be out in a second," she yelled back. Joanne didn't have any legs. They dissolved, just like the man had. "The beings you call hordes, once I involved them, I had no way of knowing what would happen next. They might have killed you. I'm glad they didn't." "Yeah, me too." "I'll miss this. I'll miss Esmeralda. She was fascinating to watch. The things she did to the few in order to save the many. Your world will be a less interesting place without her in it." Valkyrie frowned. "What do you mean by that?" "Her kind," Joanne said. "They live for a long time, but not this long. She became, however, a vital part of this entire experience, and I couldn't have done it without her. Will you tell her that I said thank you? Will you tell her that?" "I don't think I will, to be honest. You ruined her life, and now you're ending it? You get that, don't you?" Joanne shrugged, and then her torso dissolved. "Ah," said Valkyrie. "To you, she's not really real, is she?" "Not really. And I'm not really real either, am I? No, I mean, you're more real than Joanne or the town, but not by much. You're mostly make-believe," says the floating head. Joanne laughed. "You have a point, Valkyrie. Yes, you do." Gaps appeared in the cabin walls. Through them, Valkyrie could see the woods. The trees also had gaps in them. "Right," Valkyrie said. "We're off. You want my advice? Never come back here." "A threat?" Joanne asked, amused. "Very much so, yeah. There's a reason you haven't told me your name, isn't there? Because you know that we'll be watching for you. And we'll be ready. And if you do come back, we'll get a fix on your position, we'll find your dimension, and a load of us will shunt over and kick your ass. You got me?" Joanne laughed, and then her head vanished. Valkyrie spun, energy crackling, and she burst through the gaps in the roof and joined Skulduggery and Esmeralda, and they flew the hell away from that place.
Esmeralda sat on the stump of a tree and looked out at where her woods used to be.
"So my whole life," she said, "has meant nothing, and now even that is going to cease to be."
Valkyrie glanced at Skulduggery, and they both stood there and didn't say anything.
"I've been alive for all this time, and I thought I was helping people and saving lives, and none of it mattered, not one little bit. All those people I killed."
"Well, that's the good news, isn't it?" Valkyrie said. "I mean, you haven't killed anyone. Not really."
"But I thought I did. For all this time, I thought I did."
Tears ran down her cheeks.
"I spent my youth here. I grew old here. My life has been a waste. My power," she looked up, "I could have helped people. I could have healed people. I could have brought people back from the dead."
Valkyrie frowned. "You were serious about that?"
"I've been serious about everything," the witch said, "my whole life. But I don't have that power anymore. I did have it when I offered you the choice, but it wasn't really you I was offering the choice to, was it? It was them. Maybe they knew what they were doing when they cast their votes, or maybe they didn't quite realize the opportunity that lay before them. Maybe they didn't believe that it would have been so easy."
"You said it was knowledge, right? You had the knowledge that was the key to life and death?
Tell us, and we'll take it from there." "I don't think I have the time, girl."
"You could try," said Valkyrie. Esmeralda smiled, started to speak, and grew so old, so fast, that she turned to dust. The breeze picked up, tossed the dust into the air, and swirled it around.
"I could have done it," Valkyrie said. "I could have brought someone back. Someone we've lost."
"It wouldn't have been as easy as that," said Skulduggery. "There would have been complications, loopholes."
"I could have tried, at least."
"No," he said, "you couldn't."
He put his hand on her shoulder.
"You didn't have a choice."
That was Skulduggery Pleasant, Armageddon Outta Here by Derek Landy. Read by Kevin Healy and Stephen Hogan. Produced by ID Audio, with post-production by ID Audio. A HarperCollins children's audiobook. Text copyright Derek Landy 2012, 2014, 2015, 2018, 2020, 2021, and 2022.